I am Jonathan West. You are watching Death Valley Television, and your Death Valley Technical Scavengers are back for another season of scavenger football, and they begin in week 0 against the defending national champions, the Oregon Ducks. But they've got a new man at defensive coordinator, the former Boise State head coach, changing sides here, joining the Scavengers at DC this season. So a big get there for the defense, but new offensive linemen as well, as Jermaine Houston heads to North Dakota State in a transfer. And that means Andrew Spanway now the starting left tackle, and Moses Holliday now the starting left guard, as Isaiah Crowder transferred out in spring, headed to South Dakota State. So some big Division II teams get some big upgrades, while the Scavengers have a rough start to their season, as it's Oregon, Oklahoma State, USF, USC, Tennessee, and NC State back to back to back to back to back to back. That may have been a little too much, but after that, conference play starts, and technically things get a little bit easier if you want to look at it on paper. The Scavengers are still upset about not making that conference title game. Well, they'll be taking on the champs there at the end of the year in the rival Fresno State Bulldogs. And I'll tell you now, this team is chomping at the bit to get their hands on Fresno State this year. It is a game that is circled on the calendar, both Coach Booker and company. He's also got that game against Oklahoma State, his alma mater, circled as well. DVT comes into the year ranked 24th in the nation. So a positive there, but they've got to get tested against Buck Schooler and this Oregon Ducks championship team, first and foremost. Now, Schooler is making his first career start with the Ducks here this season, and he didn't play much last year, only threw 3 passes. We'll see how he fares in week 0, but this offense literally runs through Deontay Generals, the senior back out of Bothell, Washington. And these two teams are going to go back and forth with their running backs. Generals 1,200 yards last year and 14 rushing touchdowns. That says all you need to know about how important he is to this Ducks offense. Now, interesting here, Nate Tripucka, the nephew of Tavares Tripucka, former DC for the Scavengers and now head coach of the Nevada Wolfpack. He is the tight end for this Oregon Ducks team, and it'll be interesting to see how he fares in this game, his first year starting. Now, their big defensive tackle, Jericho Johnson, is going to be a guy to watch. Grant Huff is getting the start at center, and he's going to be matched up against Johnson. If he does not match up well, I could see them bringing in Albert Puzzles at center, who had a very good offseason and got a lot bigger because of it. And finally, Braden Platt is the pass rusher to watch. Well, I shouldn't say pass rusher, but the linebacker to watch on this defensive side for the Ducks. 99 total tackles last year, 1.5 sacks, and a pick. He can do a lot, and the Ducks look to take advantage of how good of a tackler Platt is. Off to Eugene, Oregon we go, as the national champions look to showcase themselves against a team that year in, year out has been forced to play the defending national champions. The Scavengers have beaten the national champions before. They did it last year. We'll see if they can do it again, this time with a little different look to them, as we are off in this one. The Ducks will get this ball to begin, as that's just going to be a touchback for Oregon, as out will come Alex Geisinger, the number 1 receiver for this Oregon Ducks team, and I'd assume he's going to be matched up on Manu Coffey or Randall Glenn all day long, as it's a new look secondary, as that's a drop to start things. Tripucka couldn't catch that one. Handoff here goes to Generals. He's not going to go far. Jaden Anthony, the man that finished the job, the redshirt freshman corner, he'll be playing in the slot. 3rd down and 9. Pressure coming on Schooler, and he misses his man because of it. That's a quick 3 and out. Bring out the Scavengers offense. So it's Matt Payne at quarterback. There was a big battle. We do know that John Bush is the backup. He won the backup job against Scotty Skoranek in the spring practices. So an interesting situation there if Payne were to go down, as that's a catch by Alex Slade. And the new star receiver looks quite good on his first catch there. 2nd and inches. Hand off here to McBath, and he's got plenty of room to work with. His second run is a positive one. And this new look, what they are calling hybrid spread offense by offensive coordinator Moses Cooper, is their way of trying to keep the ground game going while opening up the pass. 2nd and 11 here for Payne, as he's just going to take off with instead a giant hole to run through, and he has plenty for the first. Certainly in George Lincoln field goal range now. He has gotten better and better as the years have gone on here at DVT. As underneath, that is Matt Gage, who couldn't hang on. Both tight ends struggling to catch the ball today. 2nd and 10, Payne to the sideline. It's caught quickly for a gain of 5. And that's going to set up 3rd and 5 as they go empty. Man in motion is Blanco. Payne goes out to Blanco, but it's well covered. Incomplete. And it's George Lincoln for the first time today. It's up and good. And the Scavengers start off with a lead against the defending champs. So 1st and 10 for the Ducks, as Schooler gets it to his man. That's Geisinger getting the first down. 1st and 10 here. Ducks in the gun. It's a quick throw that gets knocked down. Could have been a lot worse. Manu Coffey got his hands on it. Handoff here to Generals. Not going to go far. Only going to be a gain of 3. And that'll bring up 3rd and 7. Showing blitz. Scavengers drop him back instead. Schooler deep shot. It's knocked away. Randall Glenn. So the defense has definitely been living up to what they believe they could do, as that's Jericho Johnson with that tackle. And this is interesting. I think that tackle right there made a change happen. Indeed, it did. No more Grant Huff at center right now. It's Albert Puzzles. We talked about how they were iffy if Huff could hold his own against Johnson. Puzzles now in. He's able to move him enough to get a hole for McBath in the first. We'll keep an eye on number 52 there in the middle of that line to see how he fares for the rest of the day, as that's a slide by Payne. Questions are going to be, is this going to be another Dante Kenoy situation? 2nd and 3, handoff McBath. He spins away from 2 men, powers through another, and it's going to be a new set of downs. 1st and 10, Payne in the gun, McBath to his right. It's play action, but nobody bit on that one. Down goes Payne, and it's going to bring up 2nd and very long. And that one easily intercepted. It is just not a good look after that sack. Matt Payne very worried, and he throws the pick because of it. So the Ducks get to the quarterback as Khalid Crow with the interception. 1st and 10 now for the Ducks as they try to get their first points on the board, but they'll have to do that in the second quarter. 3-0 at the end of 1, and so far the Ducks have not done much at all. Scavengers showing up quite well against the defending national champions. See how this second quarter begins here. 2nd and 11. Schooler hands off to Generals, and he doesn't find much. That'll bring up 3rd down and 9. Man in motion was Generals, and this one to the sideline. It's caught, but a short gain's not going to get him enough. It'll keep him off the scoreboard, and the Scavengers back on offense. Hand off to Nico Blanco. Gain of 3 there. They did say we are going to see a healthy split between the backs this season as they try to keep Shaq McBath healthy and well-conditioned for the entirety of the season. Remember last year McBath took some drives off and even half of a game off because he was not conditioned well enough for the long season. First and 10 now after the Blanco first down carry. It's Payne through the air underneath that Slade, and he's going to have enough for the first. And this is a big injury right here. Logan Russo, one of the defensive ends for Oregon, banged up. That could be a big loss for this defensive front. Handoff goes to Blanco right up the middle. A good job by Albert Puzzles opening up that hole, moving Johnson to the side. 2nd and 5. Handoff goes to McBath, trying to get the edge, can't do so. And it'll bring up 3rd and 6. And they get a much-needed first down here and keep this drive alive. Underneath, that's Slade again. He's got the first. It's a new set of downs. And now Payne and company gonna take a shot. And it's knocked away from Luvo just barely. I like them taking a shot on first down. They're trying to take Oregon off guard. It almost worked out as Blanco finds a good chunk of yards here. Gain of 6. 3rd and 4. Only about 4:40 left to go here in the first half of action. McBath gets the edge this time around and has enough for the first. First down and 10. Blanco in the gun with Payne. It's play action. Payne rolling to his right. Throws on the run. It's Luvo. They say he broke the plane. Touchdown Scavengers. I don't know how he did it, but Luvo breaks the plane for the first touchdown of the season for DVT. And I'm sure a lot of people had their money on McBath having the first touchdown of the season. Certainly I would have. But it goes to Taulia Luvo. And a passing touchdown to start things this season when it comes to finding pay dirt. As Buck Schooler back to work here for Oregon as Geisinger picks up the first. First and 10, handoff Generals. He spins off of one man, and he's going to be just shy of the first. That was Millhauser there on the tackle, the redshirt sophomore, as that's going to be another first down here for Generals. However, it's coming back. 2nd and 8 now. It's a keeper, but Schooler goes nowhere. Juan Donnerson, the redshirt freshman, who heavily impressed during spring. And over the middle, that one's incomplete. And with all 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning having just hit, it's a big opportunity for the Scavengers as a big run here for McBath. However, laundry on the field, and it looks like Moses Holiday is getting called for the hold. So 1st and 20 now. Payne in the gun. They fake the screen, get it to Alex Slade, and it's going to be close to a new set of downs. First timeout taken by Death Valley here as they look for something on 2nd and 1 to get them down the field quickly. Payne just going to run with it instead, pick up the first down, and keep this game moving. 1st and 10. Payne looking to throw over the middle. That one bounced off the helmet, I believe, of Matt Gage, who wasn't ready for it. That's incomplete. Second and 10. Payne takes a shot. Slade with the catch. And it's a new set of downs. It took a while for him to go down. Second timeout taken by the Scavengers. But Alex Slade showing up in a big way here right before half. They're in George Lincoln field goal range. A nice quick slant here for Quickly over the middle. They still have one timeout left. 40 seconds left on the clock before we head to half. And this one's easy. Luvo touchdown. Scavengers with the second touchdown of the day for Talia Luvo. And he got wide open. So a 3-score game as Oregon is being shocked right now. This top 25 matchup was certainly not what I think the Ducks expected. Everyone thought last year was a bit of a fluke. They gave them their flowers to DVT by putting them at number 24. But the belief was it was a fluke last season, and now things are looking quite different as that's a catch for a gain of 5 for 26 seconds. All 3 timeouts. Oregon going to have to go downfield quick. This one intercepted! Jaden Anthony, the redshirt freshman, with his first career interception. It's the first collegiate pick of his career. And it couldn't come at a better time. 21 seconds on the clock. They're in George Lincoln field goal range. First and 10 here. Payne. Quick throw. That one dropped by Quickly. Second and 10. A lot of seniors at wide receiver for this team this year. And they're trying to take advantage of that as Luvo can't get his hands on that one. One touchdown, number 3 on the day. Third and 10. Handoff goes to Blanco. This is just going to set up a little bit better field goal here. As Lincoln's kick is up. It's easy. And that right there will make it 20-0 headed into halftime. It's certainly not the game I think the Oregon fans expected. I don't think it's the game DVT fans expected. But the good thing is it'll help them with guys like B.J. Crow, arguably the top target for the Scavengers this season, the power back out of Reidsville, North Carolina. They're also looking at Kevin Cox, a 4-star tight end out of La Jolla, California. A lot of big names to keep in mind, a lot of 4-star prospects. Scavengers have upped their game this year. But one interesting name is Brett McInnes, the rusher out of Los Gatos, California. Keep your eyes on this man. A lot of talk around the recruiting room with him. And Nick Burden out of Oakland. Those are your kind of 2 big guys that a lot of the recruiting guys are really paying attention to. As the Scavengers have looked good so far today, that should impress those recruits heavily. Only 1 penalty, 14 first downs, 7.1 yards a play. It has been a great start. They have to keep this going, though, in the second half and make sure to put the Ducks out of their misery quickly. And we are back here with the second half of action here on Death Valley Television. I'm Jonathan West, and it is a jet pass to start things to Luvo. He makes one man miss on the juke, and it's a new set of downs. First and 10. Big day for Luvo today so far as Payne in the pistol. Hands off here to Macbeth. He gets caught quick, and that's going to be a loss of 1. Second and 11 now. Handoff here goes to Macbeth, and that's not going to go far. Third down and 10 here now. Man in motion, Luvo. They jet pass to him again. He's got the outside. First down and more. The jet pass works its magic twice today. And I have not even mentioned an interesting situation is going on with DVT and one player. Ty Tabor, the freshman running back, he played today as a kick returner, and it sounds like they're going to test him out. There's a deep ball intended for, I believe that was Trey and Bell. But they plan to play him at kick returner for the first couple games. They do not know if they're going to be giving him the red shirt or not. It depends on how he plays. So that is an interesting situation going on here as Payne cannot set up the screen. And the Scavengers, after a good start to that drive, have to punt it away. As DeJounte Generals starts out on the ground for Oregon here to begin the second half, and they go no huddle. Scavengers have had their problem against the no huddle offense. Has nowhere to go. Donnerson is there. It's a gain of 4, but a nice tackle by Juan Donnerson. Third down and 3. Quick throw. It's caught. Geisinger, and he's got plenty of room as that's a big first down into Scavengers territory. The Ducks with their best drive so far, it feels like. So they continue to go quick here. Hand off to Generals. Right up the gut. He got a good block in front of him. And it's going to set him just shy of a new set of downs. They continue to move quickly. Schooler looks to throw out of the gun. That one short to Generals. He's got enough for the first, though. Anthony was there to make the tackle. First and 10. Hand off to Generals. He goes nowhere. Good tackle there. That brings up 2nd and 9. Quick throw and nowhere to go. Millhauser. 3rd down and 9. Big 3rd down here for Oregon as they need something here on this drive. Schooler finds his man. There's a flag on the field. That one is incomplete. And it doesn't matter. Kindred gets called for the hold. Will they push him back? They do. This puts him maybe out of field goal range here. And Schooler gets it to his man short, but that is too far. Ty Tabor back to return here as this one booted well. And the punt goes out at the 6. So a new drive begins for the Scavengers as off-play action. It's a tight end screen for Matt Gage. And the man who's not known for his running ability picks up the first. They were not ready for the tight end screen there off the play action. As a 4-yard pickup by Blanco there following suit. 2nd and 6. They are definitely taking Oregon by surprise, it feels, with a lot of these plays as a flag flies here. It looks like Kenoy getting called on this one. So the hold brings them back. Only the 2nd penalty today. 2nd and 16. Handoff goes to McBath, and he's going to have a good chunk. Picks up half. 3rd and 8 now. Can they find enough for the first is the question. Handoff to McBath. Very interesting here. They play it safe, trying to, I guess, set up a 4th down situation. Either way, it goes back to Oregon, and now DeJounte Generals back to work. Schooler in the pistol here. Generals behind him. Hand off to Generals, and down he goes. Millhauser is there, and that'll take us to the 4th and final quarter of action. Throw up those 4s, folks. Scavengers on top, 20-0. The fourth quarter begins. Oregon with the football. We'll see how things go here as Schooler just throws that one away, and they've got to go for it. 4th and 5. Schooler looking to throw, pressure coming. He's going to take off. He will take off fully, and he's got a first down and more down at the 30. A good run for Schooler. He got lucky nobody could catch him from behind before he passed that first down marker. Split back set here as Generals the man in motion. Schooler over the middle finds Geisinger, and he's got the touchdown. The shutout is over as Oregon finds pay dirt for the first time today. Well, the Scavengers played it safe on their last drive. Right at the end, they ran the football instead of going for a big first down pass possibly. They tried to play it safe. We'll see what they do here. Up now only 2 scores. 2nd and 10 after no gain from McBath on the last run. Here he finds room, and that's going to be a 7-yard pickup. 3rd down and 3. Blanco in the ball game. They go Blanco's way on the ground. He's going to have enough for the first. Followed Moses Holiday there. 1st and 10. It's a quick throw. That's Luvo. He has been the favorite target today, and it's working. 2nd and 3. Hand off to McBath. Right up the middle. He's going to have enough for the first. Scavengers just killing clock at this point. 1st down and 10. Screen set up quickly. No room to work with. That's a loss of 3. So brings up 2nd and 13. They hand off to McBath. Ducks were everywhere. So 3rd down and long. They just go with the jet pass here to Quickly. Spins away from some guys, and it's going to be close to a new set of downs. Not enough as they boot this one back. The defense has done well today. Can they keep it going, though, is the question. That's a nice tackle here. 2nd down and 5. Schooler empty set. He'll take the snap. Quick throw. That's caught just shy of the mark. 3rd down and inches now. It's a handoff to Generals, but he's caught. A great tackle there by Donnerson and company. And that'll bring up 4th and 2. Can the defense stop them? No, they can't. Generals gets the football. And they start running this no huddle with 3:20 left to go in this game. They are down 2 scores. If they were to score, they'd need an onside recovery. This one's caught. Geisinger with the first down. He's been their best weapon offensively as they continue to move quick. Schooler looking to throw. To the sideline, incomplete. Just threw that one away as it brings up 2nd and 10. Schooler into the hands of Randall Glenn. He threw it into a mass. Glenn comes away with it, and he's going to take it all the way back. Pick 6 Scavengers as Glenn scores 6 for him. That might put this game on ice. We might be serving duck for dinner. A huge pick 6 may have just ended this game as the Scavengers look to go for 2 to make it a pure 3-score ball game. And Shaq McBath just waltzes in. It's a 21-point game, folks, with 2:44 left to go. So Schooler and company need a miracle as Generals finds room. He was matched up on Clay, picks up the first. So a new set of downs for Oregon as they continue to run this no-huddle offense. Schooler taking a shot. It's knocked away. Keelan Holbrook. 2nd and 10. Deep shot again. And this one knocked up in the air. It's caught by Geisinger off the tip. Jeremy Crane knocked it in the air, the redshirt freshman. But Geisinger finds it and scores. Give him credit where credit is deserved. As now the onside attempt recovered by the Scavengers. So 1st and 10 now. Scavengers just looking to run this clock. McBath doesn't go far there. 2nd and 10. Payne under center. McBath in the backfield. Hand off to McBath. A great block there by the offensive line. But nowhere to go as it'll bring up 3rd down and 8. Hand off McBath. He makes one man miss, and he'll be just shy of the mark, but a flag flew. And more than likely, they are not going to accept this, and they do not. As now it's a field goal attempt for George Lincoln. He's been good so far today. He remains perfect. So 3 more points makes it once again a 3-score ball game. 31-14, $1.50 left. Schooler trying to make another miracle happen here to give Oregon a chance. They got lucky off the tip last time out. 2nd and 7, Schooler to throw. Underneath, that's caught, and it'll be a new set of downs. They'll start sprinting to that line again. 1st and 10, Schooler. Plenty of time. Just checks this one down as Millhauser's there on Generals. Clock keeps ticking, though. 2 timeouts for the Ducks. They're not going to use them, though, until they desperately need to. Schooler checks it down, and that's going to be enough for the first. Decker, the man who got there. So a new set of downs. Looking to throw. Schooler going to run instead with it. No, he's sitting there. Chucks it downfield. Wide open is a man. And that's a new set of downs inside the 10. 1st and goal. Schooler throws on the run. That one sails out the back of the end zone. Under a minute to go in this one. To the end zone, touchdown. That's Tripucka with the catch. And the Ducks will add another touchdown to make this game look a little bit better. So the onside kick attempt again. This one bounces upward, and it's picked up. Trey and Bell. That is it. This one is over. The Scavengers do it again to the defending national champions. 31-21. The Scavengers win. And a big day for Talialuvo. This new offense definitely helped him out. 5 catches, 84 yards, and 2 touchdowns to make him your player of the game. But some crazy plays in this one. You had the pick 6 by Randall Glenn. You had Jaden Anthony's first career interception. You had, of course, the tip drill by Geisinger for Oregon. I mean, an absolute fantastic day for the Scavengers offensively, at least. 201 yards on 15 of 24 for Matt Payne. He didn't play perfect, but he did more than enough. McBath, 19 carries, 83 yards. Certainly doesn't look like we're going to see McBath doing what he did as much last year where he had those big breakaway runs. I don't know if we're going to see those as much, especially early here in the year against very good teams. But another good day on the ground by the backs. And Alex Slade and Luvo looked great, 84 and 82 yards respectively for them. This offense looks more balanced. I think we can say that. I don't know if that's the biggest positive they were looking for, but they were quite balanced. No sacks today, sadly. However, the interceptions came in big with Glenn and Anthony, the former, with the pick 6. And because of that, well, and also we were the only Pac-12 team playing in Week 0, Randall Glenn was your Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Week. And for the offensive side, well, it went to Taulialuvo. So, we'll take it. It means nothing given the only Pac-12 team playing this week was us. But now the team carries in some positives. Going in to Coach Booker's alma mater next week against the Oklahoma State Cowboys. It's a homecoming for the coach. Can they come through for him? I am Jonathan West. You are watching Death Valley Television, and your Death Valley Technical Scavengers somehow shocked the national champions. I don't know how they did it, but they took down Oregon. Now they look for a game that Coach Booker has been waiting for. This year they were able to get the game he's been wanting. He gets to head home to his alma mater, Oklahoma State, and face the Cowboys. Now, OSU is ranked number 17 in the nation, so it's another top 25 matchup for DVT. And as everything else checks out, the Pac-12 will be starting full on now. DVT will not be the only team to have played a game after today is all said and done. Now let's talk about this OSU team. Oklahoma State's team, certainly nothing to really gawk at overall, but nothing to be taken lightly. As Malukai Smith, with a pretty solid season last year, 26 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, and over 3,000 yards passing, is a guy to watch out for, especially with Trey Griffiths as his top receiver. Now, Griffiths is deadly. 509 yards last year, 6 touchdowns. He is a speed threat at 6'3". I mean, he can go up and get it as well. So keep your eyes out for the fastest man on the field. Now, defensively, Brian Benitez is the top guy on this defense. He's the leader at the middle linebacker spot, and the former 3-star prospect has had a great career here at Oklahoma State. 79 total tackles last year, 2 sacks and 2 picks. That nearly matches what he was able to do sack and interception-wise a year prior to that. And at corner, Willie Nelson, no, not the musical artist, is the top guy in that secondary. He only stands at 5'8", but do not let that size confuse you. He plays a lot taller than he is. The 170-pound 3-star former prospect. 60 tackles, a sack, and 3 interceptions last year. I think that says everything you need to know about how good Willie Nelson is. And they're going to have to keep their eyes out on him. Matt Payne has had his interception issues. Hopefully Nelson doesn't take advantage of that. As we head down to the field here in Oklahoma State. And for Coach Booker, I'm sure it's good to be back home, technically. But he's here with his new family, the Death Valley Technical Scavengers, and they're looking to shock everyone again and show that last season was not a fluke. And we are off in this one, and it's going to be Ty Tabor, the true freshman, back to return. Still questions on if they will redshirt him or not. This is his second game of the allotted 4 he can play. Shaq McBath, the top back here on the team, looking to get his season going even more so. Their new stylized offense has been pretty good through 1 week of play, as that's going to be a solid carry to start things off for a gain of 10. They remain in the I form, though, or I should say the offset I, as McBath takes this one outside a bit, still has enough for the first, and a new set of downs. They go to the gun now, Payne with Blanco to his right. Hand off to Nico. Nico up the gut, and he's got plenty of room. A new set of downs. So the ground game off to a very good start for the Scavengers, and they will continue to ride it as another first down carry. Nico, Blanco, and Shaq McBath, folks, a deadly tandem in the backfield right now as they go play action. Payne checks it down, but it's going to be a loss of 3. Everyone pretty well covered from the looks of things. 2nd and 13. They'll go back to their ground game. This time, though, Shaq caught quick. Could only find 4 yards out of that. It makes it a 3rd down and 9. Can they pick up this first? They flip this one, the jet to Luvo. He's got a block from Matt Gage, and that's going to be enough for the first. He stepped out of bounds. Could have had even more if he hadn't. But they get back to work. Screen set up here for Luvo as he's got another nice pickup. Gain of 7. 2nd down and 3 after the bubble screen. They go back to McBath. Cuts back inside as the first down on the ground, and the drive continues. Blanco checks in now to spell McBath. And he'll take it out wide. Tries to make a man miss. Can't do so, but picks up 9. And this offense is clicking specifically on the ground today. Through the air they go on 2nd and 1. That one's caught. Slade. It's a new set of downs down to the 2. The redshirt freshman really showing up early already this season. As a handoff here to McBath. He fights. Cannot get in. So they bring in Quincy Fehoko into the ball game. They go to the fullback, though. That is true freshman Dakota Pounds. Redshirt freshman Dakota Pounds. He'll pick up the touchdown, his first of his Scavengers career. So a huge touchdown to start things. The ground game gets them going, as now it's Oklahoma State's offense getting out on the field. 1st and 10 here for the Cowboys as they go with their ground game in Rodney Fields Jr. He can be a deadly back in that backfield. We'll see how much they utilize him today as they go right back to him on 2nd and 1. Maybe the battle of the backs. 1st and 10. Fields in motion as the pump fake. This one is caught. I don't know how, but a new set of downs. 1st and 10 after the big pass play. They go with the jet sweep. Griffith's not going to find room there. 2nd and 18. Looking to throw. Smith over the middle finds his man, and it's a big play. That'll take us to the end of this first quarter of action, though. 7-0 Scavengers on top. The Cowboys are driving, though, and they're looking like they're going to find some points. 1st down and goal here at the 9-yard line to start the second quarter of action. It's a handoff to Fields. Almost called it a keeper, but Xavier Miles and company get there. Miles, though, banged up. Could be a big loss for this team. So Xavier Miles has been a godsend for that defensive front. As this is a jet to Rodney Fields. He's in. Touchdown Oklahoma State. And the Cowboys answer the touchdown of the Scavengers. Looks like we're going to see a lot of the running backs today, and it's going to come down to whose plays better. 1st and 10 now here for the Scavengers offense as they now have to answer the Cowboys touchdown as Macbeth can't find room. A flag flies as well. This is going to be on Deontay Kanoy. Deontay Kanoy called for the hold. It's going to be 1st and 20 now. Hand off here to Macbeth as he's got the outside, spins away from one man and picks up a big chunk there. Gain of 16. 2nd and 4. Hand off goes to Blanco up the middle. He was following Grant Huff, who's getting a second chance to start today. They didn't want to automatically pull him after what they saw with Isaiah Crowder and Jermaine Houston last year, as incomplete. Slade couldn't hang on to it. A punt from DVT, as that's the first punt of the day by either side, and that's the first sack. Barry Michaels, some sweet sack music. It's the first sack of the day, and the senior gets us going. We'll see if the defense can keep this up at least. There's been some questions about how good this defensive line can be, as that's a good hit there by Jaden Anthony. 3rd down and 13. Pressure coming. It's a screen set up, and that's got Griffiths open, but he's going to be just shy. Jaden Anthony with the tackle. So 1st and 10 after the Cowboys punt. The Scavengers take back over, and Macbeth, trying to find room, was able to find a bit for a gain of 7 there. Puts them in a manageable 2nd and 3. They go back to Macbeth on the ground, and he's going to have a good pickup, but a flag flies. And we just talked about Grant Huff. He gets called for the hold. Could see Albert Puzzles get placed back in if that continues. Hand off to Blanco. He can't find room, and that hold forces a 3rd and 12 now. Man in motion. That's quickly on the jet toss, and he's going to have room, but just shy of the 1st. They're going to go for it. Quincy Fehoko out there running back. It's a sneak, and they hold him up. Payne didn't get it. A turnover on downs, and the Cowboys take over. Rodney Fields on the run to start this drive, and they're already in field goal range. 2nd and inches. It's play action. That one dropped. The receivers right now not doing their best work for Oklahoma State, as that's going to be a nice run for Fields, picking up the 1st down. 1st and 10. Smith hands off to Fields, but nowhere to go. Earl Shell on the tackle. 2nd and 12. Hand off to Fields. Fields has room. He's going to get dragged down by Raheem Clay, shy of the mark. So 3rd and short. He'll go back to Fields. He's going to have the 1st and gets taken down. Still a new set of downs, and with 2 minutes to go here in the half. Smith throws this one away. $1:55 left on the clock for this first half action. 2nd and 10 for the Cowboys. Smith to throw. And this one thrown away again out the back of the end zone. The secondary doing a great job. There were some questions of how this secondary would perform. As down goes Smith. It's been Laney who got there. James Decker came in late, but it's Laney who got there first. And that brings up a field goal attempt for the Cowboys with time still on the clock if you're DVT. The kick is up and good. It's Cowboys' first lead of the day. And with $1:33 and 2 timeouts, DVT with a chance. Can they answer it all here? As that one's caught, Kavion quickly picks up the 1st. A new set of downs. Clock keeps ticking here. Payne Goes towards the sideline, but incomplete, intended for Slade. 2nd and 10. Payne. Plenty of time, steps up a bit, finds Trey and Bell. It's a new set of downs. 1 minute left before we head to halftime. This one caught shy quickly. That's going to be a gain of 7. They're getting closer to field goal range. Payne with time, takes the shot. Luvo got behind him. Touchdown Scavengers. Talia Luvu. The senior-to-senior connection has been money so far this season. Unbelievable work getting behind the defense. So a 14-10 lead right now. Still 25 seconds left on the clock for the Cowboys of OK State. And that one almost intercepted, but a 6-yard pickup. 2 timeouts left now. 2nd and 4. Smith to throw underneath. That one's caught, and it took a lot to take him down. They still have 15 seconds, and they are about maybe 20 yards from a attemptable field goal. They'll take the shot here. 1-on-1. Holbrook knocks it down from Griffiths. So 2nd and 10 with 9 seconds. You've got 2 plays at most. Screen setup. It is caught for Griffiths, and he may be fast, but not enough. 3rd and 2. It'll just be a Hail Mary to the end zone here. Smith's got an arm, and he sends this one to the back of the end zone. It's incomplete, and that will take us to halftime. 14-10, Scavengers currently on top of Oklahoma State, and that's got to impress some of these running backs thereafter. Tony Villarreal, sorry for the poor pronunciation, is the backup plan to B.J. Crow right now. Paul Lamar is a wide receiver they're going hard after, but Arizona State seems like the favorite right there so far. Another name to keep in mind. Tevin Nicholas. Now, his only offer is DVT, and they are heavily going after some of these guys right now. Like Raphael Butcher, I have heard a lot of talk with his name. Currently favoring UTEP. Scavengers are certainly making their presence known. Now, Taliva Luvu has been having a day. 3 catches, 3 targets, 65 yards. And arguably the play of the day so far before half. We'll see if that all continues in this second half of action. Scavengers up 14-10. Second half coming up next. The second half of action begins here on Death Valley Television. I'm Jonathan West, and it's OK State football to begin things as Smith off play action finds his man as that's a new set of downs. At the 40-yard line here now, Smith, play action again. This one caught in the middle of a number of white jerseys. It's another big pass play, and OK State already in field goal range. Hand off Rodney Fields, but Raheem Clay says, I don't think so. 2nd and 12 now after Clay gets the big hit on Fields. Nowhere to go again for Fields. So 3rd and long. Smith out of the gun, looking to throw. Plenty of time. It runs out. It's another sack. This one's Xavier Miles. He was banged up earlier today, but he gets the sack there. I said it earlier, Xavier Miles has been a godsend for this defensive line, and the former Syracuse defensive tackle has been fantastic. As Payne rolling out here, gets this one out to Dakota Pounds, as that'll be a pickup of 5. 2nd and 5. Scavengers looking to increase their lead on this drive as a handoff here to McBath goes nowhere. 3rd and 5. Blanco in the gun with Payne. It's a handoff to Blanco. They were not ready for that one as he's got the first and more. First down and 10 at the 35. Play action is Payne rolling out and finds his man. That is caught, I believe. That was Nico Blanco on the catch. Second and 3. Handoff Blanco. Good blocking up front leads to a first down there. And for those keeping tabs, I know some keeping an eye on the offensive line changes that happened last year. Grant Huff still in at center right now. Second and 7. Shotgun set here. Payne with plenty of time finds a wide open Trey and Bell, and he's going to have a big play down to the red zone. The offense is clicking to start the second half for them. First and 10, and the gun again is Payne. And it's a keeper, not a good read by Payne that time around. Loses 2 there, and it brings up second and 12. Payne with time, plenty of it, finds Matt Gage, and he's just shy of the end zone. They all thought it was a touchdown for the tight end. Instead, they hand off McBath. He scores, and the Scavengers up their lead to 2 scores. Matt Gage, what a play, though, to get them down to the 1. Well, the Cowboys now looking at a 2-score deficit to their former defensive lineman, or I should say pass rusher, played outside linebacker here at Oklahoma State in their 3-4. Second and inches now after that catch. Smith in the empty. He throws quick. That is caught by Fields in a new set of downs. First and 10. Are we going to see a lot of Rodney Fields on the ground's the question now, as they do hand it off to him, but he's caught quickly. Xavier Miles takes us to the end of the third. And throw up those 4s, folks. It's 21-10. Scavengers fully on top in this one. The Scavengers fans that have made the trek are happy to be here. I can tell you that from the sounds of the fans. As this one is caught. Griffiths again picking up a first down. New set of downs. It's been relatively quiet here in Oklahoma State since the Scavengers have gotten that lead and now extended it as Rodney Fields, though, trying to get the energy back in the stadium. In the red zone are the Cowboys as Smith. Play action, no biting for Earl Shell. Sacked. There's been a lot of positives with his play and a lot of talk in the building of him getting more snaps in those nickel sets as a pass rusher. They have not been impressed by Ben Laney's play this season, I can tell you that right now. As pressure was coming from inside, that forced a quick throw and nothing much going there. Third down and 18. They're going to need a big player, the Cowboys. Smith tried to get one, but it's picked off. Keelan Holbrook. He had a phenomenal first year starting last year and just suckers in Smith that time around. Big interception, and the Scavengers stop any points for Oklahoma State on this drive. First and 10 now here for the Scavengers as they try to put an end to this ball game. Play action, and that one almost intercepted. Probably should have been. Payne lucky he wasn't seeing a guy running the opposite direction. Screen set up here, and it does not set up quick enough as that one luckily just winds up incomplete for a 3rd and 10. They flip this one to Kavion quickly. A flag on the field. It would be a first down and plenty more, but this one's coming back courtesy of Grant Huff. Huff still in the ball game here on 3rd and 17. As Payne lobs this one up for Alex Slade, and he's just shy. He's as close as you can be, so they're going to go for it. They didn't get the last one, but they got that one. The sneak works out, and DVT keeps the drive alive. Handoff here goes to McBath. He can't get outside, though, quick enough. It's a loss of 3. 2nd and 13, shotgun set. Payne setting up the screen for Shaq McBath. And he's going to have a solid pickup. Gain of 7 there makes it a more manageable 3rd and 6. Payne now just throws this one out to McBath, but he couldn't find anything. Forces another Scavengers punt. And now the Cowboys, maybe with a little bit of hope that they can fight back in this one. 2nd and 8 after the gain of 2. Smith in the gun, takes the snap, looking to throw. He's got plenty of time to find his man, and that's going to be a new set of downs. They're running a bit quicker now. Smith underneath, that's caught Griffiths, and he's got a 1st down. They are just trying to find ways to get Griffiths in open space just to utilize that speed. Time, though, is of the essence for them. As the pressure was getting there, that one is caught and just shy of the mark. 2nd and 1. Smith looking to throw. Wide open, finds his man, a new set of downs. They move quick again. Remaining in the gun here. Smith with Fields to his left. He makes a change. Takes the snap. Pressure coming. He gets it to Fields. Fields avoids one man. That was Randall Glenn. And it's going to be a gain of about 5. 2nd and 5 under 3 minutes to go in this ball game. Still down 2 scores of the Cowboys. Scavengers defense trying to finish things off, but wide open, a new set of downs and out of bounds. So 2:38 stops on the clock. Play action. Smith to the back of the end zone. It's caught. Touchdown Cowboys, and Oklahoma State making it a bowl game. Garth Durant on the touchdown, and it certainly has not stopped this from being a game as they go for 2. Smith rolling out, time running out, the ball pops loose. It doesn't matter. They're now going to need a touchdown. Barry Michaels and company got there, and it is exactly what they needed to keep this a touchdown ball game. 5-point game as this kick goes to Ty Tabor. He's got room. He's got space to the 50, the 40, 30, 20, 10, 5. The true freshman has the first kickoff return in DVT history. Well, do you redshirt the kid? Now's the question. He's got the first kickoff return in school history. I don't know if you can afford to redshirt that young man now. Well, who saw that coming? A 12-point ball game now after the first kickoff return in school history by Ty Tabor. As it's a gain of 8 off that last play. Cowboys going quick, but time is of the essence. Smith looking to throw. It's caught and out of bounds as Rodney Fields. 1st and 10. Smith looking to throw. underneath. Griffith makes a man look silly there, and that's going to be near a new set of downs. 2-minute warning has passed. All 3 timeouts for Oklahoma State, though they need 2 scores. This will help, as that's Griffith who got behind John Crane, the redshirt freshman corner. And a huge touchdown for Oklahoma State to answer the kick return. That makes it a 5-point game again, as Tabor, getting another chance to do the impossible, makes a man miss, says he's not going to get the touchdown this time around. The Scavengers, though, now just need to use these OK State timeouts. It's a tight end screen to start things for Matt Gage. And it does take a timeout away from OK State. 2nd and 6. They keep it on the ground with McBath. He picks up a bit. Timeout number 2 taken. 3rd and 4. A first down seals it. McBath in the backfield. They hand it his way. He's got help. That's a first and more. This game is over. Alani Booker comes back home to get a W against his alma mater. And your Death Valley Technical Scavengers start the year 2-0. And an exciting game, I would say. I would not call Matt Payne player of the game. Had a very good outing, but we've got to say Ty Tabor, the true freshman running back, has to get the award for player of the game. The first ever kick return in school history was the difference maker. You can say all you want. That won them this game. You can't tell me otherwise. Matt Payne, though, with a solid outing, 17 of 21, over 200 yards passing and a touchdown to go along with it. Shaq McBath averaged 4.8 yards a carry on 13 carries. It has not been a monster outing for McBath yet this season, but what has happened is they have spread the ball around on offense. You look at the numbers on the catches and who has caught the ball. They are spreading the ball around, and I think that is helping this team by a mile, both in the ground game and through the air. Jaden Anthony leads this team in tackles today. 10 tackles on the day for the redshirt freshman corner, but they got sacks. 4 to be precise. Miles with 1, Shell, Michaels, and then Laney and Decker sharing 1. A great day for DVT, specifically the true freshman and the first ever kick return in school history. Phenomenal. But now they set their sights onto the number 5 team in the nation. It's the first home game of the season, and they take on USF, who tried to shock the world last year in the college football playoffs. It's going to be a very, very interesting one for the first home game of the season. I am Jonathan West. You are watching Death Valley Television, and the Death Valley Technical Scavengers are off to a good start at 2-0 on the year. It sounds like another year that people are going to call a fluke, if you ask me. But they have a tough test in front of them with the University of Southern Florida Bulls, who shocked everyone last year, making the college football playoffs and making a good run in said playoffs. So the Scavengers are going to have their work cut out for them this week as they take on Marcellus Tate, the athletic quarterback out of Neptune Beach, Florida. And when I say athletic, this kid is possibly the deadliest weapon on this Bulls team. 240 yards and 3 touchdowns early this year. It's his first year starting, and I've seen the tape of this kid athletically, and it is insane. Behind him, he'll have Alvin Isaac, the running back out of Hawthorne, Florida. Only stands 5'9", 166, but he is a deadly weapon. 853 yards last season on the ground and 7 total touchdowns. The downside, he lost 3 fumbles, So the Bulls will have to be iffy on that. However, defensively, it's their best player, Ashton Mosley, out of Blountstown, Florida. 2.5 sacks so far this season, 11 all of last year. He is the biggest threat, I'd say, on the defensive side and the deadliest player on this team. Now, in the back end of that defense, it's senior Kendall Malone, who you got to watch out for. The young man out of Hawaii is a very good man-to-man corner. 8 interceptions last year. That is not a typo, folks. 8 picks all of last year for him. Matt Payne is going to have to be very, very careful as we take you down to the hunting grounds for the home opener as we're off in this one. George Lincoln III gets us underway. It is a kneel to start things. And out will come the offense for the Bulls. Jonathan Eccles, we didn't even talk about, the big tight end on offense. He can be a top target if they get things going his way. 1st and 10, though. Handoff goes to Isaac, and he's going to have a new set of downs right off the bat. 1st and 10 here. The Scavengers defense making a slight change as Earl Shell is getting more snaps on the outside as a pure rusher. They want to see how he plays. He's played very good against the run this season so far. They want to see if he can get to the quarterback at all as Isaac has been the top guy so far. 3rd down and 6. Tate pressured quickly. The screen does not set. Down he goes as Juan Donnerson got there first. So a big sack for the redshirt freshman linebacker. Gets the ball on offense for DVT. Now, of course, last week, Ty Tabor had the first ever kick return in school history. He makes a man look silly on a spin. That's going to open room. He's past midfield to the 40, the 30, down to the 20-yard line. What a punt return for the freshman. This is his 3rd game. So the questions are, do you redshirt him? Right now, I'm thinking they will not, to keep this deadly threat available all season long, as 3 yards to open things for Nico Blanco on the ground. Blanco starting out here with Payne in the gun as they go Blanco's way again, and he's not going to find much there. So that'll make it 3rd down and 5. Macbeth in the ball game. They're just going to hand it off. Macbeth trying to take it out, makes a man miss. He's fighting and gets just shy of the mark. So the offense stays out on 4th and inches. They go Dakota Pounds, and he's going to have enough. 1st and goal after Pounds picks up the first. It's play action. Payne rolling right, just throws this one away to play it safe. He'll bring up 2nd and goal. So the first throw of the day, incomplete. Playing it safe was Payne. They go back to the ground with Macbeth, and he'll get him inside the 5. 3rd down and goal now. Payne in the gun. Blanco to his right. Payne takes the snap. Plenty of time here. And he throws that one right into the hands of a Bull, and that's intercepted. An early mistake by Matt Payne, and to think he didn't throw it to the man with 8 interceptions last year. But that right there just kills off a fantastic possible start for this Death Valley Technical offense. Jeremiah Verer with the interception. And right now, this defense has to pick up slack for the offense after an interception inside the 5. 2nd and 1. Tate with a man in motion. That's Eccles. Handoff goes to Isaac. He's got the first down. So a new set of downs. Tate almost getting Barry Michaels to jump. He's done that plenty in his career here at DVT. Yes, that's a big hit on Eccles that jars that one loose. 2nd and 10 now. Tate at the empty. Quick throw. Eccles, the tight end, gets close, but not enough. 3rd and 1. Tate in the gun, takes the snap, quick throw. Eccles is hit, that ball's in the air, it's picked off! Randall Glenn, it was Eli Millhauser who hit Eccles in about the knee, it looked like, the back of the knee. That popped the ball up into the air as he was coming down to the ground, and Randall Glenn takes advantage, interception Scavengers, and now, hey, maybe the offense can find something. 1st and 10, Payne with Blanco to his right. Can they take advantage of the Scavengers pick here, as that's a 4-yard pickup? McBath now checks in. They go to the pistol set. Man in motion is Slade. They flip it his way on the jet pass. Good block from Luvo. Slade with open field to the 20. 10-5, touchdown Scavengers. It's the easiest way for Matt Payne to get a passing touchdown as Alex Slade takes it the distance. He got the Scooter Page comp when they scouted and brought him in, and he certainly has lived up to it so far, as that gives the Scavengers the first lead of the day, and the Bulls now have to answer as Isaac can't find much here. Gain of 3. 2nd and 7. Tate to the air. He'll swing this one out to Isaac, and he'll go out of bounds well behind the line. It's a big loss there. 3rd and 12 now. They drop back, and this one is caught on the sideline. What a catch. A new set of downs for the Bulls. Tate with a fantastic throw on that last pass as Isaac goes nowhere, and we head to the end of 1. It's 7-0 Scavengers on top in this one, but neither offense has really gotten going yet. So the second quarter begins here, folks. Marcellus Tate and the USF offense out there as that screen did not set up quick enough. Incomplete. 3rd down and 10. Tate with time, he's going to roll out, try and run with it. There's that athleticism, and that's a new set of downs. 1st and 10. Tate hands off to Isaac. Isaac does not find much. Ran right into James Decker. 2nd and 9. It's play action, but down goes Tate. Millhauser wasn't fooled on the blitz. It's a sack for the redshirt sophomore JUCO transfer. He made a big play earlier, causing an interception essentially. Gets the big sack there, and now it's 3rd and 16. Tate gonna run with it again. It worked out last time, works out this time. 1st down run for Marcellus Tate. So they might have to put a spy in place as Tate has been the deadliest weapon on offense right now. Hand off to Isaac. He gets bottled up quickly by Clay and company. 2nd and 6. Tate takes the snap, looks to throw. This one is incomplete. Keelan Holbrook on the hit. So 3rd down and 6 now. Tate. Plenty of time, and this one nearly intercepted by Jaden Anthony. That's going to force them to settle. It's a 40-yard kick. It's up. It's good. And 43-yard kick is good. And Jeremy Crane having some words with the kicker. Not normally what you see on a field goal, but either way, it remains a Scavenger lead, but only by 4 as pressure was coming in on the play action. And luckily just incomplete. 2nd and 10. Payne hands off to McBath. He's caught quick. It's going to be a gain of 4 and sets up 3rd down and 6. Payne takes the snap out of the gun. Plenty of time. And he just throws that one to the turf essentially as it's incomplete. It has been a rough day for Matt Payne on offense. His only good play was really all the work done by Alex Slade. 3-yard pickup from Isaac on that last play. Hand off to Alvin Isaac again, and he gets a good chunk there. 3rd and 3, very manageable as the Scavengers show blitz. They bring it, and the screen does not set up quick enough again. So it forces another Bulls punt. It has been punt after punt after punt or turnover in this ball game as Blanco finds room. He's got a first. Arguably the best run of the day so far. 1st and 10. Payne hands off and nowhere to go for McBath as Grant Huff let him loose. And that has forced a change at center as Albert Puzzles is in. A flag flies as Matt Gage has the first there. But Puzzles, who was just inserted at center, is called for the hold. Not a good way to start off the game for Puzzles. 2nd and 23 now. Payne takes the snap. Downfield, it's caught, no, incomplete. Gage couldn't hang on. So a big 3rd and 23. Payne just takes a shot for Luvo, and that one incomplete. Too far for his number 1 guy. And that's going to force another Scavengers punt, but they defend the run with Isaac well. Juan Donnerson on that last tackle. It'll be 2nd and 10. They send a bit of pressure, but nothing comes through as Clay able to tackle the man shy of the mark. 3rd and 2. It's a handoff to Isaac, but he stood up. Donnerson and company. So they punt it again. And Tabor gonna have a chance. Can he get another big return? He's got some blocks to the outside. Tabor's got space, and it's another good return, this one up near midfield. The true freshman running back has definitely been looking very good as this throw finds its mark with Alex Slade. Haven't seen a lot of that today as the Scavengers probably in field goal range from here for the leg of Lincoln, as that's going to be a 2-yard pickup. 2nd and 8. Blanco beside Payne. They go Blanco's way, right up the middle, plenty of space. He's got a new set of downs. Clock keeps ticking. 40 seconds left to go in the half as Payne takes the snap. Underneath, goes to Slade. It's a short gain. He's got 70 yards already today. 2nd and 7. Payne to throw. Over the middle. That one's picked off. He wanted Luvo. 2 men in the area. And an easy interception for the Bulls. It is a bad day if your name is Matt Payne. 2 interceptions in the red zone today. That'll take us to half after the McCracken pick. And there hasn't been a lot of good to talk about there. Let's talk about some good, though, here as we talk about B.J. Crow, the top running back on the Scavengers board now. He has the Scavengers number 1 from what I've heard. So that is a big positive there. They're hoping they can lock him down sooner rather than later. Another name to keep in mind, Nick Burden. It sounds like the Scavengers are off to a very quick favorite run with Burden, but USC and UCLA going to try and fight hard for the tackle out of Oakland. Another name to watch is Paul Lamar. Currently, the Scavengers are fighting to get some more interest from him, but they do have a big positive. He wants to stay close to home there. So a big chance for the 6', 192 route runner. One of the top receivers in this recruiting class. And Raphael Butcher is another name to keep in mind. He has been tossing and turning over his decision from what I've heard. The young man out of St. Louis could go anywhere between the Scavengers and UTEP. An interesting situation to watch as that plays out. As for the way this game's gone, well, it hasn't been pretty on either side. Neither team has really found anything to click on offense outside of for the Bulls, Marcellus Tate in the ground game. And then for the Scavengers, one play to Alex Slade. Somebody's going to have to click on offense for this game to open up. Hopefully, it's the Scavengers and not the other way around. Second half of action here in DVT as the Hunting Grounds ready for a second half, hopefully, of good offense by the Scavengers. As Nico Blanco on the ground starts us out with a gain of 7 here. Payne out of the gun, hands off McBath, right up the middle of the space. Shaq McBath with the best run of the day. It gets him past midfield, and McBath gets this crowd going a bit. First and 10, the Scavengers keep the ball on the ground. McBath, another nice carry here, it looks like. Gain of 4. Looked like he might have gotten a little bit more than that initially, but they call it 4 yards. Second and 6. Blanco dives early. I don't know what happened there. It's going to be a loss of 1, as that'll bring up 3rd and 7. Payne underneath the Gage. He hangs on to that one, but that went nowhere, and they keep the offense out there. Bit of a surprise here. They flip this one to Slade. He's got the edge. That's a first down and more. They're inching closer to the red zone, and Slade has had a great day of doing all the work for Matt Payne for the most part. The issue is what happens when they hit the red zone. That has been the problem area for Payne. 2 interceptions in the red zone today. Second and 6. It's a jet sweep handoff, and quickly fights for a gain of 3. 3rd and 3 now. McBath in the backfield. They go his way on the ground. He finds room. Has enough for the first. So 1st and 10. Blanco checks in the gun. It's a screen setup. Blanco with space, and he's going to get him inside the 5 down to the 3. They'll remain in the gun this time with McBath. Hand off to Shaq, but he goes nowhere. Puzzles lets up the big play there. So 2nd and goal. Hand off McBath up the middle. He'll take him down to the 1. So 3rd and goal from about the 1-yard line. They go McBath again. He takes it out wide, and he's in. Touchdown Scavengers. It'll give them a 2-possession lead for the first time today, as they killed nearly all of the 3rd quarter on that drive. So after what was a massively long drive, the Bulls have nearly no time in the 3rd, as a nice tackle there by Millhauser. 2nd and 11. It's a keeper for Tate. They were ready this time. Tate still fought for 4, but they were ready for the athleticism of Marcel Tate that time. 3rd and 7. Pressure was sent. That one's caught by Eccles, and he'll be just shy of the mark, and they'll boot this one away. So the Scavengers with a chance to kill more clock if they choose to, as McBath with a nice first down run, gain of 7. Takes us to the end of the 3rd already. Throw up those 4s, folks. 1 quarter of action left as the ground game has found its mojo. Second and 3 here. Payne in the gun to begin the 4th and final quarter of action, and they go Blanco. He's going out wide. He'll have the first and more. The ground game has found whatever it's needed to find to get going, and that has been the saving grace right now. They flip this one to quickly. The Slade jet pass has worked. That one not so much. A block missed means a loss of 1, and now they go back to the ground game with Blanco. And he somehow would not go down. A nice gain of 10 there sets up 3rd and short. McBath in the ball game. Hand off to Shaq. He's got the first and more. They haven't run out of this strong eye much today, but they're doing it now. And it is working out as some open space to run. Gain of 5 there for McBath. Second down and 5. Blanco in the backfield now in the single back. They go Blanco's way. Wide open space. Spins off 2 men. And that's going to be a new set of downs. First and 10. Blanco still in the backfield. He'll go play action now as time was running out. Incomplete, luckily. It'll be second and 10. Payne hands off to Blanco. They were ready for it. Third down and 10 now. Payne takes the snap out of the gun. He rolls out. He'll take it himself, and he'll get out of bounds to try and save himself. Still took a bit of a hit. Seemed late to me, but no flags fly. First and goal. Handoff here to Nico. He swerved his way in. I don't know how. A bit of serpentining. But Nico Blanco scores, and the Scavengers now take a 3-score lead. So a big lead for the Scavengers now with only 5.5 left to go in this one, and that ball's knocked away. Second and 10. Tate's going to have to do a lot of work here. Over the middle, that one's caught. Going down was the receiver. That's going to be a new set of downs. Flag flies. Someone jumped, and it looks like it was on the Bulls side. We don't see a lot of false starts from the opponents, it feels like. But a big one there pushes them back to 1st and 15. Off play action, Tate over the middle. Eccles has a gain of about 11 there. Second and 4. Tate going to take off with it himself, and he'll slide down safely. Time still ticking, though. 3:41 left to go in this one. Time is of the essence if you're the Bulls, as this one is caught by Isaac. Short gain, though. The no-huddle begins. The Scavengers defense has seen a lot of no-huddle this year so far, as Tate finds his man underneath. Manu Coffey just chasing, as that's going to be a new set of downs. First and 10. Tate, empty set still as they're running this no-huddle offense. Over the middle, it's caught. Another solid pickup, but the clock keeps ticking. Under 3 minutes to go, a 3-score ball game. Tate with time over the middle. It's caught. Touchdown, Bulls. And that is Winton, their top receiver, who finds pay dirt. However, it may be a little too late. The onside kick attempt here for the Bulls. It is picked up one-handed by Trey and Bell, and that's recovered by DVT. They just have to kill clock now. Hand off Blanco. Blanco with room, and it's a solid pickup of 9. Second and 1. Last play before the 2-minute warning. It's a handoff to McBath, and he is stopped. That brings us to the 2-minute warning now. Third and 1. Handoff McBath. He's got the first, and that should just about seal it. The Scavengers come out on top 21-10 over the number 5 ranked USF Bulls. It was not a pretty game on offense by either side. The Scavengers started getting their run game going, and they just kept riding it. That was the second half, folks. You saw how much time they burnt up in the third quarter. They killed nearly the entire quarter thanks to that ground game. And they just lived and died by Shaq McBath and Nico Blanco. It works out in a W this week. They just have to hope it continues to work that way if they have to live and die solely by the ground game. You see Matt Payne's numbers. Ugly. We've heard the arguments before of maybe a quarterback change has to happen. Now you have John Bush as the backup, the transfer. We'll see if that were to happen or not. That's a giant question mark right now. But when the ground game's working like this, 93 yards for McBath, 92 for Blanco, you live and die by what works. And today, it worked out. Next week, could be a giant question mark. We don't know how things are going to work against USC, the Trojans, who have been a legendary team at times in college football. Certainly have fallen down since then for the most part. But the Scavengers look for a big situation there. You look at the offensive line, though, very interesting. Albert Puzzles did get called for a hold his first play. However, 7 pancake blocks from the young center. Could make an argument to start next week, because after that hold, you didn't hear anything really outside of one play let up by him. We'll see how the coaching staff feels about that next weekend. And we'll see if this defense continues to play as well as they did. They kept Tate at bay, a few big plays on the ground, but they did what they had to shut down the run game and to bring a W, well, into the hunting grounds. Next week, DVT, now ranked number 4 in the nation, takes on the Trojans, and all eyes are on California in this one. I am Jonathan West. You are watching Death Valley Television, and the Scavengers are 3-0 on the season and have shocked just about everyone, being the king of the flukes last week, defeating the USF Bulls in what was the Battle of the Flukes, if you want to call it that. The two teams that kind of surprised everyone for the most part last year. Scavengers come out on top and now have to face in-state rival, the USC Trojans. Now, I'm sure the Scavengers will not be favored given the legacy of USC, but they have not been the same USC that we've seen in the past. However, they do have a very solid quarterback now in Pat Times, the lefty junior out of San Mateo, California. So they do have their guy now under center, and he definitely can do some damage. He has been very consistent, though, the past 2 years. 25-plus touchdowns and 7 interceptions each year. So you know what you're getting with him. He also has a big weapon in Daryl Meltry, the tight end. The only thing with the 6'5 tight end is he has not been targeted as much as you'd expect. 11 catches for $162 here in his first year starting. I would have expected more, but we'll see if they try to attack him against guys like Raheem Clay and Juan Donnerson. Now, defensively, Markel Cutler might be their biggest threat on the front four, but he'll have an interesting matchup. We'll talk a bit more about that here in a second. But Cutler, getting his first real chance to shine this season, is doing very, very well. Already tops his tackle numbers from the last 2 years, essentially combined. And we'll see how he fares. Also, Elijah Newberry, the former 4-star out of Cheshire, Connecticut. Don't hear that area very often with recruits here at USC. But he has been fantastic. 4 sacks last season. He's got 2 career interceptions. He can do a bit of everything and do it pretty well. Now, as for the Scavengers, the announcement was made earlier today that Albert Puzzles will be moving into the starting spot at center. So we will see how he fares against Markel Cutler as we head down to the hunting grounds as we are off in this one. USC to return it, and they will just take a knee. No fun to begin this one, at least, as Heath Ragus, the running back for the Trojans. Not expected to be the prime offensive weapon today. He comes out here to see how they begin. It's play action off of Ragus and just thrown away by Times to begin. So 2nd and 10. Times in the gun. He'll keep it on the option, and he'll gain a good chunk of 7. Brought down by Eli Millhauser. 3rd and 3 now. Still in the gun. They pitch it out to Ragus, but Earl Shell was there. Nowhere to go as the Scavengers offense now takes the field after the punt. And we will see how this Scavengers offense answers. 1st and 10 out of the gun with McBath. McBath takes the handoff, and Shaq's got a good run to begin. Gain of 13. 1st and 10. Payne out of the gun here. Hands off to McBath again. Takes this one out wide. Gets some good blocks to the 30, the 20, 10, 5. Touchdown McBath. It only took 2 runs from the senior, and he's already in pay dirt. An early lead for the Scavengers to begin this one. Well, that's quite a way for the offense to start the home opener this season, as looking to throw his Times. He got away from Shell, and that one's knocked away. 2nd and 10. Times hands off to Ragus. He doesn't find much. Juan Donnerson there. 3rd and 7 now. Times pressured. He goes down. It's Earl Shell. He can't get away from him that time. His 1st sack of the day. They want to see more pass rush. They believe Shell can bring it, and that's why he's been given the opportunity on the outside now. And he makes the most of it there, as now the offense for the Scavengers takes back over. Their ground game worked out very good on the 1st drive. Can they do it again? As McBath with a nice pickup there. 2nd and 5. McBath in the backfield. They hand to him again out of the pistol. He's got a 1st down and more, as that's going to get them close to the 40 of the Trojans. 1st and 10. Blanco checks in. There you go. Blanco's way on the ground. He's got enough room for a 1st down. Another nice run as this ground game continues to control. Blanco still in the ball game as they set up a screen, and Blanco with room. He's going to have a gain of 8. Another solid play by this offense as they continue to just get positives. And as I say it, a flag flies in. Looks like it's going to be on Maverick Bentley, the number 2 tight end. And this hold's going to bring him back to 2nd and 11. As soon as I bring up how positive things have been for him, you get the negative plays as down goes Payne. It was Cutler and company. 3rd and 20. Payne looking to throw, taking the shot to the end zone. Luvo had it and couldn't hang on. Incomplete. As George Lincoln III out for a 55-yarder. Kicks up. And it is no good, not by a mile. He was well off the mark, and that gives the Trojans solid field position. Their best to start a drive today as Juan Donnerson once again on Ragus. 2nd and 7. Times takes the snap, looking to throw. Takes a shot downfield. He has a man, and Anthony's chasing. Touchdown, Cade Wilkins. The Trojans scored to tie this one up, and both teams now have one big play that's gotten them into pay dirt. So the Scavengers now have to answer. Can they do so's the question. Hand off here to McBath again as he gets hit after a 4-yard pickup. 2nd and 6. Blanco checks in quickly. Hand off to Blanco. He's got room, plenty of it. It was a good block by Dante Canoy, and that got him a first down. A new set of downs here. Payne looking to throw. He'll roll out to his right. Throws on the run. That's caught. Alex Slade, the first catch for a wide receiver today. Hand off here on a new set of downs. McBath fighting through a man and can only find 3 yards out of that as it takes us to the end of one. All tied up at 7 apiece. The Scavengers living by their ground game, and, well, the Trojans' ground game not doing anything. Second and 7 here as Matt Payne under center. Behind him it is, of course, Shaq McBath, and they're going to go that way quick as he gets close to a new set of downs. Just inches shy of the mark. There you go, McBath again. He's got the first and more with ease. So a new set of downs here. Payne in the gun. Take the snap, looking to throw. Underneath, that's Bell, and he'll have just a short gain of 3. Second and 7. Payne setting up a screen. This one for McBath. A little different than what we're used to as that picks up a first, though. New set of downs, and they're empty. No McBath to speak of in the backfield as they go to the screen here for Slade. He'll have the first and more. The bubble screen works as it's a new set of downs inside the 20. Handoff goes to McBath. Right up the middle he goes fighting. He's already eclipsed 100 yards on the day. Second and 2. Back to McBath. Tries to fight forward, and he'll have a new set of downs, which will give them 4 attempts here at the 1. Hand off to Pounds. Dakota Pounds can't get in. The fullback gets dragged down. Second and goal. They try it again. Pounds slips. And that's going to bring up third and goal from the 2. They are having a time trying to get through this front. The flip to McBath. He's got outside. Stiff arm. He's in, but a flag is out. And it looks like Dante Canoy going to get called for the hold. So from third and goal at the 2, it's third and goal from the 12. Payne going to take off with instead and find maybe 3 yards. They'll have to settle for the George Lincoln chip shot. It's up and good. It is a Scavengers lead, but only by 3. Well, USC back on offense now. 4 minutes to go here in this first half of action as Ragus finds his best run of the day as he's got a new set of downs. Man in motion is Wilkins. It's a keeper for times, but a flag flies quick. This one going to be coming back. And that right there is a familiar face to folks that kept an eye on the transfer portal. That's Eugene Brooks, who chose USC over the Scavengers in the transfer portal. As Times cannot connect with his man, off the hands and incomplete. That'll bring up second and 15. As this one is caught. It's a short gain, but third down and 10 now, showing pressure of the Scavengers, and they bring it. Down goes Times. It's Earl Shell. His second sack of the day, and he is certainly going to celebrate now that the Scavengers are going to have a chance before half. Just under 2 minutes here. 2 timeouts for the Scavengers. Can they at least get into field goal range? Payne underneath. That's quickly, and that's going to be a gain of 6. Second and 4 now. McBath in motion is over the middle. It's intercepted. That was thrown right at the defensive back. An easy pick to make. And Matt Payne cannot be happy. It looked like he had Luvo on the left side wide open downfield. But instead it's an interception. And the Scavengers now have to play defense as USC has a chance. USC with a $1.50 left on the clock. As that one's caught, that's Moultrie, the tight end. First time we're calling his name today. Hyped him up in the pregame. We finally see him making a catch. Is over the middle. That one is caught. Cade Wilkins had the touchdown earlier. Gets that catch right there. As a new set of downs nearing the red zone. Times on the run. And that one dropped by Ragus. Brings up 2nd and 10. Times with time, just throws that one away. No one in the vicinity there. So that brings up 3rd down and 10 now. Ragus. Times nearly throws a pick out of the hands of Juan Donnerson. As that forces them to settle. A 39-yarder is good just inside. And it looks like we might be having a tie ball game here before half. 1st and 10, Matt Payne in the gun. He'll take the snap. They're looking to throw, taking a shot. He wants Luvo, but it's taken away. Interception, the 2nd of the half. And with 28 seconds and 2 timeouts, USC has a chance to get back into field goal range. Braylon Conley, the man on that last interception, and now the Scavengers defense has to come through. As Times can't find his man there, knocked away. 2nd and 10 now. Times looking to throw, plenty of time here. Pressure, that's Earl Shell. Number 3 on the day as they try to move quick. Last play of the half. They will get the snap off, and down goes Times for the 4th time. Earl Shell, a 4th sack on the day. I believe that might be a school record. Taj Coles held the record, I believe, at 3.5. And that right there is number 4 for Earl Shell as we head to half. What a half for Earl Shell. But more importantly, can the Scavengers impress with halves like that? Raphael Butcher, the athlete out of St. Louis, Missouri, expected to come in the next couple weeks. So that is a big visit to mark on your calendars, folks. Bigger news, Paul Lamar, the wide receiver we talked about earlier, has the Scavengers at number 1 now on his board from what I've heard, which is huge news. And even bigger news, the expectation is Brett McInnes, the pass rusher out of Los Gatos, is expected to commit this very week, and the expectation is the Scavengers. As for the way things are going in the game, well, it's been mainly all the Scavengers' rush game. A $127 on the ground for them, negative 16 yards on the ground if you're the Trojans. It has not looked good when they've run the ball. When they've thrown, maybe a little bit. But the Scavengers' ground game has been their lifeblood. They got to get back to it. And I think you live and die by that ground game today and nothing more. It's 10-10 all tied up in half. We'll see if things change in the second half of action. Welcome back, everyone. You are watching Death Valley Television. I am Jonathan West. The second half of action getting underway. Here's the Scavengers have made a change at quarterback. That is Shaq McBath on the run, but John Bush, the sophomore transfer, now in at quarterback. We will see if they stick with this. I take it they're just getting a look after the rough first half for Matt Payne. The passing attack has done really nothing today, and of course 2 interceptions on the day as the keeper here does not work. 2nd and 14. Bush in the gun. McBath to his right. They go back to McBath. It has been all about the ground game today, but they are going to have to throw this one. 3rd and 9. Bush. Plenty of time. He got hit as he threw it. Got to Luvo, though. That's a new set of downs. First catch for Luvo today, and Bush with a big play right there as wrapped up is Blanco. That was Marquette Cutler. Bush setting up a screen here. It's caught. Blanco able to avoid a down defender who tried to block the catch. Did not work out. So that brings up a more manageable 3rd down and 5. They hand off to McBath. He got caught up and nowhere to go. So they'll settle for the 48-yarder. Kicks up. It's right down the middle and good for George Lincoln III. Scavengers back on top once again, only by 3. USC now out here to begin their first offensive possession of the half, and that one almost sacked again by Shell, but that's taken away. Randall Glenn, the veteran in that secondary, the senior with the pick. He has been amazing this season. No one understands how he's been getting these interceptions, but he has. Had one last week as well off of a ball that got bounced into the sky. Gets another one this week. So a big interception keeps John Bush in the offense out there as they go back to their ground game, as that is going to be a flag, and it looks like Albert Puzzle is going to get called for this hold. Brought it up in pregame, a tough matchup against Cutler. 1st and 20. Bush to throw. Plenty of time here, and that one's just off the mark. So that'll bring up 2nd and 20. Bush looking to throw. He'll go shy to Matt Gage. That's going to be a gain of maybe 3. They're going to need a big play on 3rd down and 17. Bush with time takes off with it instead and slides down safely but shy of the sticks. They'll punt this one back to the Trojans as the pick does nothing to cost them as Ragus picks up 4 there. 2nd and 6. It's another handoff to Ragus. He's got room. 1st down and more. It's the best runs of the day so far. They'll go back to the ground, but nowhere to go this time. Juan Donnerson on top of him. 2nd and 13. It's a swing out to Ragus. He doesn't find much. They are trying to get their back involved, but it has not worked out to the best. 3rd and 9. Pressure sent. Times. Runs out of time as that's Raheem Clay who gets that sack. Pushed a lineman into the quarterback. The defense once again plays well, and that leads the ball back into the hands of the offense. And this ground game is play action here. Bush just flips this one to Dakota Pounds, and that'll be a short gain of 3 as we head to the 4th and final quarter of actions. A quick 3rd quarter. Throw up those 4s, folks, as there's 1 quarter left to go in this one. Fourth quarter action underway here in the hunting grounds as it's 2nd and 7. John Bush in the ball game as they get a look at him after what happened earlier with the 2 interceptions from Payne and just the poor play as Matt Gage getting called for this hold. 2nd and 17. Bush under center. It's play action, and John Bush goes down. A big sack moves it to 3rd and 26. And a flag flies. You've got to be kidding me. A delay of game on John Bush. Now moves them back to 3rd and 31. They are at their own 5. So Bush in the gun. It's a handoff on the draw. McBath with room. You've got to be kidding me, to the 30. He's got the first all the way up to midfield. What a run by Shaq McBath. On 3rd and 31 on the draw. He picks up a massive gain. What a run. A 43-yard scamper for arguably the best player on offense, as another flag flies, and Dante Kenoy is going to get called for the hold here. Bush under center. Nico Blanco in the backfield giving a spell here to McBath, as that one luckily is incomplete. We can say this much: this passing attack has not looked good under either quarterback right now, as Shaq McBath only picks up 2. 3rd and 18. Bush going to have to use that big arm of his. And time runs out. He's corralled. Down he goes. And it's back to USC. Only a 3-point lead for the Scavengers right now, as Cade Wilkins cannot find room. 2nd and 11. Shotgun set. Times floats this one. It's incomplete. It would have been a huge play, maybe a touchdown, as Manu Coffey was chasing. It's a delayed handoff. This draw gonna work out for USC, as that picks up the first. The backs really keeping drives alive right now for both sides, as down goes Times. That keeper didn't work. 2nd and 13 now. Shotgun set. Times hands off Ragus. He's got the outside, plenty of room, and he pushes a man to the side, picks up the first. Now the ground game starting to find something for USC, as down goes the back, as that's Donnerson who took him down. Ragus gets the handoff again. Donnerson again meets him. It's 3rd and 8, and they are showing pressure. And that's a jump. It's going to be on Barry Michaels, who jumped early. That has been a problem in his career here at DVT. He has jumped a lot. So a much more manageable 3rd down and 3. They still bring the pressure, and that screen does not set up well. And this is interesting. Matt Payne back in the game, folks, as the Scavengers are back on offense. I guess go to the devil you know over the devil you don't, when neither one's really worked out. 2nd and 3. Payne hands off to McBath. He's got the first and more. Another first down carry. McBath's day has been fantastic. Just about 2 minutes to go in this one. Blanco with another nice run, gain of 7. So that brought us to the 2-minute warning. Handoff on 2nd and 3. McBath gets the first, and the timeouts for USC have started. 1st and 10. Handoff to McBath. A flag flies, so this one's coming back, I've got a feeling. Indeed, it's on Damian Green, the right tackle. First and 19 now. Payne hands off. McBath trying to find room, can't find any, and a flag still flies. How is there a hold when there's no room to run? It's Dante Kenoy again, and this has been a terrible showing for the offensive line today. 1st and 29. Handoff, Blanco, he's got room. A flag is out again, and Nico Blanco is making his way to the end zone. He didn't see the flag fly. You've got to be kidding me. Puzzles called again for the hold. This is absolute insanity. We're looking at 1st and 35, folks. We earlier saw a 3rd and 31. Well, I'd say a first down ends this ball game, which is accurate, but I don't know if the Scavengers can get that. McBath to the outside. He's going to get a chunk, but I don't know if that's going to do it for you. 3rd and 28 now. The Scavengers get a first down. The game's over. Blanco with room to the outside. He's got space. Does he have enough? He's close, just shy of the mark. And the Scavengers stay out there. 4th and 1. Hand off McBath. First down with ease. This game is over. The Scavengers topple USC 13-10. A low-scoring affair where, if it wasn't for the Scavengers' ground game, I don't think we see a lick of offense. 206 yards for McBath on 21 carries. He certainly got the workload today, and he made the most of it. A massive outing for Shaq McBath, and really, McBath and Blanco, the only reason the Scavengers came out with a W outside of the way the defense played. And of course, we saw the two quarterbacks go at it essentially, and neither one looked sharp, to say the least. I think that's the best you can bring it up. I wouldn't think a change happens, but at this point, who knows? There's questions on the offensive line now, too, with the holds we saw from Puzzle, Kanoy. I mean, everyone was holding. Damian Green with a hold at one point. This team got in their own way more than they helped themselves, and Shaq McBath and Nico Blanco had to be the ones to get them out of all the trouble. That was the situation at hand. A rough one at that. We'll see if anything changes. The offense could not get the passing attack going one bit. You see the numbers. 2 catches was the high for Slade and Blanco. Blanco catching screens. Not a good showing by this passing attack. However, a win is a win is a win. That's what matters in the long run, and the Scavengers came out with a W, keeping their winning streak alive. And I'll tell you folks, it doesn't get easier. They still have 2 massive games on the schedule before we even enter conference play. And Earl Shell might have to recreate his record-breaking outing with his 4 sacks this year, because it just became a massive test in front of them. Next week, they play the Tennessee Volunteers, and that team is rough. Luckily, they have the positive of Brett McKinnis committing to the Scavengers, an extra pass rusher to hopefully boost that rush and get them to getting plenty of 4-sack performances. As Earl Shell is your Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Week. No real shock there. I don't think anyone was topping that. And well, no one did top that. Not even in the nation. As it was Earl Shell also winning Defensive Player of the Week nationally. So congrats to Earl on those awards. Definitely deserving, as now the number 2 ranked Scavengers will get ready for the number 5 ranked Volunteers of Tennessee in Knoxville. I hope we're ready for Rocky Top. You are watching Death Valley Television. I am Jonathan West, and it is another undefeated season so far for your Death Valley Technical Scavengers, but they walk into a big test this week. They do walk into this week as the number 2 team in the nation, shocking a ton of people. However, they head to Knoxville today to take on the Tennessee Volunteers, and that is a massive test in front of them. We'll talk about why here in a sec. As we take our first real look at the top 25 this season with DVT sitting at the number 2 spot, a lot of teams struggling this season to move up the ladder. A lot of losses racking up and a lot of names getting the opportunity to jump in to the top 25 this year. But DVT's got their mind focused on one team and one team alone, and that is the Tennessee Volunteers, a team that is expected to once again be in the playoff possibilities. However, they'll have to do it without right tackle Chip McLaughlin, arguably one of their top offensive linemen, and backup running back Joseph Payne, who got banged up. They will, though, have their starting quarterback, sophomore Quincy Pounds. No relationship to Dakota Pounds, the Scavengers fullback, but the young man out of Thomasville, Georgia, is athletic and has a hell of an arm. That's really all you need, and he's been off to a good start here in his first year starting. 12 touchdowns to 3 interceptions, 58% completion percentage, and he'll be throwing that ball to number 3, George Lanning, the junior receiver out of Memphis, and the former 5-star recruit. Is a deadly, deadly threat. 908 yards last year in his first year starting. Bigger number there, though, to 13 touchdowns. He found pay dirt early and often last year. Now, defensively, it may be better. Edwin Spillman is the top man, I'd argue, on this defense at middle linebacker. The former 3-star prospect had a monster year last year, a pick, 2.5 sacks, and 96 total tackles. He's already got 15 on the year so far. We'll see how that goes the rest of the way. And finally, James Bridgewater, their top corner, is going to be matched up more than likely, I'd assume, on Luvo and Quickly the entire day. He already has 3 interceptions on the year, had 3 all of last year. That just proves how well he's been doing since he transferred from USC. So a big question mark of if DVT can get the job done today. They are not expected to win this game, if that puts anything into perspective. And the fans here in Knoxville are ready to see what they believe is going to be a beatdown very, very quickly. Scavengers, Vols coming up next. And we are off in this one as George Lincoln III gets us underway, and the Vols look to return this one, as that will be a solid return up to the 15. Not going to get you extremely far, and the Scavengers will take that with ease. First and 10 here for Tennessee to begin things. They run a no-huddle offense, so we'll see a ton of that today as a 9-yard pickup off the bat, and here it begins. So Pounds leading things here with this no-huddle offense. We'll see a lot of changes at the line. Movement here by the tight end as they go back to the ground game. And Rugamba with the first down there. And that'll bring up a new set of downs for Pounds out of the gun. Handoff Rubanga. He's going to have another solid pickup. Gain of 7 there as they move quick. The Scavengers defense going to have to try and stay really healthy enough to stay on the field. As this one gets thrown out on the screen. That's going to have a flag involved. We'll see if this one comes back, which it will, it looks like. A hold on the Vols. Good to see that going the opposite direction. 2nd and 13. Shotgun set here. As a keeper, though, for Pounds, he's got plenty of room, and he'll have enough for the first, but he's a bit banged up. Able to sit up. But he's having a little trouble going to the sidelines. He'll get checked out at least for a little bit. as the backup enters the ball game. Hand off here to the running back, only picking up one there as they go to this no-huddle offense. Now without Pounds in there, we'll see how the backup handles things. Change here at the line. Another handoff. They continue to ride their ground game as they pick up 4 and move quickly. 3rd down and 5. And they go to the air quick throw. That one's just simply dropped, and the Scavengers will take over after the Volunteers punt. So at least they don't allow anything on their first offensive possession. We'll see how Matt Payne and company do with this heavy environment, as that's going to be a loss of 3 to start things for Shaq McBath. Spanway got run over immediately as Payne over the middle finds Trey and Bell, and that's going to be the big pickup they needed right off the bat. 26 yards to Bell. 1st and 10. Blanco checks in. Hand off to Nico, but Spanway run over again. Twice now. Spanway's just been run over at his left tackle spot as they settle for the screen here, but nowhere to go for Blanco. And that sets up 3rd and 13. This Tennessee defense looking way too much for the Scavengers offense right now, as a great catch on the sideline by Matt Gage. More of a blocking tight end makes the catch there for the first, and they get back to their ground game with Blanco. Only can pick up a yard off that last run. 2nd and 9. Payne hands off to McBath. He can't get around the edge as Hand makes the play. It's 3rd and 12. They need another big play. Can Matt Gage do it? As that one's a big play for the opposite side. Tennessee with the interception. And that right there puts an end to the drive a bit quicker than they were hoping. Tennessee with the turnover, and DVT now needs to hope their defense can do what they did last time, as Edries Farouk with the interception. Hand off here. No, it's play action. And that one's caught as behind. Coffee got Staley, as Braylon Staley with the touchdown reception. It only took one play for Tennessee now to get points on the board, now with Pounds back at quarterback. And now DVT has to answer, and from the looks of that last drive, it's going to be a difficult task. Hand off to McBath. He's shut down quickly. 2nd and 9. McBath stays in there as they get Luvo in motion. He gets the flip. He'll have yards, as that's going to be enough for the first. 1st and 10. Shotgun set with Blanco in the ball game. Payne takes a shot downfield off the mark. Believe that was intended for Bell, but they were on different pages of different books there. Screen set up now for Blanco. He's got space, spins away from a handful of defenders, and has a new set of downs there. They're going to have to do whatever to find yards today, it looks like, as they go back to the ground game with Shaq. A flag flew quick. So this one coming back, and it'll be on Matt Gage. The trusty blocking tight end does a little too much blocking there, as he gets called for the hold, and that moves him back to 1st and 19. Payne gonna take off here. He'll slide down safely, gain a 7. That'll bring up 2nd and 12. Payne in the empty here. It's a bubble screen for Alex Slade, but he can't find much. 3rd down and 10. Quickly in motion. He gets the flip this time around. And he's got blocks. He's got the 1st and more. No flags to be seen. That spin didn't do anything, but it's a new set of downs as they are the closest to the red zone they've been today, as that takes us to the end of one. 7-0 Tennessee on top, but the Scavengers now driving. They've got to get that ground game going. First and 10 here for DVT to start the second quarter of action. Their ground game at -1 yards. Well, let's make it -4 yards on the ground today. Certainly not something they're used to. That's their lifeblood. It has not worked today. The jet pass has worked so far, as that's going to be a solid pickup for Shaq McBath. 2 yards on 5 carries so far. 3rd and 2. They go back to McBath right up the middle. He fights through defenders, picks up the first, and has him inside the 10. 1st and goal. Blanco checks in. And they look to go through the air. Luvo can't hang on. Incomplete. 2nd and goal. It's a screen set up here for Quickly, and he took a shoulder down inside the 5, though. That'll bring up 3rd and goal from the 3. Can the Scavengers find Pater? They pitch it out. McBath gets to the end zone, but a flag flew, and that's going to be Moses Holiday called for the hold. 3rd and goal now from the, I believe that is the 13-yard line, as Payne to the end zone. Should have been picked. Incomplete, luckily. And George Lincoln III will hit the chip shot. Up and good, as the Scavengers at least get on the board. It certainly feels like this game is a lot further out than a 7-3 ball game, but the Scavengers defense needs to do their part now, hopefully to get this ball back for their offense. It's Dakota Pounds running this no-huddle offense after the 4-yard pickup on the ground. They go back to the ground game, as that's going to be another 1st down. We're used to seeing the Scavengers have their ground game move at their pace. It's the opposite here, as they're watching Tennessee just run at will. Another solid pickup of 4 there is 2nd and 6. Hand off again, and right up the middle. It's a new set of downs. A lot of patience there on that run. And they continue to go quick to the line. 1st and 10. Pounds looking to throw this time, gets hit as he gets rid of it. Incomplete. So some fresh faces hopefully on the line now, getting to change up some things, get a breather as a 5-yard pickup on the ground again. 3rd down and 5. Changing things up is Pounds. He takes the snap, looks to throw, and that one is caught. 1st down. That's Lanning's first catch of the day. He'll be matched up on Randall Glenn all day. That's 1st and 10 now. It's a keeper for Pounds. Jaden Anthony on top of him. 2nd and 10. They go quick. They do not wait after that no gain on the option. Pounds just flips this one out on the swing, and that's only going to be a gain of 2. Brings up 3rd down and 8. Can the Scavengers get a big stop here? I'd call this too far for field goal range. It'd be a 54-yarder from here. Pounds goes down. It's John Decker the 4th who gets him. And they certainly got to be out of field goal range now. It'd be 49 from here, as John Decker just saves points. Scavengers now able to get the ball back with no extra points for Tennessee. Can they get their ground game going, though, as nowhere to go for Shaq, and there's somehow a flag on the field. This one looks like it's going to be on Dante Kanoy. How is there a flag on the field when you gain no yards? A hold with a really no gain to speak of involved as 1st and 20. Payne just takes off with it, and he'll pick up 13. 2nd and 7. Payne in the eye, hands off McBath, and that's going to be only a gain of 2. It has been a rough day for Shaq so far. 3rd down and 5. Hand off to Nico. He's bottled up, nowhere to go, and the offense stays out here. There's a difference between being aggressive and stupid, and this might be it as they go for it. Payne finds his man and Matt Gage underneath. That's enough for the first. They pulled it off somehow. They flip it to Luvo here, following open field, and that's going to be a new set of downs. The jet pass has certainly worked, and they are taking full advantage of that. That's the 3rd time they've run it today, as Blanco finds room. Another solid run there, as he nearly gets a new set of downs. Nearing the end of the half here is Payne. Lobs this one up on 2nd and inches for Luvo, knocked away. And I like the call on 2nd and inches, trying to take the shot. Here, though, they just go right up the middle with McBath. It's a new set of downs, and they'll go into the empty. A minute left before we head to halftime. Payne connects with quickly. It's a quick throw. He's able to turn his body quick enough. It's a new set of downs, and I'd argue they're in field goal range. As that one's caught Slade. Definitely in field goal range now as they take a timeout. The Scavengers with 2 timeouts left, 30 seconds on the clock before we head to half. And they'll flip it to Luvo again. He's got the outside. A flag, though, is out, and I've got a bad feeling about it. And it will be another hold, this time on Albert Puzzles. That is, all 3 interior linemen have been called for at least 1 hold today. They'll do it again. They flip it to Luvo a 2nd time. It's not going to be a first, but another big pickup. Gain of 15 there. 2nd and 5 with 20 seconds left. Payne to the air. Connects quickly. It's a new set of downs. 2nd timeout taken. They do still have 1 timeout. 16 seconds on the clock. Hand off McBath. He's in untouched. Touchdown Scavengers. And for the first time today, DVT leads. They utilize that jet pass to get down there, even with some holds to move them back. But the Scavengers make the plays needed. They get their first lead of the day as we head to halftime. Certainly has been a rough game, but some stuff that's going well for the Scavengers is some recruiting. Tevin Nicholas only has an offer from what I know from DVT, so this one sounds like it is a definite good chance that the Scavengers come away with them. However, the one to watch, Raphael Butcher. He has gone back and forth. He's coming in for a visit next week to DVT. We'll see if they can do enough to close the deal there like they did with Brett McInnes last week, who verbally committed to the Scavengers, and they get a pass rusher with some speed around the edge, so could be a big get there. And speaking of rushers, Nick Mulk is another guy who'll be coming in on the bye week. The Scavengers are hoping to lock him in around that time and add another big guy to the defensive front. You look at the numbers through the first half, it's been a lot about those jet passes. Those passing yards are very deceptive there, but the Scavengers need to get that ground game going with Shaq McBath if they want to seal this win. It's only 10-7, so still anyone's ball game. We'll have more coming up next. The second half of action getting underway here on Death Valley Television. I am Jonathan West, and the Scavengers begin with the football here. to begin the third quarter. Only 19 yards there after the gain of 2 for Shaq McBath today. Handoff here to McBath. He'll try to take it out wide. Cannot do so. Another 2-yard pickup. So 3rd down and 6. Payne takes the snap out of the gun. Quick throw. That's caught Luvo, and he'll be just shy. Payne now with 750 completed passes in his career. That's fantastic, but you know what we need here is a first down, and the offense stays out again. Coach Booker being very aggressive today as it works out. McBath with the first. As I said before, there's a difference between aggressive and stupid. I'm not sure what you'd call this, but it's working out right now for the Scavengers, so we'll take it, as that's going to end up just shy of the first down mark on that screen. 2nd and inches, empty set. Payne sets up the bubble screen for Alex Slade. He's got room, plenty of it, makes a man miss, and has it into Vols territory. A big play from the red shirt freshman receiver, as he gets the big play there to get them into Vols territory, and now just, I'd say, about 10 to 15 yards out of field goal range. Delayed handoff here to McBath, and he runs over a man. One of the better runs of the day for this team. 1st and 10 from the 33. They go back to McBath. He fights through a bit of traffic, gains 4 there. It'll be 2nd and 6 as Blanco checks in. They go Blanco's way. He finds room up the middle. It's a new set of downs into the red zone. The ground game finally finding what they've needed to this entire ball game. Payne down the middle, wanted Gage, but he couldn't hang on. Would have been a touchdown. 2nd and 10 now after the Gage drop. McBath can't find the outside. It's a loss of 2, and it puts them back in a very familiar spot. 3rd and long. To the end zone. It's caught. They lost Luvo. Touchdown Scavengers. And the senior connection works out again. Luvo having a great senior campaign, and it has continued here with a good chunk of yards off the jet passes, and now a touchdown to go along with it. Tennessee now back on offense, down 2 possessions now out of the Vols answer, as pressure was coming from Earl Shell. Had a monster outing last week as Pound slides safely after a first. Keep in mind, too, the Scavengers took a ton of time off the clock, killing over half of this quarter, as that is going to be a new set of downs. But I don't think the time really matters when you're running to the line like Tennessee is. 1st and 10, Pounds over the middle and well over the head of his intended target. Really the first big mistake by Quincy Pounds today, as they set up another screen. That one picks up 5. It'll be 3rd and 5 as they go empty here. Pounds with time finds Lanning. Only the 2nd time I've called his name today. It's a first down, and the Vols are in Scavengers territory. 1st and 10. Pounds in the gun, takes the snap, quick throw. It's caught Lanning again. Now getting their number 1 receiver involved right now. It's a keeper for Pounds. He doesn't get enough for the first, so the Scavengers with a big opportunity right here on 3rd down and short. Man in motion. It's a handoff, and that's going to be enough for the first. Rugamba with another big run there to keep a drive alive. They continue to run this no huddle as 1st and 10. Man in motion is the tight end. Another handoff. Bryce Rumbunga with another solid pickup. 2nd and 5. It's a quick throw. That's going to be a new set of downs. 1st and 10. Pounds making a change here. Man in motion, hand off to Bryce. He's got room, and he'll find his way to pay dirt. A touchdown for the Vols here, and another score for Tennessee, who has just made things look fairly easy for themselves. If it wasn't for the fact that DVT's done a good job of keeping them off the field, they'd have a lot more points. Rugamba with the touchdown. And now DVT has to either answer or kill the rest of this remaining clock, which I say that jokingly to a point, as it looks like Albert Puzzles called for another hold. The entire interior line has had a rough day against this Tennessee defensive front. 1st and 19. Payne taking the shot over the head of Luvo and incomplete. He's been able to get behind them today, but Payne couldn't find them there. Screen set up here for Blanco. Good block by Puzzles, as that's going to be a solid pickup of 17 and set up a very manageable 3rd and 2. Payne under center. Last play of the 3rd. McBath has the first, but guess what? You'll never believe it. It's coming back. Moses Holiday called for the hold. Unbelievable. The interior of this line just can't handle things as we head to the 4th and final quarter of action. Throw up those 4s, folks, because I think the Scavengers are going to need everything to come out on top in this one. 3rd and 9 here, starting the 4th and final quarter of action. And the Scavengers are going to need all the help they can get, as on 3rd and 9 they go. That jet pass, it's worked quickly with a nice spin, but another flag flies. That is Spanway getting called for the hold. He was getting run through early today, and now he holds. There's one offensive lineman who has not held today, and that is right tackle Damian Green, as they go back to the jet pass with Quickly. This time it doesn't work well enough, but it sets them up in a spot that they're willing to risk everything again. They once again jet past the Luvo. The speed on display. It's another 1st down. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Those jet passes have worked today, and they are using it fully to their advantage. 1st and 10, under 10 minutes to go in this ball game. Payne with the handoff to McBath, one of his better runs today for a gain of 4. That tells you exactly how this game has gone for the ground game. 2nd and 6, Payne. Pressured, gets rid of it, luckily incomplete, and it'll be 3rd down and 6 now. Payne in the gun, takes the snap. Plenty of time, and that one comes with a flag, but an incompletion to go along with it, and this is going to be on Damian Green, the right tackle. Officially, the entire offensive line has at least one hold call on them today. 4th and 6. They went for it, and another flag flies as Quickly was dropped quick. It will be Tennessee football. This hold on Moses Holiday does not matter. The risk finally doesn't pay off, and Tennessee with a big opportunity in front of them. This Scavengers defense is going to have to really fortify themselves if they want to stop this Tennessee offense. They go to the ground again. Another first down run. However, I think this time Tennessee's going to be called for the hold. Indeed, they will. It's Max Anderson called for it. No one seems to want to let go of defensive linemen today. 2nd and 21. Pressure to Pounds a bit. He'll just take off with it. Slides down for a 6-yard pickup. So 3rd and long as the Scavengers show pressure. They bring it. It's a quick throw. Incomplete, though. And luckily, DVT gets that ball back. No points given up after the turnover on downs. And to the ground game they go, and nowhere to go for Nico Blanco on that last play. 3rd and 12. Payne wanted the screen to Slade. It goes nowhere. I believe they may have called that incomplete, actually. So 3rd and 12. Deep shot. It's tipped, almost picked. Luckily incomplete. It's back to the Vols, and this is a mess of a 4th quarter right now for both sides. Play action. Intercepted. Juan Donnerson. A huge interception by the redshirt freshman linebacker who has impressed a ton through the offseason and now into the season, as Juan Donnerson gives DVT the chance maybe to put this game away with 6:40 left. If there's one thing this team's been good at all year long, has been killing clock, and they can kill 6 minutes and 40 seconds as Shaq McBath starts us off with a 6-yard pickup. 2nd and 4. Hand off to McBath again. Good blocks. One of the best runs of the day right here. Picks up a new set of downs into the red zone. So they head to 1st and 10 now once again. Inside the red zone, a speed option call. I didn't even know that was in the playbook, as that doesn't go anywhere. A loss of 5 kills clock. I guess that's a positive right now. Screen set up, but does not set quick enough, as he could not get that ball to McBath. 3rd and 15 now. Payne underneath the McBath, and he's not going to have the first. That is a definite. They have to settle for another chip shot here for George Lincoln, and that one just manages to get inside. It's good, and the Scavengers up now by 6. So the Vols need a touchdown to take the lead, as down goes the back. That's Earl Shell, who had a monster outing last week, a record-breaking outing last week. But now has been really quiet all day long, as Staley is off to the races to the 30, 20. You're not going to catch him. Touchdown Tennessee, and just like that, the Vols take the lead late in this one. Right when you couldn't afford to give up a play, the Scavengers gave up a play. And now with 3.5 left, DVT needs to get into field goal range as they go back to what's worked all day today, and that's the jet pass, as Luvo would have had a big play. However, what also has happened a lot today? Holds. Moses Holiday called for his 2nd accepted. 1st and 19. I'm sorry, that was his 4th. 3rd accepted, as Kavian quickly with a nice pickup on the jet here. He stays in bounds. Clock continues to tick. 2nd and 8. They'll do it again. This time it's Trey and Bell. He fights off a would-be tackle. Nice blocks from McBath, and that's going to be another first down. The ball came out, though. Luckily recovered by Bell. Could have been a mess. I don't know if they'll take another look at that. If they do, it will remain DVT football nonetheless. Scavengers moving down the field, though. First and 10. They'll do it again, it looks like. They get Luvo out wide. Gage with a nice block. Another good play on the jet pass. It has been the only thing that has garnered big yardage consistently. And it has been the saving grace for this team today. First and 10. Handoff here to Macbeth. They are setting up for the game winner now. Second and 7, under a minute and a half. 2 timeouts for DVT. As Macbeth just gets a bit closer. Timeout start being taken by Tennessee here. 2 left. Third and 6. Blanco in the backfield. Hand off to Nico Blanco as he doesn't get enough. And they keep the offense out on 4th and 4. I'm not sure I like this call. You're risking the game here. They flip it to Quickly. He's got the edge, though. It's a first down inside the red zone. That's the last timeout by Tennessee. And now it's easy. You set up the chip shot. As Macbeth just centers this one. They will have to run one more play before taking a timeout. They hand off Dakota Pounds. He fights. What a run by Dakota Pounds. And the chip shot attempt here with 4 seconds. Kicks up. It's good. And that right there, folks, will seal the deal for the Scavengers as George Lincoln III finds a way to win this game, and it's all thanks to one play in general, the jet pass. That was the only thing on offense that consistently could find positive yardage. The ground game struggled all day long. The interior line struggled all day long. Moses Holiday had a real rough day. You look at the passing numbers for Matt Payne, 356 is nice and all. But look at the plays that he got those yards on. It was not a hard day's work for Matt Payne when you're just, throwing the ball 2 feet in front of your face, getting a guy to catch it. So it is one of those situations where you definitely are talking about, did you watch the game? Matt Payne statistically, a very good outing. He did make some very good throws, specifically the long touchdown to Luvo earlier and some throws over the middle, but the jet pass was what got us to the dance and won this game. Macbeth ran 21 times for 79 yards, 14 yards on 8 carries for Blanco. That says all you need to know about how rough this day was for the ground game. Luckily, the Scavengers found something that worked. That's all they needed. They were able to sneak away with a victory when they probably shouldn't have. They had to play overly aggressive to do so as well. Keep that in mind with how many times they went for it on 4th down. Coach Moses Cooper calling a very aggressive game. And the Scavengers, luckily, came out on top. They certainly could have messed that up late in that game, especially going for it on 4th and 4. It works out in their favor, and they remain undefeated and now number 1 in the nation as they get set to host the former national champions, the NC State Wolfpack. They've nearly beat this team before. We'll see if they can topple them in the hunting ground with some big recruit visits next week. You are watching Death Valley Television. I am Jonathan West, and it is week 5 of the college football season, and the Death Valley Technical Scavengers are currently ranked number 1 in the nation for the first time in school history. So, a big positive there for DVT. The only question is, can they keep the positives going? They're undefeated on the season, but they have a big test in front of them at home against a team they almost toppled a handful of years ago when they were the defending national champions in the NC State Wolfpack. Now, if you want a giant positive to this matchup, The Scavengers are number 1 in the nation. They're undefeated. The Wolfpack are not number 1 in the nation, nor are they undefeated. They are in the top 25, ranked at number 20 in the nation, coming off a big win against Duke, but they do sit at 3-2, and we'll talk about a big reason why they sit at 3-2 here in a second. One thing to keep your eyes on, though, let's talk about this real quick, is the Sanford College Coyotes, currently ranked number 3 in the nation. Death Valley and Sanford should meet up again at some point down the line, I would think. And it will be quite interesting to see those two go head-to-head. As we talk about the Wolfpack, they will be without their number 2 corner, Kenya Everett, and middle linebacker Leon Wiggins. Now, those aren't the biggest injuries they could have, but they will definitely hinder them. However, the reason I believe they're 3-2 currently is freshman quarterback Javon Ryder. He's done a lot of good, but he is just a true freshman. 13 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. He can move with that ball in his hands, though, if he gets free, so that's going to be something you definitely have to keep your eyes on with the true freshman. As their number 1 receiver, though, is a deadly threat in the 5'10" Ben Hasty out of Burke, Virginia. He is a deadly threat on this offense. If he gets space, he could be gone. 755 yards all of last season, 6 touchdowns. Now he's got a very hyped up freshman quarterback throwing him the football, and Hasty has a chance to do a lot more this year. Defensively, 5-star rusher Tommy Victorian plans to be a problem. It's just not going to be easy to contain him. 9 sacks all of last year. He's already got 2.5 this year. I think number 79 is going to be a guy to keep your eyes on, and a guy that we are going to have to see if Damian Green can handle. And finally, outside linebacker Wade Capps. The Wolfpack have had success with very good outside linebackers in the past. We'll see if that success continues with the 6'1" junior, who has had a very good career so far. They're looking to get more out of him in 2028, like in 2026, with those 4 sacks and 42 total tackles. Let's go down to the field on the hunting grounds as we are off in this one, and the Scavengers will begin with the ball as Ty Tabor, no red shirt for him this year, as the true freshman takes it out to the 19. Talialuvo having a very good senior campaign so far, 280 yards, 4 touchdowns on the season. Looking to add to that today, the Scavengers in the black and white today, black tops, white bottoms, and a flag right off the bat. And it's Damian Green on the hold. He's matched up on Tommy Victorian. That might be happening a lot today. I've got a bad feeling. 1st and 19 after the hold. Payne, plenty of time, goes underneath the Matt Gage, the senior tight end. Picks up 9, so a more manageable 2nd and 11. And off goes to Blanco, but nowhere to go there. So a loss of 3 brings them to a 3rd and very long here. Payne sets the screen. McBath with the catch. He's got space and gets just enough for the first. So a new set of downs, which means McBath back in the backfield. And they'll go right up the middle with him. Well corralled. Nowhere to go there. The Wolfpack corrals quickly as it's 2nd and 8. And off to Blanco to the outside. He's got blocks and a new set of downs because of it. 1st down for the Scavengers as their offense continues to move. They'll go play action this time around, and wide open over the middle, it's Alex Slade. The redshirt freshman picking up 26. So a new set of downs as they inch closer and closer to the red zone here on their first drive, as another 2-yard pickup for McBath. This defense going to be tough to run on today. We've seen plenty of that already. 2nd and 8. They go back to Blanco. Blanco's got room and a new set of downs. 1st and 10 after the Blanco 1st down run. First snap of the red zone today. It's Payne looking for Luvo. That one's knocked away. 2nd and 10. Shotgun set here. Payne hands off to Blanco. He's got space. He'll have a first down inside the 10. So 1st and goal is McBath in the backfield. Payne to the air, though. Plenty of time. Finds his man in the back of the end zone. Came in quickly. Touchdown Scavengers. And they strike first in this one. The NC State defense is their top part of this team. And the Scavengers score first and on an impressive drive at that. So out comes this Wolfpack offense. Diego Placio, the running back. He is not the guy to watch, though. It is Javon Ryder and Ben Hasty, the guys I think keep your eyes on as they start with Placio on the run there. 2nd and 8. Ryder to throw. This one knocked away. Manu Coffey in coverage. He's gotten beat a number of times, trailing guys. We'll see how things go today. As Ryder goes down, it's John Decker IV. Had his first sack of the season last week, gets his second this week. The senior defensive end and the leader of that D-line looking quite good right now. So the defense comes through as the Scavengers offense now looks to make it a 2-possession game quickly as the flip to Luvo gets them a first down and more. That worked very well last week against Tennessee. And they went to it a large number of times there at the end of the game. I wouldn't expect them to ride that as much as they did last week, as that's a new set of downs there for McBath on the ground. 1st and 10. And off to McBath again. He gets caught quickly. Looked like he had space, but tried to get away from pressure. And got caught a little too quick as Payne. Taking the shot. He finds Gage. That is not Gage's game plan, but you know what? A big play for the blocking tight end. And Matt Payne eclipses the 1,000-yard mark now on the year passing. We'll see if he can add to that as the season goes on. 1st and goal. It's play action here. Flips this one to Pounds quick. And Dakota Pounds gets down to the 2 as we head to the end of 1. It's 7-0 Scavengers on top, but they are looking like they're going to add at least 3, if not 6 more. 2nd and goal from the 2 here to start the second quarter of action. They go McBath right up the middle, and he can't get in. Got down to the goal line. 3rd and goal. They go Pounds, and he finishes the job. Dakota Pounds for the touchdown, and the Scavengers take a 2-possession lead early in this one. So the State offense back out there just looking for anything right now after that first possession. As Ryder on the run goes down. John Decker IV got there again. Some help from the pressure of Barry Michaels there. But the second sack of the day, I'm not sure if they're going to give him half credit or not. I don't think they should. But second sack of the day in my eyes for John Decker is this one over the middle. He is caught. And this is a big play as a spin off of about 3 or 4 different Scavengers. What a play by Quinn Finnegan. 1st and goal after a miracle play by the Wolfpack. Ben Hasty now gets this one, and he doesn't go far. 2nd and goal. I can't believe that. 78 yards off that play. As that's a quick throw to the tight end. Not going far again. 3rd down and goal here. Scavengers show pressure. They bring it. Ryder on the run, and he gets in. Touchdown, Wolfpack, as it's all made by the Quentin Finnegan 79-yard pickup. We talked in pregame about how Javon Ryder can run with the football, and that's what he did on the last drive. Now the offense for the Scavengers has to kind of answer here just to keep things as they are. 2nd and 8 after a 2-yard run from McBath. It's a delayed handoff to Blanco, but he doesn't go anywhere. 3rd and 7. Payne in the gun, takes the snap, looking to throw. It's a screen set up. This one well defended. Then we're going to let him get another big one there, as it's now back to the State offense. As this one goes to the back, and he's going to have a good gain of 9. Palacio with a good run to start things, as they'll swing it out to him here, and he'll have just enough for the first. Manu Coffey stopped him from going any further. It's a trick play, wide receiver pass, but nothing going there. They tried to fool him, but 2nd and 10, delayed handoff. Palacio picks up 5. Third and 5. That's going to be enough for the first down there, as that's going to be Ryder continuing to find a way to move the chains. Handoff once again, nowhere to go. Big tackle there, as that's only a gain of 1, 2nd and 9. The Scavengers trying to force them to beat them through the air at this point, as the delayed handoff goes nowhere this time. Miles the man that got there. 3rd and 11. Empty set. Ryder to throw. Plenty of time. Throws on the run. Wide open. Ben Hasty picks up a big chunk down inside the 10. And just like that, the Wolfpack looking to tie this ball game up as Decker and company get there. It's Decker and Miles who got there. John Decker has been all over the place today. 2nd and goal. This one lobbed up. Intercepted, Randall Glenn. The senior corner who did not get a lot of talk in the preseason. We were talking about Manu Coffey, Jaden Anthony. But Randall Glenn, the sole senior in that secondary, has looked phenomenal this year. He has been arguably the shutdown corner that they didn't expect. So after the Randall Glenn interception, the Scavengers now keep their lead. Can they keep things going on the right foot, though, as McBath picks up the first through the air there? Timeout taken by DVT. 1st and 10. Payne goes play action here. That one nearly intercepted. One in Matt Gage. I don't think that's the smart move there. 2nd and 10. They're going to take a shot. Luvo turns too late. Incomplete. 3rd down and 10. It's a handoff to McBath. I don't like that call, as that just forces a timeout by NC State, and they'll have 51 seconds. So will State find a way to score in under 50 as Shell gets Ryder on the move, but he can move with it, as that's going to be a 1st down pickup. They do have to take their 2nd timeout, though. 1 timeout remains for the Wolfpack. Deep shot here. Coffey trailing. It's caught. Javon Ryder with a deep shot that works out. Coffey trailing the receiver, and it's going to be finished by him. Touchdown Wolfpack, as it is a tie ball game here before half. Freddie Curry, the man who made that big, deep run. And, of course, the big touchdown there as Alex Slade has room. I didn't think he'd get by him to the 50, the 40, 30. Can the redshirt freshman do it? Touchdown, Scavengers. What a way to end the half. They give up the tying touchdown. They then answer with a kickoff return, only the second in school history by number 2 himself, Alex Slade. Well, what a way to head to halftime. Scavengers on top 21-14. Let's talk, though, about who's watching this game today. B.J. Crow is in attendance, and I'm sure he was pumped up seeing that return for a touchdown. That had everyone in the building hyped. But B.J. Crow is here. He is not the only one. Raphael Butcher is here, and the belief is the Scavengers are pushing very hard to get him to commit today. That one is the big one. B.J. Crow is expected to commit today. That one is the big one. Another one to keep your eyes on is Nick Burden, the right tackle. He's visiting next week during the bye week. They're hoping to get him to commit sooner than later. Interesting situation here. Nick Malk is scheduled to visit, but from what I've heard, his commitment is expected this week. I don't know what that means exactly, but it does not sound good for the Scavengers as he is favoring USC from what I've heard. Now let's talk about how the Scavengers have done. Their ground game, not so much. Their passing game has looked good, and of course, the kickoff return just helps things. Hopefully John Decker can keep his good day going, and they can keep big plays like this one from Quentin Finnegan from happening again. Second half coming up after this. Welcome back, everyone, to Death Valley Television. I am Jonathan West, and it is the second half here in the hunting grounds as the Wolfpack starts with the football, and that one's going to be incomplete. Well defended there as it will be 2nd and 10. Pressured, Earl Shell gets right by the left tackle. He doesn't even try to stop him as Shell helps out with this sack party that's been happening. He has had a phenomenal season. And it has been fun to watch for the junior pass rusher who's taken over the starting spot. 3rd and 17. Ryder moving in the pocket, throws on the run, at the deep shot, and it's intercepted. Manu Coffey gets a bit of vengeance after the deep ball from Freddie Curry. And that one is huge. It's essentially an arm punt, but the Scavengers will take it. It's great on the stat sheet for the young corner as well, the sophomore, who is looked at as the future #1 corner. 1st and 10. Handoff here to Shaq McBath as the Scavengers offense tries to get this ground game going a bit more. 2nd and 7. It's a handoff to McBath. They bite a bit on the fake toss there, as that's going to be 1st down yardage. Now into Wolfpack territory. The Scavengers go back to the ground game as McBath only averaging 3.6 yards today. That is very low for him. Payne dropping back to throw on first. Takes the shot downfield. It's Luvo, and he's got the yardage down to the 5. The big play from Payne to Luvo, the senior-to-senior connection. It's been the biggest positive this season with those two. 1st and goal. Handoff to McBath, and he goes nowhere. This defensive front for the Wolfpack, very, very good. We talked about Tommy Victorian. He just made that last tackle. We'll see if they can find a way in, as that's another tackle on Macbeth. 3rd and goal. Hand off again to Macbeth, but corralled quickly. They have to settle. Kicks up. It is good as George Lincoln III hits the chip shot, and the Scavengers now have a 2-possession lead once again. 14-24, as this is a delayed handoff that works out quite well. A new set of downs. Palacio doesn't get this one. This is a screen setup. The bubble screen works out for a new set of downs. The Scavengers know all about the bubble screen working out for them. It's been Alex Slade's biggest play essentially this year, as Palacio with another 1st down run. 1st and 10, a lot of pressure sent. Ryder stands strong, and he's got the 1st. That's Curry. Another 1st down for this Wolfpack offense. And they fake the pitch, and somehow he gets that out. He was corralled by 2 men, but got that ball out. I don't know how Javon Ryder did it, but he did it. A pump fake here on 2nd and 3. Earl Shell with pressure. That ball's loose. It's a strip sack for Earl Shell. Clay picks it up with one hand to the 40, the 30, 20. Raheem Clay takes it back. The quarterback of the defense, the man who has got NFL aspirations next year, picks up the scoop and score. And the Scavengers now looking pretty with a 17-point lead. Ryder just swings that one out to the flats for Palacio. That does not go very far. 2nd and 7, the 3rd quarter almost to an end here. It's a handoff, and he cuts back, finds space enough for the 1st there. So a new set of downs. He's swinging out to Palacio again. Raheem Clay on top of it. 2nd and 11. Ryder hands off. And this is going to be a solid pickup to take us to the end of the 3rd. 1 quarter left to go, and right now it is all Scavengers 31-14. It's all in their ballpark. Can they finish the job, though, here in the 4th? Throw up those 4s, folks. 4th quarter of action underway. 3rd and 3 for Ryder. He checks this one down. Easy completion. And a new set of downs. Tackle made by Juan Donnerson, the heir to the throne of Raheem Clay right now, as this one is caught. I don't know how Hasty made that one. Well covered, but a great catch by Hasty as they check this one down again, and another 1st down. The Scavengers giving them the easy stuff right now, not wanting to be beat deep, it looks like, as that is just dropped. The tight end had a big play there, dropped it though, and the Scavengers are lucky, as this one should have been picked. Holbrook had it in his hands, dropped it, and it brings up 3rd down and 10. Ryder connects on the comeback, but that's not going very far, and they keep the offense out on 4th and 8. The Scavengers 38-yard line over the middle. It is caught. Took a beating, did the tight end, but it's a 1st down reception at the 22 of DVT. Ryder pressured. He throws this one away. If you're the Wolfpack, you like what you've seen out of Javon Ryder today. He's looked very good for the most part. Been sacked a handful of times, but has made some good throws, as that one puts up in manageable range here on 3rd and 5. Handoff. Palacio goes nowhere. and that is going to force them to settle. Kicks up. It's good, and the Wolfpack add 3, making it a 17-31 ball game. So a pure 2-score game now as the Scavengers look to just kill 7 minutes if they can, I'm sure, as a flag flies quickly. We have not seen a lot of those. One on the first play of the day and haven't seen one since, but this hold's coming back as Andrew Spanway gets called for it. 1st and 17 now. Payne under center. They're going to play action. The tight end screen, it's intercepted. It was perfectly covered. I think Payne just threw it anyways. So the Wolfpack get the ball back at the 2. The Scavengers have seen that play action work before. It does not work here as J.D. Lashley makes them pay. So from the 2, NC State runs it. It's in. And folks, it's a 1-possession ball game again. 6.5 left on the clock. And we are looking at a 1-possession ball game. 1st and 10. Payne hands off to Blanco. They have not run well. They have not been able to beat this defense when it comes to running the football today. 2nd and 8 though here. Hand off to McBath. He takes it outside, but guess what? There's a flag. This is the worst time for this team to start holding. They had not held for most of the day. Now it begins here late in the game. 2nd and 18. They flip this one to Kavian quickly. He's got blocks. He's got room. He should have the first, but another flag flies. This one looks like it's going to be on Luvo. 2nd and 25 now. They flip this one to Trey and Bell, trying to hope that they can find room. They don't find a lot there. It's going to bring up 3rd and 23 now. They need a big play here. And they're going to, looks like, take a shot downfield. That one's off of Bell and maybe a defender as well. Forces the punt. And the Scavengers now, they need their defense to step up. Palacio goes nowhere. 2nd and 8. It's a keeper for Ryder. He's got room and a new set of downs. Enough speed to get there quick. And it'll bring up 1st and 10. Over the middle, the tight end makes the catch. 2nd and 9. Ryder takes the snap. Screen set up. That one doesn't find its mark. And that'll bring up 3rd down and 9. A big 3rd down for this defense. Palacio goes nowhere. And the Scavengers hold them. It's 4th and 11. This could essentially be the game possibly. Deep shot to the end zone. Knocked away. Incomplete by Holbrook. And that should just about seal it. The Scavengers just need to run this ball. Hand off to McBath. That doesn't go anywhere, but a timeout taken by the Wolfpack. Still in the I form. Payne hands off. A flag flies near immediately. And this one going to be on Dante Canoy. It did waste a few seconds, but it brings them back 2nd and 19 now. A flag flies again. Someone jumped. And this one was on Nico Blanco. So now 2nd and 24. Wolfpack with everybody up. Scavengers going to take a shot. They do, and it's picked off. Not enough under it to get that to Luvo. You've got to be kidding me. With 1:39 on the clock, the Scavengers throw a pick and now are looking for their defense to stop NC State. This is unbelievable. 1st and 10. It is incomplete. In and out of the hands. This is the biggest drive of the day, as that one at the feet of the intended target. A big 3rd and 10. Scavengers can't get pressure. That one is caught by Curry. How? I don't know, but a 1st down, they say. 1st and 10 for Ryder in the empty as they go quick, and Hasty can't get a ton. It will be a positive gain of 4, though. 2nd and 6. Ryder pressured by Shell. Ryder on the run. He's got the first, slides down safely. State takes a timeout. Their 2nd timeout of the day taken. 1 left. As that one is incomplete. Hasty couldn't haul that one in. 2nd and goal. Ryder finds his man, and that's going to be shy of the end zone. They take their last time out. It's 4th down and goal. This is the game for State. And it's caught! Touchdown Wolfpack with about 30 ticks of the clock left. I can't believe it. There were 7 minutes left in this ball game, and the Scavengers were up 17. Remember that. Payne takes a shot. This one finds Luvo to the 20, 10, 5. They're not going to catch him. He's killing some clock like D-Jax. A touchdown for the Scavengers. But it keeps time on the clock for NC State. No timeouts, though. I don't know how happy Coach Booker's going to be, though, after you saw what got you here. An underthrown ball that got intercepted. A mistake on a tight end screen. You've got to wonder if Matt Payne's maybe in some hot water with the way the late game has gone, or maybe it's Moses Cooper. I don't know who's going to be in hot water after today, but win, lose, or draw, I've got a feeling there's going to be some conversations in the locker room. 2nd and 2. Ryder looking to throw, just throws this one away. And they have 6 seconds. 3rd and 2 here. No timeouts for the Wolfpack as Ryder rolls out, chucks it deep downfield. This game is over. Incomplete. And the Wolfpack fall. However, as tight as it was, 38-31. The Scavengers win, but it certainly wasn't pretty in the end. Talia Luvo with the game-winning touchdown off the deep ball. It's what he does best with that speed of his. You've got to look at what happened. The Scavengers were not able to run. That's plain and simple. This offense has lived and died by their ground game before. They were luckily able to utilize enough of the passing attack to find pay dirt enough. Of course, a big kickoff return, too, by Alex Slade helped right before half. You look at the numbers and you think, hey, Matt Payne had an okay day, but those 2 picks late in the game allowed NC State to come back. There's been a lot of talk of, do the Scavengers make a change if there are too many mistakes by Matt Payne? Coach Booker had told me changes weren't going to happen until it affected the outcome. Today, it almost affected the outcome. You've got to wonder if maybe, just maybe, in 2 weeks' time when we see them start conference play, do they take a look at John Bush at quarterback? I'm not saying it's a certified change, but maybe you give him a start to get a look. They will begin conference play against Oregon State. It is not the toughest matchup on paper. Those two teams have not seen eye to eye much at all throughout the years, but you've got to wonder if they start looking that way. On the positive note, it was a big day for the defense. 2 interceptions for Coffey and Glenn. The strip sack, forced fumble by Earl Shell, and of course the scoop and score by Raheem Clay were great. But this team needs to be smarter. Luckily, it didn't worry BJ Crow, who gave a verbal commitment to the Scavengers after that game. A big get there at the Reidsville, North Carolina prospect. And Raphael Butcher, the big get out of St. Louis, Missouri. So 2 big gets. No one knows exactly where Butcher will play yet, but there's some belief he could be a very good tight end in his collegiate career. Now let's talk about Earl Shell getting some more respect from the Pac-12. He was the Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Week for his 2 sack performance, one being a strip sack, and did win the National Defensive Player of the Week award as well. I think Earl Shell's on his way to being a definite all-conference player this year. Not much more to talk about happened during the bye week, so we look to Week 7 and the start of conference play. But the question is, who will be the quarterback? And will it be Matt Payne with ease, or are they going to have a conversation? You are watching Death Valley Television. I am Jonathan West, and it is Week 7 of the college football season as your Death Valley Technical Scavengers are number 2 in the nation at 6-0. It's not the prettiest 6-0 as of late. This team has not been as dominant as I think a lot of people expected them to be. A very close call last week against NC State, and it has led to conversations involving the quarterback. We'll talk more about that here in a bit. But the Scavengers look to continue their ride of this unbeaten record into conference play as they'll meet the Oregon State Beavers this week, who they had a rough go against last year. They fell to Oregon State late last season, and really when you look at those late games last season, it cost them a chance at the Pac-12 title as well as a chance possibly in the playoff bracket. Now hopefully they can do what is expected of them in conference play. DVT looked as one of the top teams in the Pac-12. They were expected to play well against Pac-12 teams. They do not face Samford this year, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Let's talk, though, about the injuries for the Beavers. They will be without their starting left guard and starting center, so some big injuries on that offensive line against a very powerful defensive tackle in Xavier Miles. Could be a problem, but all the talk in Death Valley is the quarterback. And it was announced earlier this week John Bush would get the start against Oregon State. It was not stated that he would play the entire game, but John Bush will start against Oregon State, and they will take it from there. They're not going to say that he, from what I've told, Coach Booker did not say that we wouldn't see Matt Payne, but they want to get a look at John Bush. Matt Payne has not looked great this year. 7 touchdowns to 8 interceptions. It's essentially for every 1 touchdown, he's throwing 2 interceptions along with it. It has not been a good look. Now, there's no quarterback question right now for Oregon State as they'll go with their senior, David Afalava, who is a guy we've seen before. He can be a very, very solid quarterback at times, but this team is not built to dominate. They do not have heavy weapons on this team. Their biggest weapon, I think we can argue, Kevin Cadet, transferred out. They'll be relying on Sidney Nelms, their running back, to do a lot of the heavy lifting. 301 yards so far this season, only 526 last year. He's going to have to, no pun intended, carry this load entirely for this team right now. Defensively, they do have one or two pieces here, but it's a senior, Abram Robertson, the outside linebacker, who has had a pretty solid campaign for this team this year. 2 sacks so far this season, no interceptions, had one last year. We'll see how things go. Another outside linebacker wearing 29 that the Scavengers have to keep their eyes on. And a very familiar name at safety, Frederick Chansey. He elected to go to Oregon State over the Scavengers early in the career here for him, and it's been good for him his 4 years at Oregon State. He's been a very solid player, 2 career interceptions, 1 this year, and we will see how he fares in that secondary, as it is not the strongest thing on this team. As we head to Oregon State, and we see if the Scavengers can get the job done with number 16 under center instead. Oregon State, Death Valley Tech coming up next. And we are off in this one as Ty Tabor back to return here. He's already got 1 return on the year, only gets up to the 16. Not a great return there by Tabor, the true freshman back, but it's been a good year for Talia Luvo. 419 yards, 5 touchdowns on the season. Now he's got a different quarterback, though, leading the way, as it will not change, though. Shaq McBath is who this offense runs through. 10 yards off the bat for him. 1st and 10 out of the gun. Bush hands off to McBath. He's got room. Good blocking helped him there, as that's going to give him a new set of downs. 1st and 10. Man in motion's Luvo. They flip it his way. It's been an easy way to get him involved, and he's going to have a new set of downs. That jet touch pass has been a moneymaker for this offense this year, as already past midfield on their first drive is McBath. Going to get more yardage, but looks like this one might be coming back. Something we've seen a little too much this year. Flags flying, and another hold on the season for Andrew Spanway. 1st and 18 now. Bush in the gun. Takes the snap for the screen, but quickly can't hang on, and a drop might have been the most positive thing. Man in motion is McBath, is Bush to throw. Over the middle, finds Slade, and Alex Slade is headed to pay dirt. Touchdown Scavengers. The redshirt freshman finds pay dirt, and it is a huge touchdown to start this game for DVT. Exactly what they needed, as Alex Slade gets the work done, and now we see how this defense fares against the no-huddle offense of Oregon State. Afalava out of the gun, and he's going to throw on the run right off the bat, and lobs this one over the head of Jaden Anthony and into the hands of his receiver for a big play right off the first snap. Not the way the defense wanted to look right off the bat against the team they are expected to destroy today. Afalava connects. Play right there, though, to make the tackle, as that's going to bring up 2nd and 7. This no-huddle offense we're going to see all day long at Oregon State, as Nelms doesn't go too far, but picks up a good chunk to give him a manageable 3rd down and 3. Shotgun set. Hand off Nelms, and he's corralled. It's Raheem Clay who sets up the 47-yard field goal. So it's bend but don't break after the first big play there by Oregon State. And at least the Scavengers hold them to 3. First and 10 now here for the Scavengers offense, who scored on their first possession of the day. Can they do it again? As a quick throw over the middle, Luvo makes the catch for the first. First and 10. Hand off to McBath. He finds a bit of room, has to fight through some men, picks up 8. Second and 2. Hand off to McBath, going out wide. Has enough for the first, and the offense continues to thrive, whether it's through the air or on the ground right now. Nico Blanco now getting his first handoff of the day, and he's got a first down carry on it, pulling out the spin there. First and 10 in the strong eye. They go play action now. Bush on the run. Throws on the run, checks that one down to Dakota Pounds just for a short gain of 2. Second and 8. It's a handoff to Blanco. He cuts back inside and fights his way for the first. Blanco stays in the ball game here on first and 10. They go play action though. Deep shot, and that one's knocked away. So it'll bring up second and 10. The offense, though, in field goal range at least, as McBath gets the handoff on the delay, and he's going to get close to a new set of downs. They'll say just shy, as they'll be right at the line to gain. They go McBath again. He's got the first and more, and fights inside the 10, nearly to the 5. The ground game is thriving today as McBath continues his great senior campaign. First and goal. Bush, empty set. Quick throw over the middle. It's Trayan Bell. Touchdown Scavengers. Bell hasn't gotten many touchdowns this season, if any. That might be his first of the year. It's a touchdown, though, for him. That's 2 passing touchdowns on the day for John Bush. A good start for the sophomore transfer. If he continues to play like this, I don't expect to see Matt Payne at all today. Second and 6. However, I'm sure a lot of criticism is going to be it's an easier opponent. The question's going to be, will he start next week against Boise State, who currently sits as arguably the top team in the Pac-12, as Barry Michaels with a great tackle there for a big loss. Third and 10 is Afalava, looks to run with it instead, and he somehow finds room. He just stayed behind a man and was able to essentially use a meat shield, if you will. First and 10. The no-huddle continues as they do get the snap off before the end of the first, and Barry Michaels makes Afalava pay. There's the sack, as that takes us to the end of this first quarter of action. Exactly what you want to see at the end of a quarter. All the momentum right now with the Scavengers up 14-3, giving Oregon State not enough credit there with their 3 points. But as long as the Scavengers keep doing what they're doing, it should be an easy DVT win. Second and 15 now here is Afalava in the gun. Keeps it himself, ball comes loose, and Clay couldn't handle the fumble. It looked like he had it, but he couldn't handle it. So the sack force fumble sadly doesn't go the way of the Scavengers, but it does lead to another punt by Oregon State. Now back to the offense for DVT as McBath doesn't go anywhere this time around. Second and 10. Play action off of McBath. Rolling out is John Bush, taking off, sliding safely, and he'll get just shy of the mark. 3rd and inches. Hand off to McBath, and he got a little caught up on Dante Canoy. Would have had, I think, more if he hadn't been. He may have been off to the races, but it is a new set of downs, and Kavian quickly off the jet sweep picks up a gain of 7. They haven't run that jet sweep much this season, but they have done this plenty as another jet toss gets them all the way down near the 10, but you'll never believe it. There's another hold, folks. It's been more common than I feel touchdowns for this team this year, and that's been the problem. As Bush sets up the screen here for Blanco, he's got room to work with, and that's going to get them near a new set of downs. Manageable 3rd down and 3. They can do whatever they want here as it's a handoff to Blanco, and he's got enough. 1st and 10. Bush with Ty Tabor to his left. This is the first offensive snap of the season for Ty Tabor, and he's got a 1st down on his first carry. So the true freshman getting some offensive snaps now that that red shirt will not be applied. Another flag flies in here, and you'll never guess, it's a hold, this one on Dante Canoy. The 3rd hold already today by this offensive line unit. Keep in mind, this is not nearly the toughest defensive line this offensive line has seen this season, as McBath right up the middle picks up 14. 85 yards on the ground already for McBath, and we're not even at halftime. It's Bush, quick throw here to Matt Gage. That doesn't pick up much, but a manageable 3rd and 2. Handoff on 3rd down goes to Blanco. He's got the 1st at the 5 just about. So a new set of downs, 1st and goal. It's play action here, the tight end screen. This one doesn't end up in a pick at least. It's no gain for Matt Gage as he's the man in motion here. Delayed handoff to Blanco, but he gets caught in the backfield, and there's a hold. How is there a hold where Blanco didn't even get going? Canoy called for this one. This team is a mess right now. 2nd and goal after the hold. Bush going to take off and run for it. He will, as he gets dragged down there, as he gets him back to the 6. 3rd and goal from the 6-yard line. I feel like we've been here forever. And that's Luvo, who can't hang on, incomplete. And after all that, it's off the uprights. You've got to be kidding me. A doink from George Lincoln III from chip shot range. That was a mess of a situation before halftime. We head to half 14-3, Scavengers on top. Luckily, there's some positive things to talk about in way of recruiting. BJ Crow has committed to the Scavengers verbally. They have a power back for next season, a guy they believe can be that 3-down back. They also got Raphael Butcher to commit verbally. So a big get there. They're unsure where he's going to play next season, but they like what he can do. On the negative side of things, Nick Molt commits to USC, so a big loss there at edge rusher. However, the Scavengers did go look for some new names at the end position, and they found a couple. Mitch Thomas out of St. Louis Obispo, California is one of those 2 names that they were able to find, and he is definitely a guy you have to keep your eyes on. Another one, Glenn Coate. Keep your eyes on that guy as well, out of Jacksonville, Florida. He's another one that they're looking to possibly bring in this year. So the second half hopefully will be a lot better for DVT than that little bit before the half. We don't need to see a doink. However, they are up on top by 2 possessions. Hopefully they keep it there in the second half of action. DVT, Oregon State, second half, coming up next. It's the second half of action, folks, here in Oregon State, and the Beavers begin with the football as play action off the back. Afalava doesn't get much out of it. It's only a gain of 1. They go quick to the line, though, as they have all day long with this no-huddle offense. We've seen how the no-huddle has given problems to DVT in the past. Today, not as much, as this one is intercepted. It's Randall Glenn, who is quietly having a phenomenal year when it comes to interceptions. No one is talking about number 39, but he has been playing exceptionally well when it comes to taking the ball away. And it's John Bush out there at quarterback. No change for DVT. They've liked what the sophomore has done today. It hasn't been a lot, but they like what he has done so far. Second and 12. After the loss of 2 by McBath, they're starting to corral that middle of the field. Screen, though, here for Blanco, and he's corralled quickly. Third and 8. Bush going to have to make a play here. Bush looking to throw, finds his man Alex Slade, and that's going to be enough to get a new set of downs inside the 5 to the 3. 2 big plays to Alex Slade today by John Bush. He knows who his favorite target is. First and goal here as play action. Bush on the run, checks this one down to Pounds, and that loses 2. Second and goal. They flip this one to Luvo, and he's caught in the backfield, and there's even a flag out. This is going to get brought back, and that's another, guess what, hold on the day for this team. Third down and goal now. Bush in the gun. To the end zone, and Slade takes a shot. I'm not sure if he hit him before the ball got there or not. I think they need to take another look at that one, as the field goal is up and good this time, just inside by George Lincoln III. It's a pure 2-score game, but this is certainly a lot lower scoring for Death Valley than a lot of people expected, as down goes Afalava there. Second and 10. A lot of people expected this to be a killing. Oregon State, though, defensively has kept DVT from finding pay dirt more than once. Or I'm sorry, more than twice. As that is a touch, or a big pickup, I should say, for Nelms. As the shock of the game has taken its toll on me, apparently. Third and 2. The no-huddle offense continues here. It's Nelms again, right up the middle. The biggest play of the day for Oregon State, and they couldn't stop him. A 32-yarder. A massive pickup for Sidney Nelms. As now Afalava finds his man over the middle, and they can't tackle him initially. What is going on? They give up one big play after another as the no-huddle continues. All the momentum right now with Oregon State. The Beavers, the closest they've been to a touchdown today, and they'll find one. Touchdown, Oregon State. Well, the lack of scoring on DVT's side may come back to bite them, as now Oregon State brings it within 1 score thanks to Cyrus Wallace. So John Bush and the offense have to get something going. A quick screen here. Cave in quickly. Picks up 7. Second and 3. The big key factor here is how many holds are we going to see on this drive. I feel like we've seen a ton each drive now. As a good first down there by Blanco on the ground. McBath checks back in. Had a great first half running, has been quiet so far in the second half, but there's a good run to eclipse the century mark. 1st and 10. Blanco, nice spin, getting away from 2 men as he picks up 7. 2nd and 3, Blanco stays in the ball game. And nowhere to go this time. 3rd and 4. Big 3rd down situation here. They do hand off to McBath, and he fights to get the first. A new set of downs as the clock keeps ticking here in the 3rd quarter. Play action for Bush. Over the middle, and that one's knocked away. Luvo was not open. That was not a smart throw by John Bush one bit there. They do flip this one, though, to Luvo. He's got speed on the edge to the 5. Touchdown, Scavengers. The speed of Luvo on display, and he gets his 6th touchdown of the season. It comes the easy way, but a touchdown's a touchdown, and they make it once again a 2-possession ball game. 1st and 10 for David Aflala and this team right now for Oregon State, who is shocked DVT with the way they've played. 2nd and 9 now as the no huddle begins again. And a quick throw to the outside for the screen, and they can't bring him down. It should have been a gain of about 3 at most. Instead, they're just shy of the mark. And now they go once again into that no huddle. And this should be a simple pickup here. They flip it to Nelms wide open. There's a flag, though. Is this one coming back? Indeed, it is finally a hold on the other side. And now DVT gets a chance to maybe get a stop here on 3rd and 4. It's play action as the pressure gets to him. And that forces the incompletion. A big stop for DVT with the way Oregon State was gathering momentum. As Alex Slade with another catch today. He's had a very good outing. Man in motion there, Trey and Bell. As 2nd and 4, they hand off Blanco at the end of the quarter, and it's a good first down run to take us to the 4th and final quarter of action. 24-10, Scavengers on top in this one. Throw up those 4s, folks. We got one more quarter to go, and hopefully it ends with a DVT victory. 1st and 10 here for DVT to start the 4th quarter of action. Hand off to McBath. He's got the edge to the 30, the 20, 10, 5 there. Not going to get him in time. Touchdown, Scavengers. McBath with the rushing touchdown. And that should just about put this game out of reach unless Oregon State scores very quickly. A 3-score ball game now. Now the game has looked a little more like what people expected it to be. As the Beavers back on offense, downfield, that one knocked away. Eli Millhauser there. 2nd and 10. That one's knocked away. John Crane on that one. 3rd and 10. Can the Scavengers get a big stop? Deep shot knocked away again. It's Manu Coffey. And that right there gives great field position to John Bush and company as they start killing this clock. 2nd and 9. Bush in the gun. Hand off to Blanco. He's not going to find a ton here. It will set up 3rd down and 6. Do they go to the air here now? They will. A screen set up for Blanco. He's got a block. That's going to be 1st down and more as that gets him inside, or I'm sorry, near the red zone. 1st and 10. Handoff to Ty Tabor. It looks like McBath's day is done as they are going to rest him up for the Boise State game next week. Ty Tabor now getting more snaps as the true freshman picks up a good chunk there. 3rd down and 2. McBath checks in as it's a keeper for Bush, and he's going to have the first. 1st and 10. Hand off Blanco. He's dragged down. 2nd and 13 now. Bush takes the snap out of the gun, looks to throw, no, run with instead. He'll slide down. Could have checked it down to Gage, but I do wonder if Gage's hands are the question for these quarterbacks now. As Bush breaks off a one would-be tackle, trying to find open room to run, cannot find it and is dragged down for the sack. So DVT will have to settle again, and hopefully this one doesn't go off the uprights. Another George Lincoln field goal. Kicks up. It's perfect. The chip shot adds 3. And at this point, it is well over, but the Beavers not going to quit just yet, I'm sure. Looking to throw. Afalava finds his way. And Nelms picks up 6. 2nd and 4. It's a screen for Nelms. He's got enough room for the first. Fights through John Crane there. If anything has made itself known today, it's the problem tackling this team seems to have, as Manu Coffey makes that tackle there. It has been a tough time getting guys down on first contact. We saw it last week, or I'm sorry, 2 weeks ago against NC State, as this one knocked away Manu Coffey. But it has reared its head again a bit here against Oregon State. And that one intercepted. It's Randall Glenn. His 2nd pick of the day. This man is a magnet for the football. 1st and 10. John Bush looking to seal his first win as a starter collegiately. 2nd and 10. Bush in the gun, Ty Tabor to his right. Hand off to Tabor. Tries to spin away, cannot do so. 3rd down and 5. A 1st down ends this ball game for sure. Hand off Tabor. Block does a good job there. And that's going to be enough. This game is over. 34-10. Scavengers take down Oregon State and begin conference play 1-0. A good showing by John Bush. Certainly did not throw the ball a ton. Made some smart plays. I think you've got to like what you saw, but you want to see more from him. I think that's the key component. His first start in his collegiate career. So, take that for what it's worth. But we will see exactly if there's more John Bush next week against Boise State. That is going to be a key component here. 3 touchdowns, no picks, 76% completion percentage. You've got to love what you saw out of a sophomore. And he's going to be fighting Scotty Skoranek next year for this starting job. Now, Skoranek is being essentially redshirted again by this team just to give him a chance to learn. But it's an interesting situation here at quarterback. That is a definite, especially when you look at the next team coming up. as Slade had a very good outing. 3 receptions, 81 yards, and a touchdown. The first of the day, and a big one at that. And Luvo adds another on his good year. But this team did not look sharp early, but came out the way you expected in the second half. They look like the team we thought we were going to see against Oregon State at the beginning of the game. They got the job done. They won dominantly in the end of it all. And I mean, they made life not great for Afalava, which is exactly what you want to see. Glenn, 2 interceptions. His quiet, amazing season that is going on has been, I think, the shock of everyone in Death Valley this year. Luckily, the Scavengers added Nick Burton to the list of recruits that have verbally committed. No Burton here from the prospect out of Oakland, California. They also add Martin Cobb out of Elk Grove, the big defensive tackle, who is expected to more than likely be a project for this defensive line, and a guy they're looking to grow, as well as David D'Ampiro, the athlete out of Mountain View, California. So a handful of new commitments being made after a big win in conference. Raheem Clay also as the defensive player of the week in the Pac-12 to his award category this season, as DVT gets ready for what is probably the biggest game on the schedule when you look at conference play in the Boise State Broncos. This is a game that, in my opinion, is must win with the way things went last year. A loss could mean no Pac-12 title. Keep that in mind. You are watching Death Valley Television. I am Jonathan West, and it is week 8 of the college football season as Death Valley Technical is number 3 in the top 25 as they look to continue conference play today against the Boise State Broncos, who currently sit atop at 5-2 overall, 1-0 in conference. The Scavengers, the only undefeated program right now in the Pac-12. They look to keep it that way against a Boise State team that they are favored against. Now, that doesn't mean anything in sports. We've seen it plenty of times. Upsets happen. But the Scavengers did what they needed to do against Oregon State. Did the defense let up probably a little more than some expected? Yeah. But they got the job done against Oregon State thanks to some big plays on special teams as well. I think they might need that against Boise State. This Boise team much better than the Oregon State team they saw last week. That is a definite. But still a lot of familiar faces on that Boise State roster. Now, when it comes to Boise's injuries, they will be without their starting center, Caleb Vigil, and one of their linebackers, Trey Fasandi. Now, not the biggest injury there. We'll talk about that here in a bit. But Trayvon Wright is still their quarterback, the senior out of Louisville, Kentucky, the man who transferred from Louisville a handful of years ago. And, well, the Scavengers saw him last year and were able to topple him. But he is a very solid player. 14 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, had 22 and 11 last season. He's looking to top that this year. Also a very good back in the backfield in Siri Gaines out of Paris, California. He is a back that can run you over if need be, but is not his main skill set. They don't run the ball a ton, and he hasn't been as consistent as they would like, only 3.8 yards per carry. The Scavengers, if they can bottle him up, should do just fine. Now, at middle linebacker, I said it wasn't an issue. Well, that's because their top linebacker is Peyton Carney, the right outside linebacker out of Birmingham, Alabama. The junior is the key contributor to that linebacking core, 54 total tackles this season already, and 1.5 sacks to go along with it. His best season in his career here at Boise State. And, of course, in the secondary, they do have Sergio Adkins, but their top guy is Trayvon Tolmere, who is the top defender to watch out for, the former teammate of Matt Payne. But Matt Payne won't be seeing the field today, as they're going to roll out John Bush again against Trayvon Tolmere and this Boise State defense. So we'll head down to the hunting ground to get things off in this one, as it's going to be Boise State in the all blues, and in the blood reds are the Scavengers. Always love to see the blue versus red matchup, as Alex Fair, the senior receiver, looks to be a weapon today for the Broncos. His right gets a man in motion. That's Siri Gaines to start things, and they take a shot off the bat, and it's knocked away by Eli Milhausen. Flipping the play here on 2nd and 10 is right. As taking the snap, looking to throw. That one is caught and will be a new set of downs. Trayvon Wright takes the snap here on 3rd and 2. And that's going to be enough for a first down. He was just shy of the first off that last play. I said new set of downs. He was just a hair away from getting a new set of downs, as Siri Gaines gets them half there. 2nd and 5. Another handoff to Gaines, and he's got it outside. That's going to be enough for the first. And I'm sorry, that's Dylan Riley on the carry. Riley 36, Gaines 26. There's Gaines again in the ball game, and he'll take it up the middle and pick up a new set or gain of 7 on that. 2nd and 3. Think I'm too used to watching teams pick up first downs on us at this point, as Trayvon Wright picks up the first there through the air. 1st and 10. Wright does not get his man there. Milhauser with the deflection in the end zone. But definitely in field goal range of the Broncos, as back goes Wright, and Xavier Miles catches up the first sack of the day, and that gets them into a lot further field goal range. Miles making a big play there, now moving it back to 3rd and 23. Barry Michaels almost jumping off sides. There's Earl Shell, finds another sack on the season, as that's going to move them out of field goal range, I would think 59 yards from here. But 2 big back-to-back sacks gets the stop the Scavengers needed. So Boise State on to punt. Ty Tabor back to return, and this one's going to be a fantastic boot inside the 5. So a great punt from Boise State brings out John Bush and this offense that was able to topple Oregon State last week. Can they find the same success today, though? 1st and 10 at their own 4 to start. Not where you want to begin, as Shaq McBath can't find much. 2nd and 8 after the 2-yard gain by McBath. Bush hands off again. McBath doesn't find a lot there. Gain of 3. So it'll be 3rd down and 5. They flip this one to Luvo. He finds room, and it looked to me like he had enough. They say just inches shy. I think it's less than even inches, as they keep the offense out there, and Bush has it. Aggressive early to pick up the first, but they know they need to put points on the board. As a keeper here for Bush avoids one man, and that's going to be a pickup of 5. 2nd and 5 after the option run. Blanco in the ball game, and they go his way on the ground, but he can't find much. The running game off to a very slow start here. 3rd down and 4. Through the air they go. It's Alex Slade over the middle. He's going to have a new set of downs. 1st and 10. Bush goes play action here, as that one lobbed up for Kavion quickly. Couldn't find his man, as that was knocked away. 2nd and 10. Handoff goes to McBath on 2nd down, but they're ready for it. It'll bring up 3rd down and 8, the first 3rd and long of the day for DVT. Can they pick up the first as that screen doesn't set up quick enough? Incomplete, and back to Boise State's offense we go after the punt. Quick throw here by Wright. That one is caught. Manu Coffey couldn't get there quick enough as it takes us to the end of the first quarter, all tied up with goose eggs on the board as the Scavengers have had a tough time going on offense on their first drive, and Boise State tries to find the success they found on their first. Second quarter of action begins. 2nd and 2. Flip goes to the receiver, and Fair is off, picking up a first down. So the first catch for Alex Fair is a big one. 1st and 10 now as they flip this one around. So he regains in the ball game. And they will go play action. Right with time checks that one down. And nowhere really to go there. Fair couldn't find much. 2nd and 12. It's a screen. That one up in the air and incomplete. So 3rd down and long for Boise. No offense has found their mojo yet. As over the middle, that one's caught, and that will be just shy. They will keep the offense out, though, on 4th and 1. No field goal attempt here as they go play action. That caught the defense off guard, and a new set of downs. Boise State moves the chains and keeps this drive alive. As this one is caught on the sideline. That's going to be a new set of downs. 1st and 10. Hand off to Gaines. He's taken down quick. That was shell all over it. 2nd and 13. They go play action again. This a quick throw and nowhere to go. Well defended. So 3rd and 18 now. They've just got to play smart. Pressure coming, and Wright throws that one away. It forces a field goal, a bit of bend but don't break by the DVT defense. But Boise State's kick is up. It is good, and it is the first lead of the game for the Broncos. So 7 minutes left here in the second quarter of action. The score only 3-0. A lot on the scoreboard yet as McBath tries to change that with a big run. That is exactly what they were looking for, a 30-yard scamper for Shaq McBath there. 1st and 10 with Blanco now in the game. They go play action. Quick throw here to Dakota Pounds, and he'll pick up 4. 2nd and 6. Bush looking to throw underneath. That's Slade. He's going to have a new set of downs. 1st and 10. They flip this one to Luvo again. He cuts back there with the juke, and that's going to be enough for the first, they say. That one looks shorter than the last. 1st and 10. McBath back in the ballgame, a running back. And he's going to go up the middle, fight for 4 yards, and they're, I'd assume, in field goal range for George Lincoln. Hand off again to McBath as he goes inside, fights for another 4 to 5 yards, and it's going to be 3rd and short. They go right back to him to the outside. He goes to the 20, 10, 5, he's in. Touchdown, Shaq McBath, and the Scavengers take their first lead of the day. So a quick lead change now with under 3 minutes to go as the Scavengers take the lead here in their home. Boise State now playing from behind for the first time today. 1st and 10 with just about 2:50 left. 2nd and 10 now after the stop on 1st down from that handoff to Gaines. They go back to Gaines with the delayed handoff, and he's got plenty of room. A new set of downs. 2-minute warning has hit. Saying 1st and 10. Quick throw here. Goes to the tight end, and he'll have enough. 1st and 10. No huddle begins here for Boise. As Trayvon Wright tries to get this offense downfield again. They've done a good job of getting down there. They haven't finished the job as Wright takes off with it, and he's dragged down by Jaden Anthony. 1st and 10, $1:40 left. Wright with plenty of time. They only rush 3 as that is caught by Fair, and he's going to have a 6-yard pickup. I believe this is range for Boise State when it comes to a field goal, as that's going to get them even closer. Another 1st down here. 40 seconds left before we head to halftime. Pressure sent, and Shell gets there. Good push against the left tackle as Earl Shell's great season continues. As over the middle, that is caught. Wide open was the tight end with no one around him. Touchdown Broncos. And right before half, Boise State goes to Boswell, the tight end, and picks up the lead. Well, the Scavengers had a miracle before half last week, and they do it again. As Bush just going to try and run with it. Did not work. He was caught in the pocket, sacked as we head to halftime. It's 10-7, Boise State on top, and there are some big visits. Tony V, as some have called him. He is the big running back recruit. The expectation is he will give his commitment today. But the bigger one is Paul Lamar, who everyone thought was going to commit last week to Arizona State, elected to take this visit. And if they win this, they might have a chance to win him over. Tevin Nicholas also visiting today. So a fellow receiver there for Paul Lamar is visiting. Now, last week they did, though, get a verbal commitment out of a handful of recruits, Nick Burton being one of them, the right tackle who they believe has a lot of upside. So a big addition to the offensive line, along with Martin Cobb, a defensive tackle they believe they can help grow into a full disruptive force, definitely known for his pass rush. And finally, David D'Ampiro, who they're not sure where he's going to play yet, but they love his size and strength, and that's his big, helpful ability right now for them. Clayton Boswell has been the offense right now for Boise State, 75 yards on 5 catches, and of course the wide open touchdown reception. When you're 6'7", 240, that's a big body to find, and he kind of is hard to miss. It's 10-7 at half, Boise on top. The Scavengers going to have to find a way to stop this Boise offense. Welcome to the second half of action, everyone, as Boise State on top 10-7 in this one. And the Scavengers just looking to find some momentum on offense. So a handoff to start things for Shaq McBath. Only gained 2 yards there as Bush hands off to him again. Tries to get outside. The block is not made, and it leads to no gain. 3rd down and 8. Bush takes the snap out of the gun, setting up a screen here for Blanco, or I'm sorry, that's McBath, and that's not going to be enough. So a quick 3 and out for the Scavengers is the last thing they've needed, because the Broncos have driven downfield every offensive possession for the most part. They may not have a lot of points on the board, but their offense has moved the ball. And that's the last thing the Scavengers need to see is another 1st down catch. 1st and 10, right in the gun. Hands off Riley. He fights off a defender, and he's going to have enough for the first. Or I'm sorry, just shy of the first. Like he had it to me. 2nd and 1. Hand off Riley again. He spins off of a man and has a new set of downs. And nothing is going right for the Scavengers defense against this Boise State offense. Currently, as Raheem Clay finally shuts down the ground game there. 2nd and 13. Quick throw here. That's fair. He's not going to go far. So 3rd down and 11. A big opportunity for a stop here. It's a delayed handoff to Siri Gaines, and they're able to bring him down. It'll be a 54-yard field goal attempt. Kicks up, and it is right down the middle, and that thing had room. So a big leg by Morris gets them a 6-point lead, and now the Scavengers have to find something in their bag of tricks on offense. As they flip this one to Luvo, it's been arguably the best play this season, has been that jet pass, but a flag looks like it's going to be on Matt Gage. It's been the story of the season again. Holds, and more holds by just about everyone. 1st and 15. Bush takes the snap out of the gun. Plenty of time. Checks this one down to Blanco. 2nd and 14 now. Only 1 yard by Blanco on that last pass. As McBath goes nowhere, it's maybe 1 yard. And they're looking at 3rd and 13 now. Bush to throw. Takes the shot wide open. It's Shaq McBath down the sideline to the 10-5 touchdown. Who had Shaq with the long touchdown reception? Because I didn't. That was not on my bingo card today. As DVT takes the lead, the 2nd touchdown for Shaq today. So they catch Boise State sleeping there with the Shaq McBath deep touchdown. Did not see that happening. 2nd and 9 after the 1 yard pickup by Gaines. Right back to the air, finds Clayton Boswell. He has been the guy. And it's another 1st down, and this team has not tackled well again. They have not been able to take down certain players on first contact, and it has been a problem, as not getting off blocks is a problem here, as that leads to a new set of downs. That jet pass has worked for both sides plenty today. Hand off to Siri Gaines. He powers through Benji Duke. Picks up 3. Dylan Riley checks in now. They go play action off of Riley, and this one's caught. Quick throw from right as he had pressure in his face. It's a new set of downs, and Boise State's offense has not skipped a beat today, as that screen doesn't go very far. Back to the line of scrimmage as we head to the 4th and final quarter of action. It's a 1-point game. But the difference feels like Boise State can't really be stopped. The 4th and final quarter of action underway here. 2nd and 10 for Boise as they begin. And that's Boswell underneath. He's got the first with ease. It's been all Clayton Boswell. 1st and 10. Right. Flips this one to Fair. Alex Fair outside. No one around him. Touchdown, Boise. Between Boswell and the jet pass, it's been unstoppable for the Broncos right now. They take back the lead. And you've got to wonder if DVT can keep up right now. Boise going for 2 to make it a pure 7-point ball game. Right, connects. Guess who? And I'm sorry, that's not Boswell. I thought that would be the main target there. But caught nonetheless, 21-14. A 7-point ball game as Bush going to take a shot to Luvo. That one, though, knocked away. Double coverage there. He had quickly underneath. Should have gone there. Would have been a nice pickup. 2nd and 10. Bush goes underneath this time. This is Matt Gage, the blocking tight end, picking up the 1st down. First and 10. The sophomore in the empty. And that screen did not set up well enough, or Bush didn't like it. I'm not sure exactly what the problem was there. Looked like Slade might have had some good yardage if he got that ball, as Blanco on the run gets him close to a new set of downs. 3rd and inches. There you go, McBath outside. He's going to have enough, but a flag flies. You've got to be kidding me. And this one's going to be on Albert Puzzles. It feels like every player has been a problem this season when it comes to holding. They flip this one to Luvo. They're hoping not for another hold, as that one's going to give them a new set of downs. No flags on the field. And the jet pass continues to find success for both sides. Bush lobs this one downfield, well covered, as Bell was certainly not open. 2nd and 10. Blanco on the ground fighting, finds a new set of downs. And they've at least gotten themselves into field goal range, which is a positive, as play action does not work. Down goes Bush. 2nd and 17 now after the sack. Bush going to take off with it himself here. He gains a chunk back, but it sets up 3rd down and 11. They just send him down the field again, as there's a flag here intended for Kavion Quickly. I thought it might have been PI for a second, but it's a hold on Dante Kenoy, who has been the biggest problem child when it comes to the penalties this season. 4th and 11. The Scavengers going for it as Alex Slade makes the catch. 1st and 10 now inside the 5. Bush rolling left. He's a righty, not the easiest thing to do. That's incomplete. And I don't like that play call at all. 2nd and goal. Bush, quick throw to Luvo, and he can't hang on. Well covered, but he had the advantage there. 3rd and goal. The Scavengers hand it off, and a flag flies. You've got to be kidding me. Another hold, this one on Roosevelt Lamar. They're going to decline that one, and the Scavengers will stay on the field. Hand off on 4th and goal. McBath is in. Touchdown number 3 on the day. Every score has been in the hands of Shaq McBath. But the holds were a problem. 3 on that drive alone. Not what you want to see. They were able to fight through it. But now the defense has to do their part. 1st and 10. Hand off to Gaines. Gaines finds room. He's got the first. And now the no-huddle begins for Boise State. They saw something they liked there. Changing up the play now is Wright. 1st and 10. Man in motion. Hand off Gaines. He regains check down after 5 yards there. 2nd and 5 as Riley checks in. Wright, though, finds his man, and he'll be just shy of the mark. Brings up 3rd down and 1. The front 4 need to play well here. Hand off to Gaines, and down he goes. Juan Donnerson. The biggest stop of the game right there as 2:20 remains as Shaq McBath carries this one for the Scavengers and gets them close to a new set of downs. 2 minutes left now as the warning is hit. Bush gonna throw it as that's Bell on the catch. Trayan Bell picks up the first. Stops the clock by getting out of bounds. Not really what the Scavengers need right now. As a throw intended for Slade, but they were not on the same page. He wasn't even looking at the ball there. 2nd and 10. Hand off to Blanco. He's going nowhere. Big 3rd down and 11. They need a good play here. Bush finds Bell. Bell will be just shy of the mark. It's a long field goal attempt, and the offense stays out there. They will not attempt the 54-yarder. 4th and 1. Handoff McBath. He couldn't get it. A turnover on downs leads to Boise's ball with 1:10. They have arguably the biggest leg of a kicker we've seen this season. And they have an opportunity to end this ball game. They don't need to get much further to end it. As that one is incomplete. That's a big breakup by Randall Glenn. 3rd down and 3 if they can get this stop. Quick throw, and you've got to be kidding me. That looked like a pick. Either way, it's a 1st down. I feel like there should have been some type of flag there. Looked like a pick play to me as Clayton Boswell makes the catch. From here, it's 56. That seems to be in the range. As that one is caught, they are certainly in field goal range now. 1st and 10. The clock keeps ticking. Play action here to the end zone, and that one's off the mark. They're set up straight down the middle. 8 seconds left. Kicks up. It's good. Boise up by 3. And the Scavengers need a miracle. Keep in mind, folks, 1 loss in conference could be the difference between this team and the Pac-12 title game, or sitting at home and not even having to worry about the playoffs. It is a very intense situation here with 4 seconds remaining. It's very returnable. Slade. He returned a kick last week. Doesn't return this one with a single second on the clock. Do the Scavengers have a miracle in them? They take the shot for Luvo. It's knocked away. Incomplete. Boise State is now the 1 behind the 1 in the Scavengers 7-1. Trayvon Wright and company topple DVT in the hunting ground, and it just looked like the defense couldn't stop them. That's as easy as you can put it. They got 1 stop when it comes to a serious punt. They got down inside the 20 nearly every drive at some point. It was not a good look for this Scavengers team. Now, John Bush didn't play bad, not at all. No win though for him here. He now is 1-1 as a starting quarterback for the Scavengers. I mean, you can say what you want about Matt Payne. He is undefeated under center. I'm not going to say that means they should start him or shouldn't, but he is undefeated under center. John Bush still had a very solid outing. The Scavengers defense, I think, was the problem today. The offense certainly did not get their juice going until far too late. The Scavengers defense just let Boise State go to work. They could not stop them from getting deep down the field. Every drive went there except for one. They could not stop that offense. Earl Shell wins Defensive Player of the Week. I mean, he had a good outing, two more sacks, 8 total tackles on the day. That's great and all, but it comes in a loss, and you certainly don't want that. He also takes home National Defensive Player of the Week honors. You've got to think that they're going to recognize him highly for the Defensive Player of the Year awards. Shaq McBath also takes home Offensive Player of the Week for his 3 touchdown performance, 2 on the ground, 1 through the air. But the Scavengers see it as a bittersweet day as they get set to take on the Great Lakes University Otters next week. Let's hope they've got a bounce-back game in them. You are watching Death Valley Television. I am Jonathan West, and it is week 9 of the college football season. And here in Death Valley, it's not the happiest day, given the Scavengers fell for the first time this season to the Boise State Broncos. And the issue with that is, of course, it's a conference game. They're currently sit 2 undefeated teams in conference, the Boise State Broncos and the Sanford College Coyotes. The Scavengers now would need Boise to lose 2 games and the Scavengers to win out. That's the situation with conference play now if the Scavengers want to make the Pac-12 title game for the first time in school history. They didn't make it last year, and that's the situation at hand. Again, the Scavengers need to win these conference games. Luckily, they're facing a banged-up GLU team without their best safety and arguably their best offensive lineman. Now, they will have Tyree Doyle, the junior quarterback, who can be a big threat both on the ground and with his arm. However, I'd argue as a runner, he might be even deadlier. He has not been as dominant as I think the Otters would like, with 7 touchdowns to 2 interceptions. That's not looking great right now for them. Now, hopefully the Scavengers defense can play their best against Shelton Lighton, the running back at Jacksonville, Florida. Now, he is expected to be the offense for the most part. 405 yards off 99 carries this season with 3 touchdowns. It's a solid average with 4.1 yards a carry. He is really their offense right now, and that's not much of a surprise, I would think. Defensively, they do have a few pieces to that puzzle. Daniel Edmonds at defensive tackle is their big body in the middle of that defensive front. And he can definitely be a bit of a force of nature, being able to push guys around and get to the quarterback every so often. They're hoping they can get that 2026 year out of him again with 6 sacks on the season. And also on that line, it's Adam Buchanan, their top rusher. Now, Buchanan has not shown exactly what everyone expected out of Buchanan when he got to GLU. 5.5 sacks is his career high. That was back in 2026. Only 1 sack so far this season. They hope he can get it going here late in the year. As we get down to the field in Chicago, as we're off in this one, and Ty Tabor back to return. He already has a kickoff return for a touchdown. A solid return there, had some space to work with. As it is Shaq McBath and the offense coming out first. We'll see how things go. As a surprise to everyone, Matt Payne back at quarterback for the Scavengers. The argument? Payne hasn't lost this year. That's what I was told. That is the argument, having Payne back as the starter. The bounce back from quarterback to quarterback cannot be doing this offense any favors this season. 3rd and 4 now after 2 straight runs from McBath and Nico Blanco. Leads to Alex Slade on the bubble, picking up a ton. 1st and 10 now here. Strong eye set. McBath gets the handoff, but he's corralled quickly. 2nd and 10. McBath in the backfield. Handoff goes McBath's way. He cuts inside. There is a flag. That's a 1st down for now. And it certainly looks like it's going to be on Dante Kenoy. Another hold on Kenoy this season. It has been a rough year for him. 2nd and 19 after the Kenoy hold. They'll go play action. Payne with time. Finds his man. Kavian quickly on the sideline. A big 1st down throw. Maybe that's a big confidence booster for Matt Payne after seeing John Bush play pretty well. I would think if Payne messes up anymore. You've got to think they go Bush the rest of the way. However, McBath making Payne look good there on the screen, down to the 2. So down to the goal line essentially are the Scavengers. Can they finish this off? Dakota Pounds, the fullback, gets all the way down to the 1. Second and goal now. They've just got to fight this thing in. Pounds again, but he's corralled quickly that time, and that moved him back a yard. 3rd down and 2. Or I'm sorry, 3rd and goal from the 2 is McBath. Can't get in. A good catch there by Edmonds. And they're going to stay on 4th and goal. They go to the sneak, but Payne didn't get it. He's 6'3" and could not break the plane. Coach Booker just doesn't know how to feel about that one. You can see it on his face on the sideline. It's GLU football now. And they begin with the jet pass, and there's room all the way to the 20, 24-yard line there. As a big play to get them out of the shadow of their own end zone at the goal line. So now they go back to their ground game instead now. That's the lifeblood of this offense, has been the backs. Shelton not out there, though, to start things off. 2nd and 8. Man in motion. It's going to be a handoff, though. Not far to go, though. Going to be 3rd and 7. As this no-huddle offense, you're going to see it all day from the Otters. So it is going to wear down this Scavenger defense. We've seen how they've struggled before against the no-huddle. Doyle underneath finds his man. It's going to be a 1st down Otters. Great Lakes in control now as they've gotten all the way up to near their own 40-yard line. 1st and 10 as Doyle takes the snap. Going to roll right. He's just going to keep it and take off. He's deadly on the ground as he's got him into Scavenger territory. A pickup of 22, and I'm sorry, that was Shelton on the run. You heard me right. That is the running back, Shelton, in at quarterback right now. They are essentially running a bit of wildcat as he tosses this one. It's complete for a gain of 2. They'll continue running this no huddle. Shelton stays in at quarterback. This is an interesting situation as they are running out of the gun with the screen here. This is a shock. Frederick Hogue with a catch, his 2nd on the day, as Shelton continues to play quarterback here. And he'll make a change. Keeps it himself, and he'll be just shy. So 4th and inches leads to the lane kick. It's up. It's no good. So a big miss by the Otters. No team comes away with points on their first possessions. 1st and 10 now for the Scavengers as they try to answer the drive by Shelton Lighton at quarterback, as it's a good first play to Kavian quickly, getting him near midfield fast. Man in motion's Luvo. They flip it his way. This has been a big play with him this season. It's going to be another big pickup. Makes a man miss down to the 10. It took 2 plays to get the Scavengers down to the 10-yard line again. Can they finish this drive, though, in the end zone's the question. 1st and 10 here. Shotgun set for Payne. He'll hand off to Blanco. Followed his man. That was Kenoy, as that's going to get him close to a new set of downs, but the end of the first quarter. All tied up at 0 apiece, and it has been not much for the ground game for either side so far today. Second quarter of action begins here. Scavengers right where they were the last time we saw them here, and can they finish the job this time around as a new set of downs there from McBath. He'll have 4 attempts to get in. Payne keeps it. This time he breaks the plane. Touchdown Scavengers. And they draw first blood here in the Windy City. So the Otters back on offense. They've got Doyle under center. Shelton Lighton behind them, and they'll go play action off the double fake, and that's going to be a first down catch. No huddle begins again, this time with their actual quarterback leading the charge instead of Shelton Lighton, who did a pretty solid job, I'd say, running that offense for a little bit as he finds no yards there. Actually lost 2 on that run. They continue to move quick. Scavengers make a change defensively. As pressure coming, it's a screen here for Lighton. He's not going to find really anything, and that's going to make it 3rd and 9. So a 3rd and long situation for the Otters. Can the Scavengers get a big 3 and out, essentially? Doyle throws on the run, finds his man. What a throw by Doyle, as it's a huge first down back into Scavengers territory, just barely. 1st and 10 from the Scavengers 49. They changed the play here. Tight end in motion. And they'll go play action, and it is dropped. Would have been a huge play. Maybe even a touchdown as Manu Coffey was trailing. Doyle fakes, and that one nearly intercepted. Raheem Clay almost had a pick. 3rd and 10. Doyle to throw. This one just airmailed out of bounds, and it will be back to the Scavengers after the punt. So we'll see if the offense can add more points to the board. They finally got on the board as that screen never really set up well. 2nd and 11. Man in motions quickly. They flip it his way. He's got some blockers in front of him. Matt Gage being the big one there to the 50. And he is at the 45 of GLU. So a huge play from Kavian Quickly, who has had a day so far. 1st and 10. In Otter territory, they go Blanco on the ground. He'll pick up 5. And he'll stay in the ball game on 2nd and 5. Handoff from Payne to Blanco, who can't find much this time around. So 3rd down and 3. They go strong eye set, bringing in Shaq McBath. Handoff to McBath. He'll take it out wide. He's got blockers in front of him. They can't find the block, but it will be enough for the first. Blanco checks back in now. Play action here. Payne to the end zone. He's wide open, and Luvo never turned around. A huge missed opportunity on the last play as they go back to their ground game that leads to a loss of 3. But what a miss on what should have been a touchdown to Luvo. This one just lobbed up as Payne was hit as he threw. And that, I believe, was intended for Alex Slade, who looked open at first. But instead, it's intercepted by Pratt. And the Otters take back over. What should have ended in a touchdown ends in an interception. And this time, you can't blame Matt Payne. Well, it's Otters football here after the interception by Pratt. Handoff goes to Shelton Lighton. Their top offensive weapon picks up 7 to begin on the ground. 2nd and 3. Doyle starting this no-huddle offense again, making a change here at the line. He'll hand it off again as there's plenty of room up the middle, and Lighton's got another big first down. 1st and 10, Doyle shotgun set. It's a quick throw off the RPO, and that's going to be a gain of 9. Otters have a little bit of momentum going. They are back in Scavengers territory. Both teams have yet to have a drive that does not enter the opposing field. And off to Lighton. Shelton Lighton's got space to the outside, and he'll take this one into the red zone. Already 75 yards on the ground for Lighton. First and 10, the no-huddle continues. They flip this one around, it looks like. Doyle in the gun, Lighton to his right. He looks like he is breathing heavy here. It's been a big workload for him as they will go his way again. A gain of 2 as they move quick again. 2nd and 8. Looks like they flip this one again. Doyle has a man in motion. They flip it his way, and that's not going to go far. Eli Millhauser on the tackle there as that brings up 3rd down and 7. Now this could be a big stop. Keep in mind, GLU missed a field goal on their first drive of the game as this one's caught over the middle, and that's McPherson with the first down. 1st and goal from the 4. Doyle connects with a wide open Tom McCoy. The number 2 tight end picks up the touchdown, and the Otters tie this ball game up. Well, the Scavengers now with an opportunity here before half. $1:58, all 3 timeouts. And they'll begin on the ground with McBath, but a flag flies. And this one's going to be coming back. That's going to be on Matt Gage on the hold. 1st and 20. Shotgun set here with Blanco now in the ballgame in the backfield. Payne sets up the screen for Kavian quickly. He's had a good day so far. Only finds 4 there on that screen. 2nd and 16 now. They're going to need a big play to get them downfield as Payne tries to run with it. Can't get away. Timeout taken by the Otters as they might have a chance to get maybe a 1-minute drill in here. Payne takes the shot. And that one's knocked away from Luvo. So a new drive for the Otters with 2 timeouts before half. They have a chance here to add more points as Doyle just slides safely there. Right at midfield just about. 2nd and 3. Doyle over the middle connects. It's a new set of downs for the Otters as they move quick. This is where that no-huddle offense of theirs very much comes in handy. Doyle looking to throw. He's got a wide open man on the sideline as the 1st and out of bounds. 1st and 10 here. Doyle to throw, connects, and it's going to be another 1st down. Doyle, 1st and 10. And he nearly hit the back of Jaden Anthony. That one nowhere near his intended target, as that'll bring up 2nd and 10. The Scavengers just looking to stop him for a field goal at least, as that one could have been anything at that point. Barely a hand on it to stop that thing from being a touchdown, as the Otters with a chance, but that one thrown away as pressure was collapsing on Doyle. They settle for another lane field goal attempt. This one is good. And the Otters will have the lead going into half, it looks like. 12 seconds remain. The Scavengers have maybe 2 or 3 plays at most. Payne gonna run with it. Try and get closer maybe for a Hail Mary attempt. 6 seconds. We've seen him get some deep shots before. Can they make a big play happen here? Payne takes the shot for Luvo. He's got it, but out of bounds after the catch. So a big play, just not for a touchdown as we head to half. 10-7, Otters on top. And the news gets worse as Paul Lamar, the wide receiver the Scavengers were after, has committed to the Arizona State Sun Devils. So a big loss there at wide receiver, the expected replacement for Kavian Quickly. Now their focus at wideout turns mainly to Tevin Nicholas, the young man out of Pasadena. They're hoping he can become a big weapon for them at wide receiver, as well as possibly Kari Bunch out of Granite Bay, California. He is a smaller size guy, more in that Kavian Quickly role. Not as light as Quickly is, but still very much like that. Now for the positive, Tony V is expected to make his commitment known this week, and the Scavengers seem to be the only name that anybody can come up with there. As for the way the halves have looked, well, the Otters have found their mojo a bit on offense. It's come away with 10 points for them. The Scavengers need to get their bread and butter working. That ground game. Yes, Kavian Quickly's had a good day, but if they can get the run game going, they could fight their way back in this one. The third quarter of action begins here, folks, with Doyle in the gun as he looks to throw, as Tyree Doyle connects for a 9-yard pickup. 2nd and 1. No huddle begins already for the Otters. They already have a 3-point lead, so they have a chance to double up off of what they ended the half with, as nowhere to go, Xavier Miles. 3rd and 1. Can they do that again? You've got to think this goes to Shelton Lighton. They do go his way on the ground, and he will be shy. So a big stop to start this second half by the Scavenger defense, and they go Kavian Quickly on the ground with the jet sweep, and that's going to pick up 6. Maybe that's a little bit of lifeblood for this ground game that hasn't seen a lot of success yet today as they go Shaq. Shaq's got the first and more, as that's a big pickup. They are what some would perceive to be in field goal range for George Lincoln III, as they take this out wide though with McBath, and he's going to have an 8-yard pickup. 2nd and 2 now. Payne flips this one out in the eye to Blanco, and that's going to get back to the line of scrimmage. No gain there. 3rd and 2. It's the jet sweep again for Quickly. He's going to have enough for the first. So a good day for Kavian Quickly has just continued here into the second half as a flag flies off the play action. It's a connection to Luvo. However, this one's coming back. Moses Holiday is going to get called for the hold. So from a 1st and 10 completion to 1st and 20 following the hold, Payne, plenty of time in the pocket, finds his man. Luvo with an 18-yard pickup. 2nd and 2. Payne hands off to McBath, and Shaq's going to have enough for the first. It has not been a great day on the ground for anyone really right now that wears black and red, but the Scavengers, what a catch by Matt Gage there. The Scavengers getting very close to adding another 6 points. Hand off here to Blanco. He fights his way in. Touchdown Scavengers, and they'll take the lead back in this one. So the Scavengers offense able to pick up the pieces they need there to get the lead back after a good defensive possession from the Scavengers last time the Otters had the ball. Can they do that again, though, as 4 yards off that screen by GLU. 2nd and 6 here. Doyle in the gun. Gets a man in motion. It's a handoff to Lighton, and he is going to pick up 3. They have kept him at bay the last couple carries. 3rd down and 3. Change here by Doyle. They hand it off to Lighton. He shook off Shell, but Miles finishes him. And another big stop by the defense. It means more good field position for the Scavengers as this one gets flipped to Luvo. He's going to have 1st and more as the ball pops loose. And it's recovered by the Otters. I can't believe it. It's Darren Brents, the safety, who popped it loose. And that's going to give the Otters the football back and a chance to make some plays happen as Tom McCoy gets a big play here. McCoy already has a touchdown on the day as the no huddle continues again here. Hand off to Lighton right up the middle. Look at all the space. A 1st down run down to the 20 as he's over the 100-yard mark today. 1st and 10. Man in motion. They flip it. This time, though, it doesn't go far. A gain of 4. 2nd and 6. Under a minute and a half here in this 3rd quarter of action. Hand off to Lighton. Shelton Lighton taken down real quick. 3rd down and 5 here. Big chance for another stop. They change up the formation entirely. McPherson, the man in motion, but Shell brings down Lighton and forces the lane field goal attempt. Kicks up. It's good. And the Otters make it a 14-13 bowl game. Last time we saw this score, well, the final didn't work out for the Scavengers. You remember at one point the game was 14-13 last week. Boise State, of course, coming away with the win as that run takes us to the end of the 3rd quarter of action. 14-13, Scavengers on top, but we've seen this story before. Throw up those 4s, folks. 1 quarter of action left. The 4th and final quarter to go here in Chicago as the bubble screen for Quickly sets well, and he's off to the races into Otter territory. Kavian Quickly has had a day. He has been the biggest weapon all day today. It's been nice to see out the senior receiver as McBath bottled up again for the most part. 2nd and 7. Play action from Payne. Over the middle, wide open. It's Luvo. He's got the 1st. Not going to fumble that one. It's a handoff here to McBath. He doesn't go far, though. They did not follow the man in motion on the last play. 2nd and 8. Payne looking to run with it himself. He slides down safely after the 1st. A new set of downs as they are right inside the 10. As this one is caught, Matt Gage in the end zone. Something we have not seen a lot. Matt Gage with a touchdown reception. They were not ready for that one. So an 8-point lead now for the Scavengers. Things looking a little bit better now as a screen set up here by the Otters. Nowhere to go, though. 2nd and 8. Doyle gets things moving quickly again as he changes up the formation. Hand off to Lighton. Shelton Lighton goes nowhere. Raheem Clay on the tackle. So a big 3rd and 8 for the Otters. This is make or break right now. 7 minutes left to go here in this 4th quarter. Shell got some pressure, but a wide open man downfield. He was brought down by Millhauser, but a new set of downs and nearing midfield quick because of that. The screen set up here, as that doesn't go far again. They've done a good job of sniffing out the screens here. 2nd and 8. Getting the play from the sideline. Doyle makes a quick change here. Hands off to Lighton, but Xavier Miles was the first man there. Finished by Shell. And it'll be 3rd and 11. Doyle. Pressured. Runs up into more pressure. John Decker the 4th. His 3rd sack of the season. So a new set of downs for the Scavengers here. Man in motions Luvo. It's a fake on that flip, but they were not fooled. A loss of 4. McBath went down quick. As 2nd and 14, they'll hand it off to McBath again. Tries to take it out wide, cannot do so. Does pick up 3 of the lost yardage back. 3rd and 11 though. Payne looking to throw. And that one's taken away. It's Darren Brents again, and he'll go to the end zone. Man forced a fumble earlier. Gets a pick 6 here, and that one you can give to Matt Payne. I don't say that he really was at fault for the first interception as he was hit as he threw, and of course 2 plays before that should have had a touchdown. But that one, a poor throw, a very bad throw at that. And it leads to a pick 6 and a big opportunity. 4 minutes left in this game, and Doyle now going for 2. As over the middle, it's incomplete. McPherson can't haul it in. So a new drive, just that quick for the Scavengers. Can they finish the job with the ground game? 5 yards off that last run by McBath. 2nd and 5. Hand off to McBath again. He's got the outside this time, and he's got the big play into GLU territory. 1st and 10 now. Payne under center with Blanco behind him. They go Blanco's way, right up the middle. Another nice run. So 2 minutes left in this. They can finish this ball game out by just running the clock. Hand off McBath. He's got the first, but a flag flies, and the worst time for Andrew Spanway to start holding. 2nd and 9 after the hold by Spanway. It's another handoff to McBath, and he'll fight for the first. A timeout taken by the Otters. 2 timeouts left for GLU right now. $1:52 on the clock. Handoff as McBath has a good gain, but you'll never guess, folks, it's coming back. Moses Holliday is getting called for another hold today. It just seems like they can't get out of their own way right when it's time to finish things off. 1st and 18. McBath finds 4. A second timeout taken by GLU. A first down ends this ball game. It's just that easy. Handoff McBath right up the middle, but he doesn't find a ton. Final timeout taken by the Otters, as it'll be 3rd and 7. Empty set. Bubble screen set. Slade stays on his feet, and he's dragged down for a gain of about 2. They're able to kill some clock. But they will still have a chance, will the Otters. A George Lincoln field goal attempt from 46 yards out. Kicks up, and it's just wide left. When it rains, it pours for DVT. It now is a field goal away from a GLU victory. 1st and 10, Doyle. No timeouts to work with. He throws that one downfield, but a big hit by Coffey jars it loose. 2nd and 10. Doyle in the gun, takes the snap. Quick throw on the screen, but that's not going to give him a first. Clock keeps ticking, even with their no huddle. 3rd down and 4. Just about 30 seconds left in this one. They got to get in field goal range at least. As that one is caught. A big hit, though, by Jaden Anthony. A new set of downs. And they will spike that. So 25 seconds left. They're going to need, I'd say, at least 20 yards to be in field goal range here. As over the middle, that one is jarred loose, incomplete. 20 seconds left, 3rd down and 10. Doyle takes the high snap. And this one's out of bounds, thrown away. A big 4th and 10. This is essentially the bowl game for GLU. Over the middle, nearly picked, incomplete. It's over. The Otters fall. The Scavengers win. And they are back in the win column. They make up for the loss against Boise State. And Matt Payne remains unbeaten on the season. I don't know how the folks at home are going to feel about it, but Matt Payne remains the only quarterback to be unbeaten on this team right now that started a game. Has it been pretty? No. But the Scavengers played a very good game today. 305 yards for Payne, some easy completions, also some big ones downfield. But the 2 interceptions again, of course, one really being more so on him than the other. But a pick 6 gave life to GLU. The Otters, though, could not get the job done. And the Scavengers defense, for the first time in what feels like a while, fully came through when it mattered. Luvo and Quickly, both with 100-yard outings today, both with 5 catches as well on the day. But the Scavengers, they found a way to do what they haven't. They closed out a game. Wasn't the way we were hoping they would when they had the ball on offense? No. But they did it defensively, which they have not done, it feels like, in a bit. But for the first time in a while, you feel good about the way the defense played, especially late in the game. And luckily, they'll have some more help at running back next year as Tony V has committed to the Scavengers. So 2 big running backs added to a room that is definitely going to need some power back in it. And they have a game that screams trap next week. It's DVT versus the team that put an end to the season essentially last year, San Diego State. I am Jonathan West. You are watching Death Valley Television, and the Death Valley Technical Scavengers are 8-1 going into week 10 of the college football season. And at this point, they can't lose. That's the situation at hand. Right now, if they hope to make the Pac-12 title game, they have to win out. It's as easy as that, and they're going to need a little bit of help in the way of Boise State or the Sanford College Coyotes losing some in-conference games. Now, currently, DVT is on the outside looking in of the first look of the playoff bracket. We'll see if that changes as time goes on, but right now it is not looking good for them getting into the college football playoffs. Now, I know you noticed it because I know people will take note of Fresno State every time they're there. The Bulldogs do have another shot at a Pac-12 title game with a record that is definitely not what you'd expect from a team making a conference title game. So we'll have to keep tabs on that. As for the opponents this week for the DVT Scavengers, they will be taking on the Aztecs of San Diego State, and they are banged up. Backup quarterback Quan Bacon will be starting. Quite a name there, the junior out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico. Stands 6'4", 185, a former two-star prospect. And, well, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. He certainly has not surprised anyone. I think that's the best way to put it there. This game should be what is expected. A win. It screams trap game, but the Scavengers should go in and do their job. Stephen Cager has seen the Scavengers fall before to San Diego State. He was here last year when the fall began for the Scavengers late in the year. 4 touchdowns so far for Cager, as he is their top wide receiver this season now. Now, defensively, they do have a very good player in Roland Abreu. Now, Abreu is a bit of a problem on that defensive front, and with the holds being what they have been for the Scavengers this year, this could be a problem for the interior of the line. Keep that in mind. Roland Abreu, 2.5 sacks this year, 5 sacks his season high last year. Now, another thing to keep in mind is this secondary. The Scavengers don't believe it can keep up with their wide receivers. Eric Witt is their top guy there. And you look on paper and you don't believe that this secondary can keep up with guys like Luvo, Slade, Quickly. You don't see that in these receivers. The Scavengers can't get overconfident as we head down to the hunting grounds, as we're off in this one. And it is going out the back of the end zone essentially, as DVT will be on defense to start. And Quan Bacon, the junior out of Rio Rancho, starts us off for the San Diego State Aztecs out of the split back set to begin things. Man in motion as they go play action. And that one is caught, and Holbrook overran him. It's a gain of 7 to begin, and the Scavengers already make a quick mistake. A quick completion here already, getting the Aztecs to midfield. Just like that, took 2 plays. And they are certainly making it feel like a trap game. More motion here as play action a second time. Pressure coming. Down goes Bacon. It's Raheem Clay. The junior linebacker makes the play. Get confused sometimes with the fact that he is getting some NFL looks. 2nd and 19. Bacon looks to throw, pressure coming, but it's a screen set up. It will pick up a chunk, but they're still looking at 3rd and long now. 3rd and 14 is Bacon out of the gun. A screen again. This one doesn't go far. They'll have to punt that one away. And the Scavengers offense with Matt Payne at the helm out here to see what happens. Now, Payne has had his interception issues. It's nearly cost them a couple of games. They are unbeaten, though, with Payne under center. Keep that in mind. First down run there off Blanco for the first play of the game, as Payne keeps it, and he's going to get back to the line. That's it. 2nd and 10 now. Payne takes the snap. Plenty of time. Over the middle, it's Alex Slade who's got the first down. New set of downs here. Payne hands off to McBeth. His first carry of the day goes for 10 and a new set of downs. So 1st and 10. Already past midfield today. Another keeper for Payne, and this time he's got positive yards. A gain of 4. 2nd and 6. Payne keeps it on the play action, and he goes down on second contact. A big loss takes them behind midfield now as they need a big play on 3rd and 18. And they'll get it to Slade. There is a flag, though. And sadly, the big first down's coming back as Damian Green gets called. The right tackle called for the hold. Makes it 3rd and 28. I don't know if they have a play in the playbook for this one. His name's Talialuvo, but he dropped it. They had the first down. Instead, they had to punt it back to San Diego State. The defense now back to work. And it looked like the Scavengers were still going to be on offense as Bacon sails one there. 3rd and 9. Bacon to the air. He'll connect on the curl. That'll be enough for a new set of downs. Manu Coffey was right there. They've got to be a little worried about Coffey's coverage this year. He's been burnt a handful of times. He's also gotten beat just being on guys a couple of times. Man in motion here as they hand off. And that's going to be a nice run. Powered through the initial contact. As the Aztecs once again getting close to midfield. A good wrap up there. Keeps them shy of the mark. 3rd down and 6. Pressure gets there as the throw was coming off incomplete. And it's back to the Scavengers offense. Last play of the first quarter here as Nico Blanco can't find much. And it'll take us to the end of 1. And surprisingly, no points on the board. 0-0 as the offenses have not been able to produce just yet. We'll see, though, if something gets going here in the second quarter of action. 2nd and 8. Payne to start things off in the gun here in the second quarter. As the handoff goes Blanco's way. We've seen a lot of Nico Blanco today. Not so much of Shaq McBath. He checks in here on 3rd down and 1. They go right up the middle with him. He's got the first down with ease. A new set of downs. Payne hands off to McBath. He fights for a gain of 3. McBath stays out there. I bring up one comment, and apparently the coaching staff heard me. As they flip this one to Quickly. There's a flag already on the field, so I've got a feeling this one's coming back. And it will. It's Dante Kenoy, who has been having a rough year. A very rough year. 2nd and 16. Payne to the air, wide open, and it was tipped and nearly picked. If he put more air under it, I think Luvo's off to the races for 6. But instead it was a tip, and luckily just an incompletion, as a deep shot here should have been picked. A lot of should have beens on that drive for the Aztecs, as a nice run here gets them a gain of 3. Looked like they were going to break that for maybe even more. 2nd and 7. Quick throw into the hands of Randall Glenn, the senior. He's been quietly having a phenomenal outing. His season has been amazing. You'll want to know how good it has been? That's his 7th interception of the season. Can you believe it? 1st and 10 past midfield already. The first points of the day have not been garnered by either side, as a handoff here to McBath picks up 4. 2nd and 6. Can the Scavengers capitalize off Randall Glenn's 7th pick of the season? Good block by McBath there. Open Slade. He's got the first down. New set of downs here at around the 25. Payne to the air. To the end zone, and it's intercepted. Eric Witt. He wanted Alex Slade. Witt was right there. And that thought process of, well, they can't keep up with our receivers has not been true right now. Or at least it hasn't manifested with Matt Payne throwing the football as they throw it right back to San Diego State. And the Randall Glenn interception is for naught. Handoff here, doesn't get anything. A nice tackle there by Raheem Clay. 2nd and 10. That one tipped and incomplete. So 3rd down and 10 for Quan Bacon. He'll take the snap. Checks that one down. Looked like it could have been picked by Juan Donnerson, but it's going to be short of a 1st down. Back to the DVT offense now from the punt. And somebody's got to break this scoreless hold. 2nd and 10. Flip this one to Quickly again. Had a good play if it hadn't been for the hold before. He's going to have the 1st down here. 1st and 10. 3.5 left to go here in the first half of action. It's a bubble for Quickly. He's going to get close to the mark. So 2nd and inches, just shy of the 1st down marker. There you go, McBath's way. He's got the outside, but a flag flies. I'll let you guess what the flag is. As it's Damian Green for the 2nd time today. That right side has just been bringing the offensive line back right now. Play action on 2nd and 7. Payne just going to run with it himself and pick up the 1st. 2 minutes to go here in this first half of action. Payne through the air. He cannot connect. It was double coverage on Slade. Still took the chance for him. And off to Blanco here. Debreu on that tackle. 3rd and 10. Payne runs out of time as he gets drilled. And that sack is going to allow an opportunity now for San Diego State with a $1.17. Bacon pressured. He'll go down. Earl Shell and company. He has had a monster season, has Earl Shell. 2nd and 19. Bacon in the pistol. They're looking to throw again. Shell brings the pressure again, and that one gets forced incomplete. 3rd down and long. They'll just hand it off on the draw. Down they go. A timeout taken by DVT. They'll have one left. And they've got great field position. 1st and 10. Maybe about 10 to 15 yards for a field goal as this one is knocked away. It looks like every time they have a shot at Luvo who gets behind them, but the ball doesn't get there quick enough. And that one sails over the head of Trey and Bell. 3rd and 10 now. They'll flip this one to Luvo. He's got that speed to the outside, to the 30, the 20, 10, 5. You're not going to catch him. Touchdown Scavengers. Finally, Luvo finds pay dirt. His fantastic senior campaign continues. The speed has been the biggest weapon for Luvo this season, and you see it on display on those jet passes. That'll take us to the half, though, and it certainly has not been the game we expected. 7-0 Scavengers on top, and luckily, they'll have some new weapons coming in next season, one of which, Tony V, the back out of San Diego, California. They've added 2 big power backs to their arsenal now, and it'll be interesting to watch that. They do have Kevin Cox visiting today. He is expected to make his decision soon. Heavily favoring, though, the Oregon Ducks right now, so they're going to need a good visit today to win him over. They did lose out on Taylor Lorenzen, the tackle who elected to go to USC. He would have been visiting today but made his decision early last week. And finally, they've got defensive end Glenn Coate visiting, the end from Jacksonville, Florida. Expected that he will be coming to DVT as they're the only team to offer a scholarship. But as for the teams right now, there's not a lot going on when you look at everything on paper. But the Scavengers on top 7-0, and you've just got to hope the defense continues to play the way they have and keeping San Diego State off the board, because the Scavengers are definitely going to need that on offense. The second half of action is underway here, folks. I'm Jonathan West. You're watching Death Valley Television, and it's Scavengers football to begin this third quarter. Shaq McBath to the right side, picking up 8. Second and 2. McBath stays in the ball game. Hand off to Shaq. Followed Kenoy, and if we had seen one block, he might have been off to the races. Either way, it's a new set of downs as Blanco checks in. Hand off to Nico. He doesn't find much. Second down and 8 as McBath checks back in. So a lot of Nico Blanco in the first half. It's McBath early here in the second as a nice spin. Picks up the first down. That's his biggest run of the day. First and 10, Blanco checks back in. They have stayed in this strong eye heavy set as they go play action here. Payne throws on the run, and that one's taken away. It's the second pick of the day for Matt Payne. He cannot get away from the interceptions. And just to remind you folks, John Bush, who started a couple games, currently sits with no picks on the season. Sterling Ellis with that interception as it was intended for Talialuvo. As this screen connects, but a flag flies quick. I think this is going to be a legal man downfield, and indeed it will be. The Aztecs moving back a bit. First and 15 here for Quan Bacon. As a little bit of extra pressure sent, it does not get there, and Eli Millhauser has to make the play. Second and 4. Bacon, quick throw. There's a lot of open room here, and that's a nice tackle by Manu Coffey. First and 10. Hand off, and that's not going to go far. Second and 10 now. Man in motion out of that split back set. Bacon cannot connect there. That was at the feet of his intended target, and that'll bring up 3rd and 10. Can the defense keep him off the board for another drive? Pressure sent from Shell as that check down doesn't get him the first. Nothing comes of the interception. Payne setting up a screen here for Shaq McBath. You don't often see Shaq on the screen game, but it picks up 8. Second and 2. There's a flag already on the field. McBath, I don't think you're going to keep the yardage. It's a good run, but looks like Grant Huff getting called for this hold. We talked about the problems that this offensive line has had all season long. They continue to show their ugly head here today as Blanco, though, finds room, makes a nice move there. It's a new set of downs. First and 10. Hand off once again to Blanco, and he'll fight for a gain of 6. Second and 2 is Ty Tabor, the true freshman, checks in. And they'll go play action off Tabor as a shot downfield knocked away by Sterling Ellis. 3rd down and 4. McBath in the backfield. And they go jet sweep on third down. That did not fool San Diego State as they covered that perfectly, and they will get back on offense. Bacon to throw. Underneath, that's not going to go far. 2nd and 7. It has been a defensive day as that's going to be a handoff that just gets back to the line. Earl Shell all over it. Now the Scavengers show pressure here. They send it all. Bacon connects, but it's not enough. So the Scavengers take back over again on offense. And a direct snap to start things directly to the running back. A gain of 6 for McBath takes us to the end of 3. And it will still be a one-possession game going into the 4th and final quarter of action. Throw up those fours, folks, because it is a tight one. Final quarter of action here in the hunting grounds as it's 2nd and 4. Scavengers in control of this one right now as Payne just elects to throw this one away. 3rd down and 4. Payne hands off McBath. 1st down run right there. Blanco checks in on a new set of downs. Just outside midfield. Quick throw. That is incomplete for Alex Slade. 2nd and 10. Blanco to the left of Payne. Blanco gets the handoff, trying to get outside, cannot do so. 3rd down and 13 now. Payne takes his time, takes a shot downfield, wide open. Trayan Bell picks up the first. A big 1st down for the senior receiver. And that'll bring up 1st and 10. They are in George Lincoln field goal range. A big situation here as now maybe they can make it a 2-possession ball game. 2nd and 9 after the short pickup on the bubble screen. Payne sets up another screen. That one, though, doesn't get to the target. And that'll bring up 3rd and 9. Payne looks to throw. Over the middle, it is incomplete. Slade couldn't hang on. George Lincoln III's kick is up. It's good. And it's a 2-possession ball game. Well, the Scavengers are up 2 possessions, but you certainly can't feel comfortable with the way this game's gone right now. As that's a good quick catch for San Diego State. Gain of 8 off that one. 2nd and 2. Another quick throw. This one knocked away. Jaden Anthony, the man on coverage there. 3rd and 2. Hand off to the back, and he's got room. That is a big run right there for the Aztecs. 1st and 10, man in motion. Handoff here with a lot of running room as Millhauser gets stiff-armed at a new set of downs. 1st and 10. It's caught quick. Another 1st down. Earl Kahn with the catch. 1st and 10. Handoff here. That doesn't go anywhere. 2nd and 10. Empty set here. Quan with plenty of time. Quan Bacon connects. And it's going to be another 1st down pickup. Man in motion. Play action again. Bacon with time. Lobs this one. It's caught. Touchdown Aztecs. And just like that, Provo gets them on the board. And it's a 1-possession ball game with 4.5 left to go in this one. Well, you don't have to start the upset alert sirens, but you certainly have to sound some worry after that, as a nice play here to quickly, though. That might keep the worry at a low as Quickly picks up the 1st and more. 1st and 10 here now. They flip this one to Slade, and he's not going to have anything. I don't think it mattered, as Kenoy's going to get called for another hold. That right side of the line now, 4 of the 5 holds on the day. Play action here on 1st and 20. Down goes Payne. And it's going to be 2nd and 27. They go play action again. It's a screen setup for Quickly, and he's not going to have a ton. He'll gain 3 yards back. What's in the playbook on 3rd and 24, though? They'll just send them deep, and not on the same page were Luvo and Payne there. 1st and 10. Back to San Diego State as the pressure from Shell gets there. Just fights through the left tackle to get another sack on the day. It's a double-digit sack season for Earl Shell, who has been absolutely fantastic off the edge. As that one is caught, and they'll get 5 yards back. 3rd down and 10 now. They show pressure, but it leaves a wide open target as Millhauser can't cover Provo. It's a new set of downs, and now they're stuck in this formation. 1st and 10. It's a short pitch and catch. New set of downs there. They go back to the huddle, though. So DVT with a chance. 1:19 left on the clock, as this one is off the mark. 2nd and 10. Bacon connects. It's caught. It's 1st and goal now at the 9 with a $1:11 left on the clock. Caught again, and they're in the end zone. Well, sound the alarms, folks. San Diego State, with 1:08 left, are now on top. Alani Choice gives the lead to the Aztecs. And it is a strange situation as that one's knocked away from Kavian Quickly. 2nd and 10. Payne needs a big play here. The team themselves needs some big plays here as Shaq tries to find room, picks up 6. Not a lot of time left on the clock. They at least, or I was going to say at least, need to get to field goal range, but that would not help as this jet pass to Luvo down the sideline to the 40, the 30. No one's going to catch him. Touchdown Scavengers. It's been Luvo getting outside on that jet pass and his speed that has gotten them to the end zone both times today. Only the 2nd touchdown of the day by the Scavengers, and it came in the same fashion. Now with 41 seconds, the defense has to do their job. Can they close this one out? As over the middle, that is caught. Timeout taken, number 2 on the day by the Aztecs. Pressure coming. Shell got to him, but the throwaway was made. 2nd and 10. 31 ticks of the clock. Wide open, it's knocked away. Millhauser got a hand in there. 3rd down and 10 now. Shell trying to fight through. Was getting some pressure there. That one hit the back of Eli Millhauser. 4th down and 10. The last opportunity for San Diego State if they can't make it happen. Deep shot, it's picked off! Keelan Keelan Holbrook trying to make a play happen. Should have just got down, but it's a 14-second clock now. This game is over as Keelan Holbrook seals it for the Death Valley Technical Defense. The Scavengers will come away with a win. However, let's talk about the elephant in the room. It wasn't the win you expected. It wasn't the win I expected. It wasn't the win I think they expected. Now, Talialuvo had a big day on 2 plays. Both jet passes. They could not win down the field like they thought they would. And a bit of an issue, I believe, was the arm of Matt Payne. The man's got a good arm. It's not the strongest arm in the world, but it's a good arm. However, he was not able to put it in the right spot. The 2 picks were an issue, and the bigger issue, look at the completion percentage. 44%. I hate to be the guy that kind of flips page here. The man might be unbeaten on the season. I think you have to make that move. They may have to go John Bush the rest of the way. Kid hasn't thrown any picks. And yeah, he's got 1 loss to Boise State, but it was a tight one on his record. This offense lives and dies by the ground mainly, but this passing attack I don't think can live with Matt Payne throwing them the football, and that's just my honest opinion. We'll see what the team elects to do in the long run. But another big issue, this offensive line. They have not held up this season. They have been a lot more disappointing than I think a lot of people anticipated. This team's going to have to clean up. Yes, they have some favorable matchups here to end the year. But this was the easiest game left on the schedule. This was a game against a quarterback that a lot of people expected to throw multiple interceptions in the game. That did not happen. A late game interception. 1 interception early from Randall Glenn, who has been dominant this season. It's just insanity. Earl Shell wins Defensive Player of the Week in the Pac-12. Another accolade for him. And Death Valley Tech has to continue these wins. They'll get ready for their last road game of the season against Colorado State. They need wins. And the question is, who's going to get them those wins? You are watching Death Valley Television. I am Jonathan West, and it is week 11 of the college football season, and the Death Valley Technical Scavengers are really in a win and in situation. They have 2 games left in the college football regular season. They are 1 loss by the Boise State Broncos away from setting themselves up for a Pac-12 title game. Now, to keep that in mind, they do still need to win out. What's even more important is the Scavengers now find themselves in the college football playoff bracket at the number 9 seed. So a win continues to be the biggest thing on the season. Now, this week, for the first time in school history, the Death Valley Technical Scavenger fans are cheering for a Coyotes victory as they head to the blue turf to face off against Boise. Keep that in mind when you're looking at the scores on your ticker. As far as Colorado State is concerned, Parker McClellan is their starting quarterback to take on the Scavengers this week at Colorado State. 21 touchdowns to 5 interceptions on the season. A solid campaign for the junior 6'3", 195-pounder. Now, the main offensive weapon, though, is Jalen Dupree, the running back out of Marvin, Arkansas. He is their top weapon when it comes to getting their offense going. If he doesn't get going, this offense is not going to flow properly. Only 1 touchdown on the ground this year, but 559 yards. The key component there is he's had 3 straight years of 5 yards per carry averages. Defensively, John Santoso is their top guy on defense, and I think it's by far. He is just a freshman for this team, a redshirt freshman at that, but he is a massive individual when it comes to getting to the quarterback. 5 sacks already this season, 3 tackles for a loss, and 23 total tackles on the season. Now, the leader of that defense is a totally different question. That's Wayne Slaughter, the middle linebacker. A perfect name, if you ask me, for a middle linebacker. Slaughter out of Littleton, Colorado, the native for Colorado State. He's got 3 interceptions on the year. Only half a sack to go with it, but he's made up for it with those picks and has found his way to the football. We'll see how the Scavengers fare in a game that once again could sign as a trap game. It was a close one last week against San Diego State. They got caught almost with their foot off the gas. They can't let that happen this week against the Rams. And we are off in this one, as it is going to be returned by Alex Slade. He's going to have some blockers in front of him, but nowhere to go. So it will be Talialuvo and company coming out on offense. Of course, he's had a phenomenal senior campaign. John Bush, though, you see his stats at the top of your screen there. He is the starting quarterback from what I've been told the rest of the way as a 8-yard carry to begin for Nico Blanco. 2nd and 2. Bush out of the split back set, hands off to McBath, picking up the first down. He's going to need a big day today if they're to keep things going their way. Out of the gun again, they go play action. Wide open is Blanco, and that ball goes back to him and gets him to midfield. Maybe a bit too early on the juke there to try to make 2 men miss. 1st and 10, Bush out of the gun again. Plenty of time, goes underneath. That is Trayan Bell. He's got a new set of downs. A good start for this offense, already at the 40 of Colorado State. It's a keeper, but Bush goes down. It's Wayne Slaughter all over him. So 2nd and 14. Man in motions quickly as it's a screen setup for Blanco. The orbit didn't work out the way they wanted it to. So it'll bring up 3rd and very long. Bush with a clean pocket. Finds his man. Bell behind the defense, and he is gone. Touchdown Scavengers as Trayan Bell starts them off with the touchdown. Not the guy I think most people expected to have the first score on the day, but the Scavengers strike quickly and a pretty successful overall drive there. And out will come the Colorado State offense. You see the numbers there with Raheem Clay being the man to watch, try and take out Dupree, the back. As a quick throw here, though, as that's only going to pick up 1. 2nd and 9. McClellan throws the screen again, and it's going to be a solid pickup of about 7 there. 3rd down and 2. I think they go Dupree here. No, another quick screen, and this one's incomplete. Big hit by Eli Millhauser, jarring that one free. So they'll boot this one away with the Rams. It'll be returnable for Ty Tabor, the true freshman. Right up the middle, powers through to get great starting field position for DVT here on their 2nd offensive possession. Hand off to McBath. The start it runs right into Slaughter for only 3 yards. 2nd and 7. Bush in the gun. Hands off Blanco. Tries to follow blocks. Can't find much. It'll set him up 3rd down and 5. Bush in the gun. Man in motion is Slade. They flip it his way on the power, and that's going to work out perfectly fine. A 1st down run there for Alex Slade. The jet toss works its magic again. It's worked all season long for this offense and they're going to keep utilizing it. 1st and 10. Macbeth in the backfield down as they go to that strong eye. And he's going to have some room to work with. Fighting. He'll get the first. Slaughter is all over the field today. 1st and 10. It's a jet sweep handoff to Luvo. He's not going to find a ton. A flag flies there late. And it looks like this hold's going to be on the right tackle, Damian Green. I'm not going to even act surprised at this point seeing holds fly all over the place this year. 1st down and 19 now. Bush in the gun. Following the Damian Green hold, it's a quick throw to Slade, and he will get all the way down to the 1. 2nd and inches. They can get a 1st down at the half-yard mark to the fullback. Dakota Pounds is in, and they pound that one in. Touchdown Scavengers. It's the 2nd touchdown of the 1st quarter already for them, and it is the best possible start they could have asked for. The offense is thriving right now for the Scavengers. Their defense on their first and only defensive possession so far did fine, as this one is incomplete, intended for Landon Bell. 2nd and 10. It's the first handoff we've seen today by the Rams, and it goes nowhere. So another big 3rd down here. McClellan pressured quick. It's Earl Shell. He continues his fantastic campaign with another sack on the season. Earl Shell making that argument for best defensive player of the year, and it's another great offensive start here for DVT as they get it already in the Ram territory as Macbeth spun away from one man, but Slaughter was there as that takes us to the end of the first. 14-0, Scavengers on top, and looks like they'll probably get more points off this drive, I would assume. And you can see the numbers right there. Scavengers have everything going their way here entering this 2nd quarter of action. 2nd and 8. It begins with a bubble screen for Quickly, and he can't get away from the defensive back. So we'll pick up a 5 off that last play. Brings up 3rd down and 3. Strong eye setup. They go wide with Macbeth. He's got the first and more, spins away from one man. And another 1st down picked up. 1st down and 10. They go Blanco right up the gut. A little hesitant there to start, but a pickup of 5 brings up 2nd and 5 in the red zone. It's play action. Bush on the run, connects Trey and Bell with the first. So now down at the 10-yard line. It's been a fantastic day for John Bush and this offense in general, as Macbeth just shy of the touchdown. They'll be down at the 2, 1st and 1. They can get it first once again at the half-yard line. But Macbeth not even going to bother. Touchdown Scavengers. They score for the 3rd time already in this half. The 2nd on the ground. Macbeth and Pounds both have found pay dirt. And, of course, Trey and Bell had the big play to start the scoring off. So the Rams offense has been stagnant and has not moved the ball at all today. They go to Dupree for the first time, and there's a flag. And this one's not on the Scavengers. It's a hold on the Rams. Nice to see a hold on the other side. We don't see it often enough, if you ask me. 1st and 19. Pressure sent. It's a screen, though, and that's got room. Arguably the best play of the day so far for Colorado State. So they go a bit of no huddle. They found something they liked in that Scavengers defense. McClellan takes the snap. Finds his man in the flats. That's going to be a solid pickup of 2 here, setting up a more manageable 3rd and 5. As pressure was sent by Shell, and that's Landon Bell for the first time today. He's got a first down. And the no huddle, again, they see something with this formation that they want to take advantage of. To the flats they go. It's another solid pickup of 7. 2nd and 3. Rams just outside of Scavenger territory, but it'll be Shell and Miles that get there. It was Shell with the initial contact, but Miles finished the job there. Another sack for this Scavengers defense. And right when you thought the Rams were going to get past midfield, they are not able to on that play. 3rd down and 12. Pressure sent. It's another screen here, but this one ain't going to get it. So another punt by the Rams. They have yet to see Scavenger territory, as this one going to take a bounce. Tabor let it bounce all the way to the 2. And now you got to go 98 yards if you're DVT. Hand off to start to McBath, and a good one at that. Get some breathing room to the 10. Or I'm sorry, to the 12. 2nd and inches. Hand off to the outside for McBath. He's got blockers. If Pounds had gotten that block, he might have been off to the races for 6. But it is a new set of downs at the 25. Bush hands off to Blanco here now out of the gun. It will be a gain of 4 there. 2nd and 6. Shotgun set for Bush. Takes the snap. Screen set up. Blanco with room to work with. Powers through a man for the first. So 2 minutes to go here, as the warning has not hit, but the time does. And Matt Gage with a nice catch, as that takes us into Rams territory at the 2-minute warning. 1st and 10. Play action with Bush having time. Gage with a catch and a new set of downs. You cannot stop this Scavengers offense right now. Bush pitches it the way of McBath. He gets a block from Pounds, and that shoots him for a big gain. Another first down from the ground game. McBath has had a fantastic career with the Scavengers. His 2nd year with the team, and it has been great. Luvo in motion. They flip it his way. No shock there. He gets the outside and a pickup of 8. 2nd and 2. Bush is a man possessed right now. Everything's working as they go with the quarterback keeper, shocking the Rams a bit, as nearly a new set of downs. The Scavengers take their first time out of the half. 3rd and inches. Bush with time to the back of the end zone. It's caught. Touchdown quickly. It's caving quickly for touchdown number 4 on the day for DVT, and the half ain't even over yet. The 2nd through the air. It has been a fantastic offensive showing by the Scavengers. Where has this been all year, with or without John Bush under center? So McClellan back to work. Wants Bell. Well, it's taken away. Randall Glenn, number 8 on the season. That is 8 interceptions by the senior corner. He has not been talked about enough with how good he has played. So the Scavengers offense, which has been unstoppable, is back out there to try to get a 5th touchdown the first half, and immediately taking the shot for Luvo. Incomplete. Was knocked away there. That, I believe, was the first incompletion of the day for Bush. Looking to throw here. He wants the shot again. Luvo's open, and he dropped it. Well, with 7 seconds, you think they'll take the shot again. 3rd and 10. 3rd time's the charm for Luvo. He's got that one. Touchdown Scavengers. Number 5 on the day. Number 1 for Louisville today. That's number 9 on the season for Louisville. An unbelievable half of play by the Death Valley Technical offense. 35-0 at half. And it does come with some bad news, though. Kevin Cox, the blocking tight end out of La Jolla, California, has committed to Oregon. So a little bad news here at half, but that's fine because now they focus, when it comes to a blocking tight end, on Nick Hargrove, the tight end out of Newport Beach. We'll see if that fight goes anywhere. A couple other schools are in that fight, Nevada and Utah, to speak of two. As for the offensive line, it's not the fun position to speak of, but Jared Coffey is one of the names that's been talked about as of late for the Scavengers, as well as Ty McDaniel. Both of them coming in late onto their board, it seems like. So we'll see if they can get in these fights and really win them over here late in the season. It's been an offensive showcase for the Scavengers here in the first half. McBath did well. The firepower on offense completely has done well. It has been domination at its finest for the DVT offense. Can they keep this going? And is it possible that we see a bit of the backups, possibly Scotty Skoranek, who I've been told would see time if he had a chance? Second half of action underway here. Third quarter getting underway with the ground game with Dupree on offense as the flag flies in, and it looks like this one's coming back for the Rams. Very good to be on the other side of this for what feels like the first time this season. First and 17 for Colorado State now. As Dupree gets the handoff, he's got room. Another flag flies. Is this going to push them back even further? And it certainly looks like it will. Another hold called on the Rams. The defensive line causing some problems today for Colorado State, it looks like, as first and 25. McClellan quick throw, and that's not going to go far, only a gain of 3. So it'll bring up second and 22. Handoff here, nowhere to go. Raheem Clay was right on top of it. And that makes it third and very, very long. McClellan takes the shot, and this one is knocked away, but caught off the tip. It's Landon Bell. Touchdown Rams. And you know what? Give all the credit in the world to Landon Bell on that one. It got tipped away by Keelan Holbrook. He caught it off the tip and able to fight through the one would-be tackle by Holbrook. So the Rams on the board for the first time today. The shutout will not happen here at Colorado State, but it's still a tough climb for them as another nice run by McBath there. Second and 2 after the 8-yard pickup. They go play action here. Wide open in the flats was Dakota Pounds, and that's an easy first down. 3 touchdowns already through the air for John Bush today. First and 10. It's a handoff to McBath, and he'll fight for a gain of 4. Second and 6. Shotgun set. Man in motion is quickly. And it is a screen set up here for Blanco. He'll have enough for the first. So another first down nearing Rams territory. It's a keeper for Bush. He doesn't have the room. It's a loss of 2. As now they go back to the gun. Hand off to Blanco. When it does not succeed, go back to your bread and butter run game. As another solid pickup, gain of 10. Third down and 2 with McBath in the game. They go his way. Flag flies. I've got a feeling we're going to get a little bit of a taste of our own medicine here. As a hold called on Moses Holiday. So back to the 3rd and 12. It was initially 2nd and 12 at one point. Now back to 3rd down and 12. And for the first time today, the Scavengers punt as quickly was taken down by Slaughter. So, no points for the first time this game, as now Landon Bell goes back to work. Already put points on the board for him once. He's over 100 yards already. 1st and 10. Play action. McClellan takes another shot. Bell open. He got away from Randall Glenn. So a new set of downs inside the red zone for the first time today. McClellan pressured but gets the ball off. 2nd and 10. Dupree in the backfield. They go Dupree's way. Raheem Clay and company. It's cleaned up by Manu Coffey. 3rd and 10. And that one over the middle is caught. Not enough for the first, so the offense stays out there on 4th and 2. They have no question, but as the third quarter coming to a close here, as Raheem Clay gets the stop, and it remains a 28-point ball game. Hand off here for the Scavengers. McBath, another first down run as he eclipsed the 100-yard mark. 1st and 10. Bush hands off. No, it's play action and just gets rid of it. Luckily, that falls incomplete. Slaughter has been a menace. Man in motion. That's flipped to Luvo. He's got speed. We've seen it all year, and it's a gain of 7 that takes us to the end of the third quarter of action. 35-7. It's all Scavengers, and I think the backups might be in tow. And Matt Payne is out there. Scotty Skoranek on the sideline looking for his helmet. And that explains why Matt Payne is out there right now, as that one's caught by Alex Slade, picking up the first. And now Scotty Skoranek has taken the field. The redshirt freshman transfer has entered the ball game for his first action of the season. The debut of Skoranek, who'll be fighting Bush next year for that starting spot. It's play action by Skoranek here. This one is caught. Slade avoids one man and has the first. Number 5 on the outside there, Enrique Charles, the big speedster who plays very similarly to Talia Luvo. 2nd and 10 as Ty Tabor couldn't find anything on that run. They flip this one to Slade. Nowhere to go as the flag flies. And that's going to be Zumbnar who gets called on this one. The freshman who is believed to be red-shirted this year, only playing in his second bit of action this year. Skoranek over the middle, overthrows Charles. And that's going to bring up 3rd and 20. They're going to need a big play here. We've got Ezekiel Cross out there, number 87, the tight end. Skoranek takes the shot to Charles. He's got it! Enrique Charles with the first down. The big-bodied receiver plays a lot like the man he replaced on the field. And Scotty Skoranek finds him, his first big play as a Scavenger. 1st and 10 here. Quincy Feoko in the ball game, as he's got a bit of room. Can't find the hole quick enough, though, as a flag flies as well. This one going to be on Hamilton, the backup guard. And that'll move them back. 1st and 20. Pistol set. Hand off to Tabor as Ty Tabor can't find a lot of room there. 2nd and 18 now. 6 minutes left to go in this one. The outlook not in question currently, as that one is dropped by Slade. Looked like he had it initially, but couldn't bring it in. 3rd and 18 now. Skoranek, plenty of time, and this one's intercepted. Threw it right to him. That's just a bad read on Skoranek's part, as that is the first pick of Skoranek's career. And not what you want to see. But Chauncey Davis gets the interception, and now you see why John Bush won the backup job. Keep in mind, John Bush, not a single interception this season so far, as that one is caught for a gain of 6. And it's a celebratory moment for Parker McClellan, 200 completed passes this year. Congrats to him. I'm sure he doesn't care to celebrate really about it in this type of atmosphere when the backups are in for your opponents. Keep in mind, freshman Rico Trawick, number 95, getting playing time. And, well, I speak his name. He just jumped. He made a name for himself, but not the name he wanted to make right there. But he'll be seeing some snaps here with the backups. Getting some of those freshmen that have games they can play some time. As a deep shot here is knocked away. 2nd and 5. And wide open. There he goes. Landon Bell was matched up on Briscoe. And an easy touchdown there. Clayton Briscoe could not keep up with him. He ran right past him. I believe they were in zone coverage as well. And Landon Bell makes them pay. His 2nd touchdown of the day. He's had a big day today. As this ball is caught, Lacey, the backup safety, makes the catch. And the offense, I don't think, is going to stop trying to move downfield with these young guys in. As Skoranek going to the air. It's caught by Cross, one of the few seniors out there getting some play time, as they're trying to give him a chance to put some stuff on tape. As Ezekiel Cross with the 1st down. Cross, one of the speediest, if not the speediest tight end on the team. 1st and 10 here, Skoranek in the pistol set. Play action here for Skoranek. Throws on the run. Connects Alex Slade. He's in. Touchdown Scavengers, and it's the 1st touchdown thrown by Scotty Skoranek in the black and red. So another touchdown added to the scoreboard. The backups even get the job done, as now Colorado State just tries to make the score look, I guess, a little bit better, if you want to say that, as a big hit there. It's held on to, though. 2nd and 8. Quick throw. That one's knocked away. Jaden Anthony still out there getting plenty of play time. 3rd and 2. Downfield. That one is overthrown, and well overthrown. Cortez Harris was one of the closest guys there. McClellan finds his man. Guess who? Landon Bell was matched up on the talked about Cortez Harris. 2nd and 10. Downfield. That one knocked away. Chris Ellinger. 3rd and 10. Lobbed up. That one's caught. It's a 1st down catch. They're finding some offense against the backup defense. 1st and 10. McClellan takes the snap. This one is caught. It's a new set of downs for the Rams, as McClellan nearing 400 yards of offense. But you look down at the scoreboard and, well, it doesn't seem so good of a situation. 260 of that right now from Landon Bell after that catch. Taking the snap, McClellan. Pressured. He goes down. And that is one of the rare sacks for James Couch Smith. He has not seen a ton of play time in his time here with DVT. But a big sack there as some of these guys just getting some tape for possible people in the draft, as a pick by Chris Ellinger. And that one right there is going to seal it. The speedy safety makes the interception, and hey, he's got a big positive to show some guys over in the NFL, UFL, wherever, what they want to see. That brings us to the end of this one, though. 42-14. The Scavengers on top in this one, and by far, I think the best showing we've seen from this team all season long. This was what we expected the San Diego State game to look like, but we got it a week later. And on the road. Even bigger. Now, next week, it's a huge matchup. It doesn't matter what the standings say. It's a big matchup next week. We'll talk a bit about that here in a second. Let's talk, though, about these stats. John Bush played very well. Scotty Skoranek had his ups and downs, but got his first playtime of the season. You've got to be happy with Shaq McBath on only 12 carries. A $105 and a touchdown. He had a fantastic outing, as really you could not stop this offense at all. There was nothing you could do. Alex Slade pulling 5 catches off the 2 quarterbacks for 82 yards and a touchdown. Louvo with a touchdown of his own, quickly with 1, and even Trayan Bell with 1. It was a big day for the receiving corps. Juan Donnerson led the team in tackles, a bit different than what we're used to, but he played a lot of that second half with the backup defenses at the prime linebacker spot. And of course, another big day for Earl Shell. He has had a fantastic year, and you've got to give, once again, credit where credit is due to Randall Glenn, who has had the quietest 8-interception season I think I have ever witnessed. Now, there were some commitments. Glenn Coate, the big one there, the end out of Jacksonville, Florida. So a big get there for this defense. And next week, it will be DVT taking on the Bulldogs. The rivalry renewed, and Coach Booker is ready for this one. He is massively ready for this one because the winner of this game will face the Samford College Coyotes, possibly in the Pac-12 title game. It is everything on the line in Death Valley. I'm Jonathan West. You are watching Death Valley Television, and your Death Valley Technical Scavengers get set for the final game of the regular season. And I mean, this is the biggest game of the season by far. It's Fresno State, Death Valley Tech. Two teams that do not like each other. We've seen this rivalry start up the last handful of years. And even bigger, the winner will face the Samford College Coyotes in the Pac-12 championship. If you remember from last year, Fresno State won the Pac-12 championship because DVT was unable to get in. This year they have to fight DVT to get in. Now you're seeing, of course, the Scavengers situation with the playoffs. Right now they are sitting in the playoffs at the 8th seed. And some big possible awards, including the Best Defensive Player of the Year for Earl Shell. Now, who knows if he truly wins that, but he is up for it right now. A lot of players getting some recognition right now from the voters as the best running back in the nation. No shock to anyone. Currently sits at Shaq McBath, and I think that will stay. And, of course, we could see the two top backs in the nation go head-to-head if the Coyotes face DVT in the Pac-12 title game. But the Scavengers are looking at a big opportunity in front of them. This is a year that, well, to some degree did not go the way they wanted. Matt Payne has been as some have called, liability to this team. And they moved on to John Bush for the rest of the year. And, well, Bush has not thrown an interception. The Toledo transfer has played very, very well. And they're hoping he can take down Tevin Snow. Now, what makes this game more interesting is Fresno State's core. Well, we know them very well. They're all players Death Valley Technical have tried to get before a handful of years ago. Tevin Snow has had a solid campaign, certainly not what they expected. Of course, he did not start last year, and I think that was a detriment to him. Their number one receiver, no shock here, is Lecarius Bland, the speedster out of Fresno. And the senior wideout is looking to make the Scavengers pay. Nearly 1,000 yards last year. He has certainly not put up those numbers this year, but 7 touchdowns, a solid number for the speedy 5'9" receiver. Defensively, Gupta is their biggest weapon on their front four. Now, their front four is not what it used to be. This front four used to be a lot deadlier a couple years ago. But 4.5 sacks this year, 5.5 last year. Gupta has been a very good player for this Bulldogs defensive front. So you do have to keep your eyes on him. But the deadliest player, I think, Rashad Mustard. We have heard his name plenty in the past handful of years. And the Fresno hometown favorite. Well, he certainly has gotten interceptions off of DVT before. He looks to do the same against John Bush, who has yet to throw an interception in his time starting with the Scavengers. Let's get down to the hunting ground, though, as we are off in this one. The Bulldogs kick it away to Ty Tabor, who's going to take this one out, and it's going to be up to about the 24-yard line. So enter on senior day, a lot of names playing what could be their last game here in the hunting ground. Still a chance that it is not their final game in the grounds, but we'll see as the year goes on. The sophomore junior Nico Blanco taking the carry to start things. Bush, of course, a sophomore who transferred in from Toledo, and he had to fight for this backup job, won it, and has played quite well since the benching of Matt Payne. 1st and 10 after the first down from Blanco on the ground. Bush connects with Trey and Bell, one of the many senior receivers. Picks up 9, and it's going to bring up 2nd and 1. This is McBath territory. They will go to the bell cow of this running group, but he can't find anything. A loss of 5 as it sets up 3rd and 6. He'll go right back to him, though, and he's going to spin away from Mustard enough to pick up the first, and that's exactly what McBath brings to the table. A handoff once again to the back. That's Blanco. He's going to pick up 9. Good start for Nico Blanco today, as McBath has to find his footing. It's a jet sweep. Does not work. Luvo couldn't get the edge. And it's going to bring up 3rd and 4. McBath out of the gun with a handoff, and he's going to have the first down. So a new set of downs thanks to Shaq McBath, the senior running back. Play action here as Bush with time finds Alex Slade, and the redshirt freshman with the first down gets him near the red zone for the first time today. Bush setting up a screen. This one goes for McBath. He tries to take it out wide, gets taken down. Maybe a loss of about 2 yards there that he could have had. But it's a pickup of 5, and it'll be 2nd and 5 for Blanco in the backfield. And they'll go his way, but a flag flies. You'll never guess. It's a hold. This one on the senior center, Grant Huff. 2nd and 15 here for Bush in the gun. Take the snap, hand off to Blanco. He spins off of 2 men there for a second. Doesn't pick up much, but it will bring up 3rd and 11. Looking to throw. Bush is going to take off with it instead. Not the smartest move, as that only gains 1, and they have to settle for the George Lincoln 39-yarder. It's off the upright. He doinks it. It looked like it was in, but instead it is doinked off the left post, and that right there is going to keep it a 0-0 ball game. So the Bulldogs with a chance to get a lead early in this one as Tevin Snow and this offense out on the field as they begin on the ground for only 2 yards. You expect a lot of Kevin Beavers and Lacarius Bland, the 2 deadliest weapons on their offense, but that is neither one of them carrying that football. 1st and 10, Tevin Snow in the gun. Snow, time running out. He goes down. It's Earl Shell. The fantastic junior campaign continues. He has been an absolute menace this season. A lot of good trash talk coming from Shell. I can tell you right now, Coach Booker, ecstatic seeing that. 2nd and 21 now after the sack from Earl Shell. They'll go play action. Tevin Snow in trouble again. It's the senior tackle, Xavier Miles. And they are getting in the face of Tevin Snow. This defensive line not making anything easy on him. 3rd and 28. Can the defense get a big stop here? Snow takes a shot. It's Kevin Beavers getting by Manu Coffey, and he is speeding his way into the end zone. On 3rd and 28, it takes one play to really just shut up that defensive front of Death Valley Tech. And also that doink from George Lincoln now looms large as Beavers puts Fresno State up early as we head to the start of the 2nd quarter. 7-0 Fresno State on top, and DVT's got to find their offense, and I mean find it fast. Well, the offense out here to start the 2nd quarter of action after the secondary, which has been a problem all year long outside of senior Randall Glenn. Gives up the touchdown, but Luvo to the 40, the 30. He is on the catch and run all the way to the 1. What a play. Talia Luvo, who has had a fantastic senior season, has just pulled out one of his best plays this year. 1st and goal now. From the 1. It's Shaq McBath. He'll fight his way in. Touchdown Scavengers. And just like that, they answer the Kevin Beavers touchdown. Well, the defense now gets a chance to make up for what happened last drive after a great, quick offensive drive by the offense, as that's going to be a 1st down. Fresno State looking like they want to pick on this young secondary. Keep in mind, only one upperclassman out there. 2nd and 3. It's a keeper for Snow. He's got wheels. There he goes as Manu Coffey makes the tackle. 1st and 10. Shotgun set. They are in DVT territory, as that's going to be another nice run. Fresno State, their offense finding movement everywhere right now, no matter the run or the pass. As Snow, though, trying to maneuver away, he will, and he's going to pick up a positive of 3. 2nd and 7. Snow play action here, and he's going to find his man. Touchdown Bulldogs, as that right there is going to give them the lead right back. It is Jalen Cook on the touchdown. So the Bulldogs once again take advantage of a defense that in that secondary has not played well this year. And the offense is going to have to keep pace, as that one intended for Alex Slade is knocked away. 2nd and 10. Bush takes the snap looking to throw. He'll go down instead. So it brings up a big 3rd and 16. Big play needed. Bush steps up, throws to the sideline. It's caught. Luvo. He's behind Mustard to the 30. He's not gonna catch him. Touchdown Scavengers. The last big play by Luvo did not go for a touchdown. This time he gets his double-digit touchdown season. An unbelievable year by Talia Luvo. 1st and 10 here for Fresno State back on offense, as that one is caught. We have not really heard much from LaMarcus Joy, the tight end, or Lecarius Bland at that. as this one is caught again. It's Amir Harrington on that catch. First and 10. Hand off to the back. Nowhere to go, though. Eli Millhauser came down to make that play. Second and 10. Snow, quick hit. It's Harrington again. He's got a first down again, and this is just becoming a problem now. Hand off to the back. Good corral. Tim Crum goes nowhere as this defense now trying to find a way to keep him settled in. Second and 10. Snow out of the gun. Screen set up for Crum. He's got the outside, and that's going to be just enough for the first. So a new set of downs. Tevin Snow out of the empty. Finds his man. That's Beavers. Once again, we have not heard a word out of Lecarius Bland. He's been matched up, of course, on Randall Glenn all day today, as this is a jump by Barry Michaels. It's been a problem. His whole career here is jumping a bit too early. And that right there is going to give them a free first down. And now Snow finds Crum. He spins off of a man and down to the 1 yard line. The half almost over, and they're looking for another touchdown. Hand off to Crum. No, it's a keeper for Snow. He's held up. Second and goal. Snow in the gun. Hands off Crum, but nowhere to go. Raheem Clay. He's gotten plenty of NFL interest. Question is it enough to make him leave? Keeper for Snow. He goes nowhere, and it forces a chip shot for Fresno. It's up. It's good. And, well, the Scavengers are going to have a couple seconds to play with. First and 10, 30 seconds left before we head to half. Bush finds his man. That's quickly, but a flag flies. You've got a good feeling this one's coming back. And it'll be Damian Green called on the hold. Makes it 1st and 18. They've had some big plays downfield lately. Can they get another, though? As down goes Bush, just shy of a safety, as they will take that into the half. Luckily, we've got some good news with Glenn Cote, of course, committing last week. He is a big defensive end that they have added to this group. Could play in or out in this scheme. Same thing goes for Mitch Thomas, who is expected to commit this week. The young man out of St. Louis Obispo, California. As well as another name to keep in mind, Trayvon Gaddish is another name that I have seen who may commit this week. It's another safety being brought into that room. Another guy visiting, Carlos Brink, the tight end out of Las Vegas. They've missed out on a handful of tight ends this year, and they don't want to miss out on another one. A big vertical threat that could help in the passing attack. And finally, Carl Thomas, the athlete out of San Diego, could play on either the offense or defensive line. Either way, they want to have him in the black and red, as this second half is pivotal. This is where this game is decided by both teams. Fresno State has not missed a throw yet. The Scavengers only one incompletion. Whoever takes home the gold in this second half, well, you're headed to the Pac-12 title game. Second half coming up next. Second half of action begins here, folks. Tevin Snow in the gun as Fresno State starts with the ball up 3, as that is going to be a solid 9 yards for Tim Crum. Second and 1. It's a keeper, but Raheem Clay sniffs it out. Third and 5. It's a handoff to Crum. He's got room, and the first down as Manu Coffey brings him down. 1st and 10 here. Man in motion. It's a handoff to Crum. Guess who? Raheem Clay once again there on the tackle. 2nd down and 10. Quick throw out here. Crum doesn't go far. Juan Donnerson, the redshirt freshman, making the play. And on 3rd and 10, they show pressure. They drop back out of it. And Earl Shell just misses getting another sack on the year. And it allows Tevin Snow to get the first. So a big run from Tevin Snow gets this new life going for Fresno State as that hit caused a poor throw to Lecarius Bland. 2nd and 10, handoff goes to Crum. He's going to fight for the first. He's had a very good day, 6.3 yards a carry. They go right back to him. No play fake, and he was not fooled, was Earl Shell, as he picks up another sack. It's been a monster year for the man who may just win Best Defensive Player in the country. 2nd and 16. You've got Ben Laney out there bringing in a bit of rest for Earl Shell, as that's going to be a new set of downs now off that run. 1st and 10. Crum gets held up this time around. 2nd and 11. Snow with time. Time runs out. Xavier Miles again. The defensive line starting to get through a bit easier now. Can they keep the pressure coming, though? 3rd and 19. Snow in the empty. Shell gets there and forces a poor throw. That'll force them to settle. The kick is up. It is good. It is now a 6-point ball game, as Andre's not happy with the Scavengers special teams unit, and I don't think they care. As the offense back on the field now is Shaq McBath starting things off with a 4-yard carry. I'd expect to see a lot of that ground game leading the way to start this half. Hand off here, McBath again. He doesn't find much, though. 3rd and 4. McBath still out there. They go his way again. He fights through him, and what a shoulder thrown there. As that'll be a new set of downs, and Blanco will spell McBath. And it's a quick throw Blanco's way. He only picks up 2. Keeps the good completion percentage going for Bush. Hand off to Blanco here. Tries to go outside. Can't find much. But it'll be a manageable 3rd and 5. Shotgun set. Screen set up. Blanco, plenty of room out wide. Good blocks downfield. Dante Canoy with a fantastic block, as it's a big pickup and exactly what the Scavengers needed right now. A bit of momentum. 1st and 10. McBath checks back in. He's corralled quickly. Their eyes are fixated on 25 as we head to the 4th and final quarter of action. It's 20-14. The Scavengers need to bring out every bit of pride and strength they've got in them. Throw up those 4s, folks. The 4th quarter begins. 2nd and 8. They flip this one to Luvo. He takes it inside and doesn't find much. It's only a gain of 3, but he's had a very good day so far. 3rd and 5. They picked up a 3rd and 5 earlier. McBath tried to spin, got caught between 2 guys. And on 4th and 3, the offense is still out there. Hand off to Blanco. Good blocking. Blanco all the way down inside the 5 at the 1. What a run. 1st and goal now. Can they cap it off? That one, way too many white jerseys around it. Luckily, just incomplete. And Bush now looking at 2nd and goal. Hands off Blanco. He finds his way in. Touchdown, Scavengers. The Scavengers get the job done, and they will take a very small 1-point lead if they can get that extra point. So 21-20, Scavengers on top. And this defense has been the problem today. They have not been able to shut down Fresno State enough. And as I say it, Earl Shell gets his 3rd sack of the day. Second and 13 after Earl Shell's 3rd sack of the day. Handoff goes to Crum. He's corralled. That's Xavier Miles. So now 3rd and 11. Snow sets up the screen for Crum, and they're going to keep him short. That is a huge stop by Raheem Clay, as it will bring up 1st and 10, and the Scavengers now with an opportunity. McBath able to pick up 9 here. Found some open room for the first time in a while. 2nd and 1. Hand off. McBath's got the 1st and more as he fights his way through any kind of tackle to pick up that 1st down. 1st and 10. Hand off to Blanco. He's got a good block from Dakota Pounds. And another good run. They are living through their ground game right now. Killing that clock, putting themselves in a good position. As now they throw the orbit screen. Good blocks, gives Blanco room. A 9-yard pickup. Ty Tabor checks in. And the true freshman's got a 1st down, but a flag flies. You've got to be kidding me. Worst time for a penalty, boys, as all the momentum was on their side. Now 2nd and 6. McBath checks back in. They go his way. Another flag quickly flies, and it is going to be on Grant Huff. It somehow always seems to happen. Late in the game, the offensive line starts to do too much, and the flags start flying. Bush over the middle connects with Luvo, but he can't hang on. So it'll be 3rd and 15. A big 1st down needed, or at least a big chunk to put him in field goal range. They'll take the shot. Luvo's got it. What a catch. He had to lean for it, but brings it in. It's a new set of downs inside the 10. The Scavengers number 1 on offense. Well, I should say number 0 as Alex Slade gets down to the 1. 2nd and goal. At the 1-yard line, they go McBath. He's untouched in. The senior scores again. His 2nd touchdown on the day, and a 1 possession lead right now for the Scavengers. It's an 8-point ball game with 2:31 left to go. Tevin Snow getting pressured again by Earl Shell, it looked like, but down he goes. Raheem Clay got there quick to limit the gain. 2nd and 9. It's another pass attempt here underneath. That's Harrington. He fights for the 1st. A hell of a play by him. But still, no Lacarius Bland. Randall Glenn has locked him down today, as this one is caught. What a catch by LaMarcus Joy. The first time I've said his name on a completion today. The tight end that DVT fans know very, very well, and a lot do not take kindly. to hearing that name. Over the middle, it's Joy again. Now they're getting the tight end involved. 2nd and 2. Snow in this offense starting to run a bit of no huddle. Keep in mind, if they score, they need a 2-point conversion as good pressure forces the incompletion. 3rd down and 2. Over the middle, that's caught Harrington. He's hit hard, but a new set of downs. 2nd timeout taken by Fresno State as Snow finds his man Lacarius Bland for the first time today. It's the first catch for Bland today, and it's got them at 2nd and 4 with now under a minute. As there's Beavers again, 1st down. He started the scoring early in this one. And now with about 50 seconds left, they'll spike it. 2nd and 10. 50 seconds left on the clock. Keep in mind, winner of this game heads to the Pac-12 title game as Beavers gets them close to the mark. They'll be just shy by about a yard, maybe half. 3rd down and 1. Clock keeps ticking. Snow to throw. Earl Shell with the pressure. It's caught, and Crum is in. Well, it comes down to a 2-point conversion. It comes down to a 2-point conversion. This right here is the game, essentially, for the Bulldogs. As this one is caught. Kevin Beavers beats Coffee. It's a tie ball game. 25 ticks of the clock. 2 timeouts left for the Scavengers. Bush going to take off with it himself. He's only going to pick up 10. First timeout, or I should say 2nd timeout, taken there. 1st and 10. Bush in the gun. He'll take the snap. He wants Luvo, but that one well too far out of bounds. So that'll bring up 2nd and 10, only 14 seconds. They're going to have to take some shots. And they're going to try that fade out again. Quickly makes this catch. And a timeout taken, the 3rd one. No timeouts left. 1st and 10. Bush heaves it downfield. That's Alex Slade. He's got it downfield. They're going to have to hurry up. They're rushing to the line. The clock keeps ticking, though. They've got to get this ball off. They will, but this has to go to the end zone, and I don't think Bush was aware. It's incomplete, and we're headed to overtime. So a game with everything on the line here in the grounds at Senior Day goes to overtime, as the Scavengers will start with the football in overtime. As this one is incomplete, intended for Slade. There was a flag quickly on that one. Dante Kenoy getting called for that hold. 1st and 10 here. Or I'm sorry, 1st and 20 after the Kenoy hold. Bush to the end zone. It's called Luvo. What a catch. Touchdown Scavengers. He turns to make the catch and was able to turn and break the plane. Talia Luvo's senior campaign has been a fairy tale for him. Absolutely fantastic. And now Fresno State has to answer, but they've been doing a good job at that all day. And this one caught underneath by Tim Crum. He's going to have a 1st down and more down to the 7. It's 1st and goal. Snow finds Joy. He is in, and just like that, we go to 2nd overtime. It didn't take much for these offenses to put points on the board in overtime, and because of that, it's not over yet. 35-35, welcome to second overtime. As now Snow and company begin with the football, and Barry Michaels making a big play. The senior end a bit more quiet than I think the defensive staff wanted this season, but Barry Michaels makes the big play. There's Lecarius Bland, picks up a chunk. 3rd down and 4. It's a handoff to Crum, and he's going to have the first. 1st and 10. Man in motion is Joy there. They hand off to Crum again. He's got room, and he'll fight down to the 1. 1st and goal. Snow hands off Crum. He ran into his own man who took him down. So 2nd and goal now. They flip this one. Harrington is in. Touchdown Bulldogs. And that right there is going to force the Scavengers to score a touchdown. So here we go, a 2-point conversion attempt. As Fresno State finds it, it's Kevin Beavers. And that right there means an 8-point game. And everything is riding on the offense now. Bush finds Luvo. It's a 1st down. 387 today for John Bush. He has had to throw the ball a ton today. Definitely not what this offense is used to. But he has gotten the job done to keep them in it. 1st and 10. Pistol set. They look to throw again. Bush on the run. He stays up for a second, but goes down on 2nd contact. 2nd and 21 now. Still in that pistol set. Over the middle, it's caught. Alex Slade. And that's enough for the first. So a 1st down at the 2-yard line. Hand off to McBath. He's in. They say he broke the plane. Number 3 on the day for Shaq McBath. But this isn't over, folks. 2-point conversion is still needed to take us to 3rd overtime. John Bush in the gun. McBath to his right. They look to throw. It's caught. Luvo's got it. So we're headed 43-43 to a 3rd overtime period. Now it's just 2-point conversions. Bush in the offense. Same play. They do it again. It's Luvo. So 45-43. Fresno State needs a 2-point conversion. Snow throws. It's caught. Joy's in. We move on. A 4th overtime period. 45 apiece. It's the 4th overtime period. It's a keeper for Snow. Snow finds the end zone. Well, DVT's going to have to do it again. 2-point conversion attempt. Bush, they're running that same exact play again. Luvo's got it again. It has been all Talia Luvo today. So we continue a 5th overtime period. Once again, DVT begins with the ball. Bush, quick throw, Luvo. It's been all Luvo for these 2-point conversions, and it has worked. Now the defense has to stop them. 49-47. It's a handoff to Harrington. Raheem Clay pulls him down. It doesn't matter about the flag. It's going to be on Fresno State. It doesn't matter. Your Death Valley Technical Scavengers have defeated the Fresno State Bulldogs and are headed to the Pac-12 Championship. They did it on Senior Day. It took every little bit of fight out of them. It took a monster performance out of Talialuvo. It took everything for this team to beat their dreaded rivals. They beat the team that had a team filled of players that they took from Death Valley Technical years ago. They beat them with the guys that they got to substitute those players that were taken from them. Guys like Talialuvo, guys like Matt Gage. But John Bush, a monster outing with 408 yards, 2 touchdowns, more importantly, no picks. And the ground game, really they went away from it late in that ball game, but they kind of had to set themselves up at times. And when Talialuvo had a 260-yard outing with 2 touchdowns, I think you're going to be fine with going away from the run. But this team fought through everything. That defense made a lot of mistakes. You look at Manu Coffey's coverage against Beavers. You look at a lot of the run gaps that were not played well at points. They made their mistakes, but they came through. And with that also comes Carlos Brink, the tight end who is verbally committed to the Scavengers, as well as Mitch Thomas, the defensive end out of St. Louis Obispo. Trayvon Gaddish has also committed. And Earl Shell, well, no shock here. I believe he will be the best defensive player in the nation, especially after that performance. National Defensive Player of the Week and Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Week with ease after that win. And Talialuvo even captured himself a Pac-12 Offensive Player of the Week. And another name, Tevin Nicholas, has committed as well. And a big get when you don't have a lot of wide receivers on the roster for next year. They also were able to get a commitment out of Carl Thomas. So a lot of big gets, as well as Miguel Laporta. We didn't talk a lot about that guard who was added late in the year. But the Scavengers have one focus now. It's the Pac-12 title game against the Sanford College Coyotes, who have floundered here late in the year, losing 2 straight. And now the Scavengers look to win their first Pac-12 title and make sure everyone knows they're headed to the college football playoffs. It is the game of the century for this team next week. I am Jonathan West. You are watching Death Valley Television, and your Death Valley Technical Scavengers have made the Pac-12 Championship. Now, the Scavengers had to watch Fresno State make this game last season, where they walked out victorious. Last week, the Scavengers did the unthinkable. They beat Fresno State and became the top team in the Pac-12. Now, right now, the expectation is they are going to beat the Coyotes and hop into that 3 seed for the playoff bracket. That is up in the air. These Coyotes are very good. We're going to see the top 2 running backs in the nation go head-to-head today. However, the Coyotes have a big hole on that right side. A lot of injuries at right tackle and a big hole at right guard with their starter out. However, P.J. Johnson, the senior quarterback, will be a go today. We've seen plenty of P.J. Johnson over the last couple years, and he looks to continue the solid campaign he had. It has not been dominant by any means, but he has been very, very solid. The Coyotes have fallen a bit, though, in the last couple games. We'll see if that changes with Lewis Sullivan in the backfield, the number 2 back in the nation, right behind Shaq McBath. These two go head-to-head today against each other. Both seniors, both playing in what could be their last Pac-12 game. And it is going to be a huge matchup between the two. Now, defensively, the Coyotes are healthy, and that's what's frightening. Lionel Branch is good to go, and he is the deadliest weapon on that defensive front for the Coyotes. 10 sacks this season, 8 tackles for a loss, 28 total tackles. He has been a monster on the edge, so expect to see a lot of him on that front. And in the secondary, well, that's one of their strong suits as well. Todd Brock, their top corner, is set to play today, and number 29 is looking to add to a very solid season. His interception numbers haven't been where they wanted them to be compared to the last 2 years, but he's still been very, very good. Randall Glenn-esque, you could say, just without the interception numbers. However, we're here in Vegas in Allegiant Stadium as your Scavengers get set to take on the Samford College Coyotes. You kind of wish it was in the hunting grounds because the Coyotes had never won there. So right now, Samford definitely has a chance to get to the team that they have rarely ever beaten. And we are off in this one as it is going to be returned by Ty Tabor, as that is going to be up to about the 15-yard line as the Coyotes kicked it off. So Scavengers will begin. John Bush and the offense to start things off. McBath in the backfield. We'll see where they begin. I would expect 25 to get the start. Indeed, he will. Fighting through Coyotes to begin for a gain of 6. 2nd and 4, still in that strong I formation. They'll go right back to Shaq, and he'll get him close to a new set of downs. 3rd down and 1. Do they keep it on the ground for a 3rd straight play? They do, right up the middle, and fighting is McBath for the first. So 1st and 10 out of the gun. It's been 3 straight runs. They flip this one to Slade on the power toss. It does not work, though. No block there by Blanco, which would have sprung, I think, Slade for a big play. This time, though, Matt Gage on the play action. Picks up 5, and it's going to bring up a 3rd and long. 3rd and 9. Bush with time underneath, finds Alex Slade, but he won't get enough, and that'll force the first punt of the day as Ecker boots it away. And this one very much returnable, as that's going to get into DVT territory, or just about into DVT territory, as the Coyotes with great starting field position. P.J. Johnson out here on offense with Lewis Sullivan to his left. And he will go play action off of Sullivan. Plenty of time, as that one is at the feet of his intended target. He wanted, I believe, Deion Snelling on that one. 2nd and 10. Johnson connects. And that'll be enough for the first. 1st down and 10. And off, they flip it back. It's the trick play, and it doesn't work. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. Johnson hooks up. That's another 1st down. It's play action again. Wide open. This one's caught by Cherry. That's going to be enough for the 1st down. And they are inside the red zone for the first time today. Sullivan on the carry for the first time, and he goes nowhere. 2nd and 9. This defense ready for Lewis Sullivan with ease, but this secondary's been a problem all year long. They send the extra pressure. It does not get there, and it allows for a 4-yard pickup. 3rd down and 5. Johnson goes play action again, just avoids Earl Shell, throws it away, and it allows for a field goal attempt for the Coyotes to start the scoring. It's up, it's good, and the Coyotes will see the scoreboard first. 3-0 Coyotes on top here after one drive by each side. We'll see if the DVT offense can get going a bit better this time around as McBath just shouldering Todd Brock away. 2nd and 1. Handoff goes to McBath. Finds room outside. There's a flag, though. This one's coming back, I'm sure, as that's going to be Moses Holiday called on that one. 2nd and 8. Can't be having penalties here in the Pac-12 title game where every play is definitely going to matter. As Alex Slade, though, picks up the first this time, had the room on the jet toss, and it works out. Run to the outside again for McBath, and he's not going to find much. It's another call on Moses Holiday. The guards have had a rough go this year with these holds. Kenoy and Holiday, I'd argue, have been the most called on this season. This is a late handoff here to Blanco. He fights through a man and has a solid pickup of 8. 2nd and 12. Bush under center. Going to go back to that ground game and just falling over a down defender. McBath had his eyes set on space, and he falls over a down defender as Matt Gage now underneath picks up close to a new set of downs, but they'll get time to think about it as we're to the end of the first quarter of action. 3-0 Coyotes on top, but the Scavengers maybe with a chance to get some fight in. And the offense is out there on 4th and 1. Great way to start the second quarter if you get it. Out of the eye, they go. Dakota Pounds. He's got the first and plenty more. The fullback does his job, and it's going to be a new set of downs for the Coyotes. For the Scavengers into Coyote territory as Bush on the run. Throws downfield. That's Luvo for the first time today. And the number 1 receiver for the Scavengers picks up the first. A 1,000-yard campaign for the first and only time in his career. 1st and 10. Handoff McBath. Plenty of room right there, and it's going to be a solid 1st down run inside the 5. 1st down and goal. Handoff to McBath. He's not touched. Touchdown Scavengers, and they'll take their lead on the day. The Scavengers get their first lead of the day thanks to the ground game and Shaq McBath, even more so Dakota Pounds for that 4th down run. And now the defense back out here against P.J. Washington and company. Can they get a big stop is the question as Sullivan goes nowhere. It was Donnerson and Decker that got there on Sullivan, the redshirt freshman and the senior combining as a flag flies here as Donnerson was all over him. That's going to be the tight end Cherry on the hold. Second and 18. Delayed handoff to Sullivan, and that's going to be a nice pickup and give them a more manageable 3rd and 7. Flag flies, you've got to be kidding me. And indeed it is going to be the encroachment on Barry Michaels. It has been an issue with him his entire career here. He has jumped at false counts plenty. 3rd and 2, handoff. It gets enough, but a flag flies, and it looks like Cherry is going to be called for another hold. So after a mistake on Barry Michaels' part, luckily the Coyotes give a little bit of help there. And now can they finish off this drive? P.J. Washington eaten alive by Xavier Michaels. Or I'm sorry, Xavier Miles making the tackle there for the sack. And that forces an end to the Coyotes' drive, their first punt of the day. Great starting field position for the Scavengers. Can they work with it, though? As a deep shot right off the bat, it's caught! Kavian quickly, what a catch! He turns at the right time to take advantage of the defender, and that's a huge pickup by Bush to quickly, already into Coyotes territory and into the red zone. Down at the 4. Last time they were here, they capped it off with a McBath touchdown. Can they do it again? And he'll fight his way in. Touchdown, Scavengers. They do it again. Back-to-back McBath touchdown drives. And they will take this. A quick possession for DVT. So a 14-3 ball game now as the Scavengers on top by 2 possessions. Can they keep this lead up's the question as that one's caught. That's Snelling with the reception. 1st and 10. And Lewis Sullivan goes nowhere. Raheem Clay on top of him. 2nd and 13. Sullivan, the man in motion, as he's going to get this pass in the flat, but nowhere to go as Keelan Holbrook was on top of him. 3rd down and 13. A flag flies, and it's going to be Michaels again. They were making a change on defense, and Michaels just jumps a bit quickly. So that'll make it more manageable here at 3rd and 8. And they bring the pressure. The screen, though, called at the perfect time. Sullivan's best play of the day picks up a new set of downs here for the Coyotes. Johnson in the gun. Hands off, and this is going to be arguably the biggest run of the day as that picks up a 1st down. Empty set here as Sullivan underneath. Finds his man in a new set of downs. 1st and goal. Big opportunity here for the Coyotes to cut into this lead, and they will. Touchdown, Samford. So the Coyotes find pay dirt right here before half, and there's a big opportunity now. The Scavengers have to find a way to get points, I think, after the Hynoski touchdown. 1st and 10 here. Just about 2 minutes to go before we head to half. Trying to get the defense off kilter. They had him, but not a great throw from John Bush as he threw that one too far out. This one flipped quickly as a flag flies. This one going to be coming back. And that one's on Deontay Kanoy. As I stated, the guards have both had rough years when it has come to penalties. Hand off here to McBath. He's not going to find a ton there as a timeout taken. The 1st of the half by the Coyotes. 3rd and 13 now. Bush with time. Wants quickly, and it's just too far for him. A massive miss there now gives some life to the Coyotes who have it at midfield. And that right there is a 3-yard pickup. They're going to go quick now. 1.5 minutes left before we head to the half. As P.J. Johnson gets hit there as he tried to throw it. Almost could have been picked by Shell if he was paying attention to the football. He was more focused on getting to the quarterback as that one's incomplete. Sullivan couldn't hang on. Back to the Scavengers offense now. They still have a chance to make something happen. Screen set up for Gage, and Matt Gage picks up 8. 3 timeouts for DVT now, under a minute to go. Can they get into Lincoln field goal range? Play action, but Bush goes down. That'll bring up 3rd and 10. First timeout taken by DVT. And that one incomplete for Quickly. And it means another drive opportunity here for the Coyotes with 30 seconds left. As pressure got there, and that one should have been picked. Jaden Anthony had it in his hands. 2nd and 10. Pressure was coming from Shell, but this one gets to Dion Snelling. 1st and 10. Johnson takes the snap. Pressure coming from Snell. He missed him as that one's thrown away. Maybe 2 to 3 more snaps here. They do have 1 timeout, saving that, I'm sure, for a field goal attempt possibly, as Cherry can't find much, but does get them a few yards. And they're going to take those yards into a field goal opportunity. Kicks up, and it is just in that left corner. It is a good field goal for the Coyotes, and we head to half. 13-14. DVT on top. We've seen before. 13-14 has not been great for this Scavengers team. Let's hope they make the best of it this time around, as Shaq has had a very good start to his day. They're going to have to keep running Shaq all day long to keep this game where they want it and not where the Coyotes want it at all. They've also made the big plays happen. That's going to have to keep coming. As the second half of action underway here on Death Valley Television, I am Jonathan West, and it is a tight one. 13-14 Coyotes football to start the half, as P.J. Johnson going to take the shot to start it, and it is knocked out of the hands of Dion Snelling. Randall Glenn, the man in coverage. 2nd and 10. Johnson connects. And it's going to be shy of the 32 there. So 3rd and 4. Screen set up. No, over the middle. That one's caught. And it's going to be enough for a first. 1st and 10. Johnson hands off to Sullivan. And he's got room. His best run of the day. Gain of 9 there. Decker almost jumping early there. So they go back to Sullivan out wide, and he's going to have the first down. Coyotes have the momentum now. 1st and 10. Hand off Sullivan, and he's dragged down. So it's 2nd and 10. Johnson going to go to the air. We're going to screen set up. That's the backup in. He's got the best play of the day so far when it comes to the ground game. 3rd and 3. Sullivan back in the game. He's in motion. They're going to go his way in the flat. Great tackle, Eli Millhauser, to stop the first down from happening, and that forces the Coyotes to settle again. And this one is good, as Sanford will get the lead back in this one. 16-14, Coyotes on top. It's now the Scavengers behind the 8 ball for the first time in a little bit, as Shaq starts us out on the ground with a great run. 1st and 10. Shotgun set. Bush. Screen here for Quickly, and he's going to have a good chunk. Gain of 7 there. That brings up 2nd and 3. Haven't seen a lot of Nico Blanco on the ground as he gets the ball here. As a flag flies in, this will be Damian Green called for the hold. 2nd and 12. Blancos still in the ball game. And they'll go back to him on the ground, and he's going to have a nice pickup. Gets all that lost yardage back. 3rd and 3 as they go to McBath. 1st down and more easily as he's in the Coyote territory. 82 yards on 11 carries today. He'll get the flip this time. He's got room to work with and stiff arms a man to the turf. That's a new set of downs. Shaq McBath having a great day on the ground so far. Play action, it's another Gage screen, and Matt Gage with the first nearly. 2nd and 1, Blanco in the backfield, the single back. They go his way, and he's got enough, they say. So a new set of downs thanks to Blanco as McBath checks back in. And underneath, that's Luvo. Makes 2 men miss. He's got space into the end zone. Touchdown, Scavengers. Talia Luvo's fantastic senior season continues. The Scavengers back on top in this Pac-12 title game. It certainly feels like the offense has brought some of their best A-game today, as a big hit there by Randall Glenn on Deion Snelling, and he's banged up. Clutching at his shoulder, that's the top receiver for this Coyotes offense. Not their biggest weapon, that of course is number 49, Lewis Sullivan. He's just been held in check as a 1st down run though there. 1st and 10, 3rd quarter coming to a close here as Sullivan finally finding his open spaces as that takes us to the end of the 3rd quarter. Scavengers on top, 21-18, but it is anybody's ball game with the way this game has gone so far. Throw up those fours, folks. 4th quarter of action begins here. Coyotes football 1st and 10 as another handout to Sullivan, but a great tackle there by Decker. 2nd and 9. P.J. Johnson finds a wide open man, and it's going to be a new set of downs. Dave Clark with the reception. 1st and 10. It's a screen set up for Clark. He goes nowhere. 2nd and 10 now. Sullivan, the man in motion. Shell brings the pressure. Still, that ball finds Dave Clark. It's another solid pickup, and it sets up a manageable 3rd and 2 as they go empty. Screen set up, and they will have it just barely. So a new set of downs just outside the red zone. And that one is caught. 2nd and 4 now. Quick throw again to Dave Clark as he's got the first. 1st and goal. Scavengers showing a lot of pressure here. And they bring it. And over the middle, it's caught. Touchdown, Coyotes. And Liner gets them the lead back. Back and forth this game has gone. Coyotes to Scavengers to Coyotes to Scavengers, and now back to the Coyotes. They look to make it a 3-point ball game, but nowhere to go for Sullivan. So a 1-point game as the Scavengers offense looks to kill this clock, get the lead back, and keep it. 2nd and 5. RPO there, but quickly couldn't find room. 3rd down and 4. Blanco in the ballgame. They've got him spread out a bit. And they will give it to Blanco. He's held up. So the defense is going to have to get this ball back. P.J. Johnson loses the football. It's out. Decker's got it. It's Earl Shell on the tackle and forced fumble. And it's recovered by John Decker the fourth. Unless this gets brought back, that is a huge turnover. I'm sorry, it's Eli Mielhauser who forced the turnover. And that will stand as the Coyotes now are back on defense. And the riding of the top running back in the nation continues for the Scavengers. Shaq McBath with over 100 yards today, and he'll add to it some more. First down on that carry. First and 10, 3.5 to go in this one. Play action here as Bush checks this one to Dakota Pounds. He'll pick up 2 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 8. High form here. They go back to McBath, but a flag flies. Dante Kenoy getting called for another. Second and 18 now. Bush in the pistol. They flip this one to Luvo. A bit surprised they go there. He thought about going inside. Elected to go outside. That lost him a couple more. They need a big play here with 2 minutes to go. Screen set up. Blanco has space. Is he going to find room enough? Almost. And it's enough to keep that offense out there. McBath in the backfield. They go his way. He fights. First down and more. So inside the 15. They buck 20 left on the clock. The Scavengers right up the middle with McBath. Sanford starts taking their timeouts. 2nd and 2. Do you just take knees at this point? Well, the Scavengers won't as McBath gets in. Touchdown number 3 on the day for Shaq McBath as the Scavengers get the lead back in this one. And they're going to go for 2 to make it a pure touchdown ball game. Hand off McBath, and he's not going to find his way in. Very similar to Lewis Sullivan on the Coyotes' 2-point conversion attempt. As Cherry, though, starts off this final drive, more than likely for the Coyotes, with a first down catch. As PJ out of the empty, that one should have been picked. John Crane had it. 2nd and 10, could have ended the game right there as a big hit by Holbrook jars that loose. That's Dion Snelling back in this one. 3rd and 10, screen set here for Sullivan. He'll have space, but brought down shy of the first. Jaden Anthony was there. And that's going to make it 4th and 2. Scavengers can win it here. Can they get the stop shell with pressure? But it gets to his man. Sullivan with a first down catch. 1st and 10, a new set of downs. They need a touchdown, though. Field goals don't do them anything. They spiked it on first down. 2nd and 10. Johnson pressured, it shall. So a huge sack from the best defensive player in the nation. You can't even make an argument as Dave Clark got behind Manu Coffey. He saves a touchdown, but clock keeps ticking. This might have been the worst possible situation as spiking it are the Coyotes with 19 seconds left. 2nd and goal. They're at the 10 as this one's caught and out of bounds at the 3. Clock stops. 14 seconds left. 3rd and goal. Johnson throws that one away, and this is the bowl game right here, folks. Coyotes score or the Scavengers win. It's caught, Lewis Sullivan in the end zone. Not like this. The Coyotes, because of one big play, get down the field, have an opportunity. They cash it in as Sullivan just barely breaks that plane. And now they're looking to make sure a field goal only ties. Johnson goes down. Barry Michaels, the man to get him. But look at the clock. 6 seconds left. The Coyotes go to their offense. They need one big play. They've done it before. Can they do it again? Downfield to Luvo. It's knocked away. Incomplete. And the Sanford College Coyotes defeat the Death Valley Technical Scavengers 28-27 and are your Pac-12 champions. This one hurts. I can only imagine how Coach Booker and this team feels. For guys like Talia Luvo, who had a career year here in his senior campaign. Shaq McBath, to get this far to fall short by one measly point. And now you've got to wonder, where does that put them with the playoff bracket? We don't know if they're in there. We don't know if they're not at this point. There is still a chance, but they're going to have to hope. Shaq McBath had a great game. $137, 3 touchdowns, looked fantastic. But you look back at that score late, that third touchdown, and you wonder, was that the right idea? You look back at that, and that right there might have been the difference maker between the Coyotes winning and losing this game. Very interesting situation there for the Scavengers there down at the end zone. They did cash in, a third touchdown for McBath. Probably what Coach Booker wanted to see more than anything, but not what helped them in the long run after that one big play by Dave Clark. And we've said it all season, the young secondary has been an issue. But they're young, that's why it's been an issue, and that's been the reason this team has kind of fallen a bit. Luckily, there is some positives. Cortez Witten, the kicker, has committed to the Scavengers. There will be a lot of kicking competition this year. And Jared Coffey, the right tackle, has committed as well. Earl Shell wins Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Week, while Shaq McBath wins Offensive Player of the Week for the Pac-12. Your Heisman winner, Ryan Puglisi, is your guy there. We remember playing him a year ago, and a shocking win for the Coyotes. And your best defensive player of the year, well, that's Earl Shell. No shock. 16 sacks on the year. A fantastic season for him. Your best running back in the nation, no surprise here, 1,200 yards and 14 touchdowns for Shaq McBath on 203 carries. And the best linebacker of the year, well, you knew he was the best defensive player. He had to take home best linebacker as well. And the DVT season will head to the bracket as they will face the Cal Golden Bears in the first round of the college football playoffs. They sadly do not get that first round bye, but you see the bracket here. If they win, they will have to face the number 1 seeded Michigan Wolverines. But that's something to talk about if they come out on top. The Scavengers' focus now turns to the bracket and taking on the Cal Golden Bears. Coach Booker and this team need to get their minds right after that loss, because there's a bigger trophy that they could be lifting at the end of all of it. I am Jonathan West. You are watching Death Valley Television, and it is time for the college football playoffs to begin as your Death Valley Technical Scavengers face the Cal Golden Bears in the first round of the playoffs. And you look at the bracket, whoever wins is going to have to play the number 1 seed, Michigan Wolverines. Unbeaten Michigan Wolverines, I should add to that. So a big test in the Rose Bowl for the winner of this game. And for Cal, they are banged up. They have been without their top back Clapp for a while now. But they do have arguably their biggest offensive weapons. Keelan Britt, their senior quarterback, is quite athletic and can move around in that pocket at will. So the Scavengers are going to have to keep their eyes on him defensively and keep their eyes on where he's going. After a fantastic season, 34 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, and 69% completion percentage off 3,500 yards. And a big reason for that is James Poe, the sophomore out of Rancho Cucamonga. At 6'3", 186, he is a massive threat with killer speed. 1,400 yards and 14 touchdowns says all you need to know about how deadly James Poe is. Think very much like Talia Luvo with that type of playmaking ability. Now defensively, Amari Kalmalat is their top defender on that D-line, and the 6'2", 287 junior out of Seattle looks to add to his sack numbers, 11 sacks this season, as he has had a very, very good campaign for the Golden Bears, going up from 5.5 sacks last year. And defensively, well, a name that some Scavenger fans may recognize in that secondary, Joel Gizzi, the safety out of Reno, Nevada. Now, the Scavengers tried to bring Joel Gizzi in a couple years ago. Well, that did not happen. And now this year, he's had his best year, 2 sacks, 2 picks, and the same amount of tackles that he had last season. So it's going to be a tough matchup in the hunting ground, though, as we're off in this one. The Scavengers booted away. Schooler does nothing with that one, and it is going to be the Cal Golden Bears to start things off. A pass-heavy offense, especially with their top back out for the season. Britt in the gun to begin things as he throws over the middle, and that one is caught. 2nd and 5. They remain in the gun. The crowd here excited for playoff football, as that's going to be enough for the first down. David Bandy on that first down run. 1st and 10. Play action. They bit, but knocked away. Manu Coffey kept up with Poe there. 2nd and 10. Man in motion's Bandy. Britt takes the shot. That's Coffey one-on-one with Poe, and Poe just sped by him that time. Touchdown, Golden Bears, and that's what James Poe does. He gets by you and quickly, as Cal on top early in this one. So the Scavengers offense needs to come out and make plays happen. As we see the offense starting out in the gun, it's John Bush at quarterback. Of course, the senior McBath at running back, as it starts with Alex Slade, though, the redshirt freshman, picking up the first down through the air. Blanco checks in now on 1st and 10. Hand off to Nico, and he has to fight for just a gain of 1 there. 2nd and 9, Shaq in the ball game. They go Shaq's way. He'll go right up the middle and fight for a gain of 6. 3rd down and 3. Bush in the gun. Blanco to his right. They go back to the ground game. Blanco with room. Good block sprung on by Kanoy. It's a new set of downs, and that's going to bring in the empty set now. Bush sets up for the screen here to Slade, and Alex Slade picks up 5. 2nd and 5. McBath in the backfield in the strong eye. They hand it off to him. Good block by Pounds, as that'll be enough for him to get the edge for the first. So another first down. As the clock is ticking away, the Scavengers doing what they do best, and that's run this clock. As a 2-yard pickup there by McBath. Brings in Blanco to spell him on 2nd and 8. And they'll go with the keeper. Bush has room. He'll have the first and more as he slides down safely. No one saw that coming, and it's a new set of downs. McBath checked back in. They go to the air. It's caught. Alex Slade in the end zone. Touchdown Scavengers as Alex Slade begins this game with a heavy workload and pays it off with a touchdown. So a tie ball game here after 2 offensive possessions. We'll see how Cal goes with their second of the day, as that's going to be a gain of 9 off that catch. 2nd and 9. Second and 1. Handoff, and Bandy's going to have enough for the first. 1st and 10. Another handoff, and Bandy can have the first down. No, very close, though. 2nd down and short here, about half a yard away. I wouldn't even call that a full yard. Quick throw and a catch, as that is held on to. Big shoulder thrown there by Randall Glenn. A new set of downs as Britt is pressured by Shell and incomplete. It'll bring up 2nd and 10. Britt finds the wrong man. It's Randall Glenn who picks it off to the 20, inside the 15 and around the 11. Randall Glenn with another interception on the year. He has been unstoppable at getting that football. We really were just shocked at how well he did in the regular season. Continues it into the post, and now it's 1st and 10 for the Scavengers in a good spot to take the lead for the first time today. Hand off to Shaq, and he'll pick up 5. 2nd and 5 remaining in the gun. Hand off Shaq again. He'll fight forward, picks up 4. 3rd down and 1. They can get a first down at the 1-yard line. Shaq fighting. They say it's 4th down as we head to the end of the first, all tied up at 1. The Scavengers with a little time to think about what they want to do here, but it has been a tight ball game so far. A turnover, the real difference maker, and the offense is out there to start the second. Handoff Shaq. He'll find the end zone. Touchdown Scavengers. And that right there will be the first lead of the day for the Death Valley Technical Scavengers at home. So McBath and company now on top as Britt has to now lead the Cal Golden Bears as they are behind the 8 ball, but that's Poe. He took that one away from Millhouse, who thought he had a pick, and instead it's a Cal touchdown. James Poe answers on the first play of the next drive, and he just took a should-have-been interception away from Eli Millhauser. We'll see this one again, I'm sure. As you see, Millhauser thought that ball was coming right to him. Poe gets right in front of him to take it away, and you're not catching his speed. So just like that, we're back to a tie ball game. Scavengers, shotgun set to start this offensive possession. Bush over the middle. That's caught Trey and Bell, the senior receiver, playing in what could be for a lot of these seniors their last game in the grounds, will be their last game in the grounds. We won't see this stadium again this year. 1st and 10 after that first down carry. They go back to the ground game. Shaq picks up 7 there. 2nd down and 3. Bush under center, offset I again. And this is going to be hard to pick up the first. They picked up 2 and are about a half-yard away. Blanco in the bowl game. Back to the ground game, an easy first down for Blanco. A wide open hole to run through, and now they're just outside of midfield. Play action here, Bush. Over the middle, wide open, Luvo. He's going to have the first down. His first catch of the day for 26. So a new set of downs for the Scavengers. We have been quite lucky. No laundry on the field yet today for either side, as Luvo weaves in and out of traffic, picking up the first down. 1st and 10 at the 10-yard line. The speed option. There's the flip to Macbeth. A flag flies. I spoke a little too early. I shouldn't have said anything. I jinxed it, as that's going to bring that play back. A hold on Moses Holiday. Would have been a touchdown. Instead, it's a flag to move them back to 1st and 20 at the 20-yard line. Macbeth, though, good run here. Gets all that lost yardage back. 2nd and 10. Bush in the gun. Quick throw on the screen to Quickly, but it's knocked loose and incomplete. 3rd and 10. Bush with time over the middle. Could have been picked, intended for Matt Gage. So the Scavengers are going to have to settle for the George Lincoln kick. It is up and good. He does not miss this chip shot. And the Scavengers back on top in this one. 14-17, as the story for Cal's game has been just James Pope, as this is not James Pope. That's a first down catch nonetheless. As they know how to offense starts here. They saw something they liked against that DVT defense. Britt, pressured by Shell, he rolls out, runs with it, and slides down safely after a first. So a new set of downs. The Golden Bears go to the screen or the swing, whatever you want to call that. Did not work out for them. A loss of 1 off that last pass, and it'll bring up 2nd and 11. Bandy with the run, and he's not going to gain really much. So 3rd down and 8. Big chance for this defense as Earl Shell just pushes the lineman back. It forces a poor throw, incomplete, and the Scavengers are back on offense. As Alex Slade back to work, picks up 9. Looked like he was going to get a lot more than that for a second. 2-minute warning has hit. It is 2nd and 1 as Bush looks to throw. And he goes down. A sack by Cal. So a new set of 3rd and 8 after the sack. Bush sets up the screen here for Blanco. He's got room, 1st and more there. Under a minute and a half. Play action. Underneath the gauge, he's able to hold that one in, but it's only 3 yards, and the Scavengers have to take a timeout here. 2nd and 7. Bush to throw. He takes the shot at Slade. He is at a good day. 5 catches, 71 yards right now. 1st and 10. Screen set up. It does not set quick enough. Incomplete. 2nd down and 10 now. Bush hands to Macbeth, but nowhere to go as Huff was blown up on that play. So 3rd down and 11 now out of the empty. Bush takes the shot for Luvo. It would have been a touchdown, but overthrown, as it will take us to the half. 17-14. Scavengers on top, but just barely right now with the way this game has gone. And it is anybody's ball game right now. Second half of action starting up right now, as it is 17-14 Scavengers football, as they're on top early. Scavengers, though, with a nice run to Macbeth, picking up near a new set of downs. Second and inches. It's a keeper for Bush. He's got the first. He gets dragged down. Got to be safe with that football, though. I think they would much rather see John Bush slide there. As the handoff here to Blanco. There is some laundry, though, in the field. We saw a rather clean first half. This one looked like it's going to be on Spanway. So a 1st and 20 after the hold by Andrew Spanway. The Scavengers back to the air here as Matt Gage gets this one, and he'll get the yards back and more. Gain of 16 there. So 2nd down and 4. Handoff goes to Macbeth. He fights through tackles, picks up the first, and they are near midfield once again. Man in motion's Luvo. They flip it his way. He's got some blocks, and it's going to be a solid 8-yard pickup. 2nd down and 2. Handoff here to Macbeth as they faked the toss again. But it'll be a new set of downs as Blanco now in motion. Bush with time. Downfield, wanted quickly, could not connect. Was knocked away. 2nd and 10 now. Handoff here to Macbeth. He fights through a bit, gains a couple there. That'll bring up 3rd down and 5 as Blanco checks in. Screen set up. Blanco with blockers. He's got the first and more. So another 1st down as this drive has taken up more than half of this quarter. Bush underneath. That's Maverick Bentley making the catch. 2nd and 4 now. A touchdown does a lot of work here for this unit, as that's only going to be a gain of about 1 for Macbeth. Blanco checks back in. They go back to Nico. He fights and has the first. So a new set of downs. Just 3 minutes left to go, and this 3rd quarter has been all Scavengers. This is still the first drive of this 2nd half. 2nd and 8. Luvo gets the flip again as he's taken down just shy of the mark. 3rd down and 2. Hand off to Macbeth. Tries to cut it back. Does not work. They have to settle again for a chip shot by George Lincoln III. It does go up and good, but that was essentially your 3rd quarter of action. 54 seconds on the clock left here for Callan III. As that is caught underneath, and they'll get a big catch and run out of this up to midfield. Maybe one more play before we head to the 4th and final quarter. Down 6 is Cal, as Bandy doesn't go far. And that will take us to the 4th quarter here in the grounds. It's 2014 Scavengers on top as they took that entire 3rd quarter away from the Golden Bears. Throw up those 4s, folks. One more quarter of action. 2nd and 7 for the Golden Bears to start the 4th and final quarter here in the first round of the college football playoffs, as Bandy off the swing doesn't get much. 3rd and 7. Britt pump fakes, pressure, it's Shell with the sack, and he's going to have some talk with Britt. Shell not afraid to get in the face of the quarterback after he puts him to the turf. Had a phenomenal year, and it continues into the postseason for Earl Shell, as this offense now with a chance maybe to put the game away. Blanco underneath can only pick up 1. 2nd and 9. Hand off to Shaq. He's wrapped up quick, gains 3. 3rd and 6, man in motions, Blanco. Bush tries to take off himself. It does not work, as just like that, it is back in Cal's hands. Britt looking to throw. He'll just take off and run with it. Gain 7 on the ground. A big drive for the Golden Bears here. 2nd and 3. Keeper for Britt. He's got room. 1st down and more as he's taken down by Coffee. 1st and 10, man in motion. It's another keeper for Britt. This time he can't find room. It's Millhauser and Decker that get there. They caught on to the run there on that last play. Can they keep up with it? 6 minutes left in this one. It's a handoff to Bandy, nowhere to go. 3rd and 12, a big 3rd down for Cal. Pressure gets there, it's John Decker, the 4th, the senior, with what might be his last sack in this building. So a new offensive possession for DVT, and they just have to take this clock down now. We know they're definitely capable of that as Blanco, a new set of downs. Good run outside as Ty Tabor's in the game. Shaq McBath, folks, on the sideline with his helmet off. It does not look like he's hurt at all. It seems like this may be a precautionary thing to keep him healthy for the next round. Seems the Scavengers feel pretty good about their chances here. As down goes Blanco, maybe they shouldn't be so confident yet. 3rd and 7. They flip this one to Luvo. Good block by Gage. That gets them the 1st. At the 39 of Cal now. Quickly in motion. It's a handoff to Blanco, but they were ready for that one. 2nd and 13, the 2-minute warning has hit. Bush runs out of time. He might have had a man downfield. Did not have the time to get rid of that one. 3rd and 13 now. Bush takes the snap. Plenty of time once quickly. It's knocked away. So David Ecker booting it away. And this is going to be a nice punt. Puts them at the 9. Inside their own 10. Cal has to drive 91 to make this a game as Poe picks up that catch. He's had a big day. First timeout taken by Cal. They've got 2 remaining. Pressure by Shell, but this one's caught by Poe. The speed just able to get away from Manu Coffey. They run this no-huddle offense now as time is of the essence. Scavengers trying to get their defense there, but Britt takes off. He slides down, and the no-huddle continues. 2nd and 4. The only thing the Scavengers don't want to do is get beat deep at this point, as underneath, that's going to be enough for the first. That'll stop the clock for a second. But a new set of downs for Cal. Britt pressured, finds his man Bandy. It's going to be a 6-yard pickup. 2nd and 4 now. Under a minute to go in this. Very similar to what we saw in the Pac-12 title game. Would rather not live through that again as Britt takes off and east to the red zone. 2nd timeout taken by Cal. So 1 timeout left for the Golden Bears. This one caught short in the flat, not going to go far. 36 seconds, a touchdown needed for Cal. Britt finds his man, he's in the end zone. Not again. Cue the PTSD of the Pac-12 championship game. Every fan in this building is having flashbacks. This time, it's the Scavengers on the other side. With 30 seconds left, can they get into field goal range? Bush through the air, finds quickly who got space to the 30, the 20, 10, down inside the 5. It's good to be on the other side this time around. 1st and goal, Scavengers. It's from the 5-yard line. The Scavengers now just need a field goal. They hand off to Blanco. He caps it off in the end zone. Touchdown Scavengers. 16 seconds left in Cal with no timeouts. They're going to go for 2 to do what they couldn't in the Pac-12 title game. That's make it a touchdown game. And Blanco is in. It's a 7-point ball game, and Cal needs to chuck it. Scavengers playing some prevent here, it looks like. Britt, with all the time in the world, he's just going to throw that one away. 5 seconds separate us from DVT moving on to face Michigan in the Rose Bowl. Britt, all the time in the world, he just chucks it, and that one is incomplete, very far away from the end zone, and your Death Valley Technical Scavengers move to the Rose Bowl in Pasadena to take on the Michigan Wolverines. It got scary at the end. It got very frightening. But the Scavengers this time around made sure that they were in Sanford's position, where all they needed to do was make one big play happen. They made that one big play happen, and this time they walked out with a W. It may not get you a Pac-12 title, but it does move them forward in the college football playoffs, and that is even bigger. A good day for John Bush, 272 yards on 73% completion percentage. And Jack McBath got a little break there at the end of the game. He'll be good to go. They made sure of it. They're going to need him against those Wolverines. Slade and Luvo with solid outings, 5 catches apiece for 70-plus yards. And Kavian quickly maybe with the biggest play of the day. That one catch down the sideline. It got them what they needed to cap that game off. Now things get a bit tougher. Not only for the defense, because you have to play arguably the best team in college football. They're the number 1 seed in the playoffs and undefeated, might I add. But this team is going to have to find a way to slow down that Wolverine offense.
Luckily, it's going to be somewhat of a home game as they'll be playing in the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, and that should be a much easier travel schedule for the Scavenger fan base, and we will take that. There is your look at the updated bracket. NC State moves on, Alabama moves on, and Florida moves on. So your bracket for the quarterfinal is set, and the Scavengers will meet the Michigan Wolverines. Can they do the unthinkable in the Rose Bowl and take down the unbeaten and move on to the semi-finals? Coach Booker is certainly going to have them ready for that one.
I am Jonathan West. You are watching Death Valley Television, and your Death Valley Technical Scavengers are in the Rose Bowl for the quarterfinal round of the playoffs. However, they face the only undefeated team in the bracket and the number one team in the nation, the Michigan Wolverines. It is not an easy task in front of them. They drew the short end of the stick when you look at the way the bracket has played out. NC State and Alabama, you could argue, getting the easier side of everything. But the Wolverines will be without Josh Vasher, their defensive end, who they've been without for most of the season, so it is not a massive loss for Michigan. They will have quarterback Patrick Skowronek, no relation to Death Valley Technical's young quarterback Scotty Skowronek, from what I know. The young man out of Gibson City, Illinois, certainly wasn't the same quarterback this year that he was last. 1,700 yards, 25 touchdowns, 4 interceptions to the 3,400, 41, and 15 year that he had last year. However, we know what the Wolverines like to do. They want to run the football, and Romeo Phoenix is their guy for that. Great name, and the young man out of Lake Zurich, Illinois, has been a solid back for them. 10 touchdowns, 5.7 yards a carry, and 643 yards on the season. Not a lot on the yards numbers, but the touchdowns and average definitely does the work there. Lugard Edokpai is their big guy on the edge. Keep your eyes on him. I'm going to try not to butcher that name if he does any damage to Death Valley this weekend. But it has been a big year for him. 42 tackles, 4 sacks, down from the 6 he had the last 2 years. But he's been a force of nature. And in that secondary, Jacob Oden, the free safety, is one of many very good players they have in that defensive backfield. The young man out of Detroit has 2 picks this year. That's just about his average, with his high being 3 interceptions last season. But he can also tackle very, very well. And I think the Scavengers are in for a fit against this Michigan Wolverine team. As we're here in Pasadena, California, it's essentially a bit of a home game for the Death Valley Technical Scavengers. Hopefully they can use that to their advantage against the team from up north. And we are off in this one, as it's going to be Alex Slade to return this one, as it's going to be DVT football to begin, and Michigan, well, we'll see that defense early. And of course, John Bush taking over as the starter late in the year full-time, and well, it's been a different team with him at quarterback. Not a single interception this season. Keep that in mind. I may have just jinxed him, but he hasn't done it yet, so let's hope it stays that way. 2nd and 1 after a 9-yard pickup from Shaq McBath. And Michigan knows he is the key to this offense as he picks up the first. However, the holds continue to be a problem. Moses Holiday called for that hold as Shaq a bit banged up on that flip he had to do there at the end of that play.
2nd and 11 as Blanco checks in. And that's going to be a solid pickup of 10. Gets all that yardage back as immediately back in is McBeth. He seems fine. And off to Shaq. He's got the first down. They have yet to go to the air yet. Out of the gun now. And it's a pass, but they'll just go with the jet pass here to Luvo to get him the ball and get a new set of downs as they're near midfield already. 1st and 10. Bush sets up the screen. The first pass actually gets some air time, and it's just a screen going for near a new set of downs. Scavengers playing it very safe to start this game, and I think it's a good call on their part as Blanco right up the middle for the first. It's working, though. You can call it playing a bit safe, but it is working very well as a tight end screen here to Matt Gage picks up 3. 2nd and 7. Shotgun set. Bush keeps it, but he's going to go down quick. Michigan kept their eyes on 16. It's 3rd and 11. Bush over the middle, intercepted. That was in a bit of a crowd, I believe intended for Kavian Quickly, but he was well covered, and it's interception number 1 in a Scavenger's jersey for John Bush. Now it will not count for any type of regular season stat, but Keon Turner gets the first interception of Bush in a Scavenger uniform. As now Michigan goes to work as this bubble screen works out. There is a flag, though, and this looks like it's going to be an ineligible man downfield. So an early penalty moves back the Wolverines. Got this ball off of the first interception by John Bush, as that is a 2-yard pickup on the ground for Phoenix. 2nd and 13. Skoranek hands off again. Phoenix with room as Earl Shell committed to going after the quarterback, but a flag flies again. And this one's going to be on the Wolverines. Another mistake moves them back. 2nd and 21. And this is a deep shot. Schooler's alone, and he is not going to be caught. And that is just a mistake on the part of Manu Coffey, who I believe just sat down thinking it was going to be maybe a short play. Schooler then went straight, and it was all over from that point. Glenn Schooler strikes first after Michigan got put in a rough situation. And that could be trouble. Now the Scavengers have to fight back. A turnover is definitely out of the question here. You can't allow that on back-to-back drives as a flag flies here. It has been a lot of penalties early in this one. Andrew Spanway getting called for this hold, as it's going to bring up 1st and 20 for DVT. Handoff goes to Blanco. He spins past 2, and that's going to be a solid 8-yard pickup. 2nd and 12. McBeth in the ball game as Bush looks to throw. Rolling to his left. He's going to take off upfield, and he's going to have the first down. So a new set of downs off of Bush's legs leads to another first, and now more work for McBeth as he can only pick up 2. 2nd and 8. Bush takes the snap. Screen set up for Quickly, and that's going to be a gain of around 3. 3rd and 4. Can they pick up the first here? They hand off McBeth up the middle. Plenty of room. He's got the first down into Michigan territory. Now they go empty here to spread him out. Bush off the mark for Quickly, but a flag flies.
This is going to be PI on Michigan, and the Scavengers will take that any day of the week. As we head to the end of the first quarter, Michigan on top, 7-0 to start us out here, but the Scavengers may be in a position to finally put points on the board. 1st and 10 here for Bush and company to start the second quarter of action. It's a flip to Luvo. He takes it out wide, cuts back, and that's going to be a gain of 7 as he's caught from behind. 2nd and 3 in the pistol. Hand off to McBath. He's taken down quickly. This defensive front of Michigan is no joke. 3rd and 4. Bush over the middle finds Luvo. I don't know how he hung on, but the senior has had a phenomenal year, and it has just continued. Play action here. Luvo downfield, intercepted. And that, I believe, is Odin, the safety who we highlighted in pregame. And that is the 2nd interception for John Bush today. His first 2 picks of the entire year in this game. And not to mention, in good territory. As now it's back to work for Phoenix on the ground, picking up 4 as he's taken down by Randall Glenn. 2nd and 6. Remember the last drive ended with a touchdown to Glenn Schooler for Michigan as Phoenix picks up the first on the ground there, and now they run a bit quick here. They go Phoenix again. He finds room, and that's going to be a solid 5-yard pickup. 2nd and 5. Hand off Phoenix. Raheem Clay, though, gets to him for only a 2-yard gain. And that's going to bring up 3rd and 3. It's another handoff, and this one's up the middle. 1st down Wolverines as they inch closer and closer to that midfield mark. Hand off to Phoenix again. They have kept it on the ground this drive. 2nd and 7. Skoranek keeps it. Earl Shell was not fooled. A good tackle by Earl Shell as the junior has been electric. Good push from Shell there as that's going to be a good stop by this defense on 3rd down. And force a punt. The kicking game is the weakness here for the Wolverines, as the punting game is not, as a fantastic punt right there pins the Scavengers deep. And we'll see if they can answer. McBath gets a shoulder drilled into him. Only a gain of 1 as it will bring up 2nd and 9. Bush looking to throw underneath. That's Slade. He bounced off of 1 man. That's a new set of downs. 1st and 10. Bush running out of time. He goes down. And that's going to bring up 2nd and 14. It's play action. John Bush over the middle. It's caught by Luvo. It was great coverage, but Luvo wins it. And a fantastic play as we've already hit the 2-minute warning. This game is speeding by as Blanco taken down. 2nd and 10, a minute and a half left in this half of action. Bush underneath the quickly as he gains 9. 3rd down and 1. Bush in the gun. Hand off Blanco, and that's going to be enough for the first. They take their first time out to the Scavengers. They've got 2 left just behind midfield. Bush finds quickly but incomplete. 2nd and 10 now. It's play action. Bush maneuvering with the ball. He's got Luvo, but Luvo drops it. Would have been a huge play as it brings up 3rd down and 10.
Bush. Downfield, it's Bell. Trey and Bell with the catch. The second timeout taken by the Scavengers after a big Trey and Bell pickup. 30 seconds left. Bush to the end zone, and Luvo can't get that one. 2nd and 10. Bush wants Luvo again, and he can't catch that one. Little too far out of bounds for him, as that's going to bring up 3rd down and 10. Luvo a third time. This time he's got it out of bounds at the 3. Michigan going to argue he never had it in bounds, but right there you see that foot down with the ball in hand. 1st and goal. Scavengers with a big opportunity here with 15 seconds left. Bush to the air. He wanted Luvo again, incomplete. 2nd and goal. Luvo in motion now. They flip it his way. He's got speed and space. Touchdown Scavengers. Talia Luvo with the touchdown. It was all Luvo there at the end. Every throw went his way, and he makes Michigan pay. We head to halftime now. 7-all in this one. It is a low-scoring affair, kind of what you expect out of two teams who love their ground game. But that hasn't been the story of the day. It's been the passing attack with Glenn Schooler on one side and Talia Luvo on the other. But we will see how things go in the second half. See if it becomes more of that ground and pound back and forth we expected when this game was set in stone in the bracket. Who moves on? We'll find out in the second half of action. Welcome to the second half here in the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. Everyone, I'm Jonathan West. You are watching Death Valley Television, and that is Randall Glenn making a tackle there in open field. 2nd and 6. Michigan beginning this half with the football as Phoenix finds space, taken down just shy of the mark, they say. And we'll see if they can shut Phoenix down here. You've got to think it's going to him. No, it's a keeper for Skoranek, and he's got the first. 1st and 10. Play action, it's caught. And a big first down puts him into DVT territory. 1st and 10. Phoenix finds 3 there. 2nd and 7. Another handoff to Romeo Phoenix. He gets another 3. That's going to make it 3rd down and 4. Scavengers showing pressure here. And they drop back. And that one incomplete, as they'll have to punt this one once again. The kicking game is the problem for Michigan. They do not have a big leg with their kicker, but what a punt again. Deep for the second time, as the Scavengers have to start at their own 2, but McBath a nice run to start things. A tiny bit of breathing room after the gain of 7. Handoff goes to McBath again, and he's not able to find room that time. 3rd down and 2. Bush in the gun. Handoff McBath. 1st and more. Look at how much space he had. Big run for Shaq. The seniors doing everything they can to keep this playoff run alive for the Scavengers. Hand off to Blanco, the junior back, with room and another first down. 1st and 10, the ground game doing a lot of the work right now. It's play action. And for Luvo, it's incomplete. He caught one in tight coverage earlier. Can't make that grab. 2nd and 10, handoff goes to McBath, and he'll be stood up after a gain of 4. That'll bring up 3rd down and 3. Man in motions Luvo. They flip it his way again. This has been a money play today, and it works out again. That jet pass has worked so many times. Hand off to Shaq, trying to make guys miss in the middle of the field. Made 1 or 2, but only a gain of 4 out of that. Blanco checks in, and they go his way as it's 2nd and 6, now 3rd and 1. McBath back in on short yardage. They go his way. He fights. They say he didn't get it, but the offense is still out there. 4th and inches. It's a QB's keep, and that's going to be enough. So the 3rd quarter starting to come to a close as Bush finds his man Luvo over the middle, 1st down. And we're headed to the 4th and final quarter of the Rose Bowl, folks. Throw up those 4s. There's just a few more minutes until we know who's off to the semis. All tied up at 7, headed into the 4th quarter. But let's see if the Scavengers can break this tie as they're inside the red zone, as this one incomplete for Maverick Bentley. 2nd and 10. Bush in the pistol still. He'll take the snap. He lobs this one up. Bentley can't hold that one in. And that's going to bring up 3rd down and 10. Bush gets it away, saving a sack. But they'll have to settle for the George Lincoln field goal. It's good. And the Scavengers, for the first time today, have a lead. First and 10. Mays and Blue have the ball. Will the Wolverines be able to take their lead back is the question, as Romeo Phoenix with a nice spin, but still only gains 2 after Randall Glenn comes in, not having any of it. 2nd and 8. Skoranek to throw. He's got Romeo Phoenix, who was wide open. So a new set of downs after the Phoenix reception. It's Phoenix on the ground. He gets through space, and that's going to be a 6-yard pickup. 2nd and 4. Downfield, Schooler doesn't get that one, as that's knocked incomplete. 3rd and 4. Over the middle, that one's caught. I'm sorry, that's Glenn Schooler, number 15. He picks up the 1st down. As they flip this one out, and DVT's on top of it. They know how that play works, fine and dandy. It beat them heavy when they played Boise State earlier this year. As this swing out does not work, Keelan Holbrook all over it. And now it's 3rd down and 10. Scavengers showing pressure. They back out of it. It's downfield, almost intercepted. Holbrook had it, dropped it, but luckily Michigan elects to punt. And the Scavengers take back over. Shaq, McBath, and company. Gonna try and take as much clock as they can, I'm sure. 2nd and 3, handoff Shaq up the middle, another nice run. The ground game has achieved perfection here in the second half right now. As play action, this one underneath for Matt Gage, and that's a good pickup. 1st down. 1st and 10. It's an easy play to make for Michigan as they were ready for the Blanco handoff. It's going to be 2nd and 12 now. Out wide is McBath. He's going to have a nice pickup. It took many Wolverines to bring him down. That'll bring up 3rd and 2. Handoff goes to McBath. He's not going to get it, and the offense stays out there. Bush to throw. Quick throw. Slade has it. First down, Scavengers. A touchdown might be enough to put this game to bed. 2 minutes left. Deep shot. Luvo open. He drops it. A massive drop from Luvo on the last play. It hurts as Michigan takes their first time out. 3rd and 7. Bush to the air. Underneath, it's caught Luvo. Flag flies though. Sadly, it will not hold, as there was a hold. And now it's 3rd and 17. Bush looks to the end zone for Luvo again. He's got him beat, but just overthrown. As now Ecker has to pin Michigan deep, and he will at their own 10. A minute and a half left here. Skowronek in his own end zone chucks this one deep. Knocked away. It's caught off the tip. The second time this year that's happened to Keelan Holbrook. I can't believe it. And now Michigan, running the no huddle, finds the play to Schooler for another first down. Under a minute to go. You have got to be kidding me. There's Earl Shell, though. The first sack of the day comes at a pivotal point. 2nd and 18. Pressure again from Shell. He's going to get him again. Back-to-back sacks. 3rd and 25 now. Can the defense stop him? You go back to the Glenn Schooler touchdown early on, as that one's incomplete. They force a field goal. This is a big field goal attempt here. Kicks up, and it is good. They're able to make the 45-yarder. IU gets it, and the Scavengers just need to get into field goal range. Bush finds quickly, as they take their first time out. 2nd and inches. They've done this before. They've been here. They've been on the opposite end too, as a deep ball to Luvo is picked off. The 3rd pick of the day, and the worst one if you ask me. Tried to get the deep ball. They were double covering Luvo, and that one was underthrown nonetheless. An interception keeps it tied at 10. Josiah Edmond, the one with the interception, is now the Scavengers just trying to stop them from getting in field goal range now, as Michigan takes their last time out with 10 seconds left. They have to get pretty close up there, given IU's leg, as that one is thrown away, and they will have one more chance at a Hail Mary to try and end this bowl game in regulation, or we're headed to overtime in the Rose Bowl. To the end zone, and almost caught but incomplete. In a scare there at the end, we are headed to overtime. Who expected overtime in the playoffs? I certainly did not. And hopefully the Scavengers make the most of this. Two teams meet in the middle for the coin toss, and we will see the Scavengers on offense first. Remember, both teams will get an opportunity. It's whoever comes away with it the best, as that screen is knocked away. 2nd and 10. Bush. Play action does not work, as everyone got through that time around. 3rd and 18. They're going to need a big play here if they don't want to have to settle. Over the middle, almost intercepted, and Trey and Bell took a shot. George Lincoln's field goal is good, but the Scavengers now need to force a Michigan field goal. Hand off here to Phoenix. He powers through a lot of Scavengers to pick up just 1 yard. 2nd and 9, pressure sent, and at least it forces a loss of yardage on that screen attempt. 3rd and 12. Big opportunity here as the pressure was getting there. It's caught. Schooler in the end zone. Touchdown, Michigan. And just like that, the Wolverines topple the Scavengers 16-13 and will move on to the semifinals of the college football playoffs. It was one hell of a fight, but you go back to, I think, one play. The Glenn Schooler touchdown that started the scoring. You go back to that play, and you wonder what went wrong. What happened? If that doesn't happen, is the game different? Who knows? We may never know. All we do know is the Scavenger season, as good as it was, comes to a close. And for a lot of these seniors, Luvo, McBath, Miles, maybe even for some of the juniors like Raheem Clay, who has an opportunity at the NFL, it's over. The year has come to a close, and as successful as it was for some of them, it was their last game in a Death Valley Technical uniform. And it's tough to say goodbye to those guys. A good game from guys like Luvo and McBath, and even Earl Shell there at the end, getting sacks when we needed them the most, forcing just a field goal attempt for Michigan. But a big question now comes in the offseason of what this team looks like next year. Who is still here? Who comes in the transfer portal? Who leaves to go to the NFL possibly? A lot of questions, not a lot of answers known right now. But I can't wait to see what things look like for Coach Alani Booker and the Scavengers next season. I've been Jonathan West. I appreciate your time here on Death Valley Television, and I will see you folks next season. Now, out of character, guys, I appreciate you watching Season 5. It's come to a close, but we're not done. We got one more year. We have unfinished business. The offseason will be either this Saturday or this Sunday. You can vote on that over on the community tab. Go check that out, and I'll see you then.